Hello and welcome into Howard County, Maryland, the site of the 2024 Play-ins and Championships for Major League Quadball. We are so excited to get this tournament started. First match of the day is going to be the Kansas City Stampede versus the Washington Admirals. My name is Jackson Vaughn. I'll be giving you the play-by-play commentary today. My partner here is Brandon Cabina, who'll be on color commentary. Brandon, How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm glad to be nice and dry here in the booth while it's just started raining out there. I don't know really how that's going to affect the game. We'll have to see, though.
Definitely going to make it more scrappy, more harder to grip the quad ball, the dodgeballs. We'll see how that affects both teams later. Kansas City finished in 4th in the South Division, just qualifying for champs on the last day of the season. Washington finished 3rd, going 6-6 this year. Who do you think has the edge in this matchup?
For me, personally, I think Washington does. Because of the rain, I think that physicality matters a lot more in this game. And Washington has players like Zan Siddiqui and Brian Mulcahy, who are really big hitters. They love to get physical. And because of that, I think they have the edge.
Yeah, definitely will be interesting to see. The winner of this game will go on to play the Minneapolis Monarchs in our next game of the day.
Yep.
But we're going to get ready to send the action down to the field shortly. So we'll get you the action here pretty soon. We are getting ready to get our first playing game started. Kansas City versus the Washington Admirals. The starting line for Washington, it's at keeper Riley Stars. The chasers are Liz Stone, Brian Mulcahy, and Helen Trudell. The beaters are A.T. Thanigai and Adrian Koretsky. As for the Kansas City Stampede, it'll be Ryan Mejio, Riley Usami, Lauren Smith, Bitsy Archibald, Shannon Ong, and Lauren Curry. Brandon, how are we feeling about these starting lineups?
I mean, I think this is kind of what everyone's come to expect out of these teams. I mean, during Brooms Up, you kind of want your faster people out there. And I think that Riley Stars is a fast physical presence that is not afraid to get dirty to get to that ball. But I don't know. Ryan Mejio is kind of huge, and he's just as quick, if not quicker. So I'm interested to see how it goes, and hopefully it gets physical. You know, it's always fun.
Definitely, indeed. And with the rain and kind of the wet conditions, physicality is definitely going to be a must in this game.
Looks like we're getting started here.
Yep, getting ready. There's Brooms Up. It's going to be a race for the quad ball. It'll be picked up by Kansas City first. It's going to go to Mejio to start the game.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up Ryan Mejio as if he was going to be the one running for it, but Riley Usami got to it first.
High press by Washington early here. The quad ball now in the hands of Usami on the near side of the pitch. Back to Mejio now.
Lauren Smith was beat out, but she got back into play rather quickly, and KC is back to full strength.
Control is in the hands of the Stampede here. We see a steal poking the ball free, but able to get the ball out back to Mejio now. Just looking for an opening. Stampede taking their time, playing two beaters up top. Now trying to advance. Lauren Smith near the keeper line is going to send it back to Usami.
Yeah, I mean, I think that both teams are kind of trying to get the jitters out. It's the first game of the championship weekend, and the ball's wet.
And the ball goes right near the hoops, but a big tackle is made, and it'll be picked up by the keeper, Riley Stars. And now Washington going to look to make their first drive of the game.
Ryan Mulcahy causing that turnover with a big hit.
Not only that, but it appears, no, Kansas City does keep control. I thought Washington may have been able to turn it over, but Kansas City doing good to keep both dodgeballs there. Quad ball in the hands of Stars right now. Sends a pass to the back, to the far side of the field. Up and over, back to Stars. Trades come in, two dodgeballs on the ground over to Liz Stone, looking to drive. Ball has to go back to Stars.
Beaters coming up behind.
More trades in the backfield from the Beaters. Only one dodgeball in the area. Shot is good, though. First goal of the game goes to the Admirals.
Number 10, Ryan Mulcahy.
And Mulcahy will pick up the goal and open the scoring for the Admirals. 1-0 to Washington.
I mean, and who else to score the first goal of the championship over here on pitch one besides Brian Mulcahy? You know, PA announcer said it for us. The pride of Boston, Massachusetts.
Definitely a big player for them. Mejio, good catch there from Washington, but now is going to get beat out. That was Koretsky trying to make a play. Mejio trying to get the quad ball out, but a huge tackle is being made in the backfield. Mejio now driving, gets the score on the top hoop. Kansas City ties it up 1-1.
Easy shot by Ryan Mejio. I mean, huge physical presence. I don't think the press was working on him there. He knew his beers would cook, and he just walked right down the middle through a player or two, and he got that shot right through the top hoop.
Give Stars credit, though, nearly able to make the tackle. Definitely slowed down Mejio on that play. Unfortunately, Washington just wasn't able to finish the stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think the high press, there wasn't enough physicality by the chasers right there to do much, but, you know, that comes in part of the beaters just being stuck in the beater game. Kansas City does a good job of creating chaos right there so their chasers can just have a chaser-on-chaser game.
Stars is going to send the pass over to Mulcahy, who's trying to drive on small hoop. It's going to be blocked, though. And now picked up by Mejio, who's on the run.
Oh.
Nobody is back, and an easy goal for Riley Usami. Kansas City takes the lead. It's 2-1.
That Creighton connection right there from Ryan Mejio. Riley Usami knew just when to take off. Ryan Mejio looked up, saw him, threw it over to Riley, who with a nice one-handed snag put it through.
Koretsky's going to sub out, it looks like, for Julie Neutzel at beater. Colin Bourne has also entered the game at beater for the Admirals.
There we go, a quick beater change already.
Stars pass to the backfield. It's going to cause Curry to come and try and beat them out. Pass back up front, intercepted by Mejio. Kansas City now looking for the press here. Mejio wants to move quickly, trying to get around Stars, who's making the high press, loses the ball. And it'll be picked up by Washington, now going the other way. Running quickly is Mulcahy. Here comes the dodgeball. It'll be blocked. Yep, that's right. Mulcahy with the put-in.
A second goal for Mulcahy. A really good fast break and a shot while the ball's wet. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. And the block right there, too, was something, got to give him some style points for that as well.
Yeah, you saw Mulcahy with the two-handed shot. That's going to be a necessity right now with the field conditions.
Yeah, I think we have to credit Riley Stars for that stop.
Both beaters for Kansas City are beat out in the backfield. Good work by Washington. Mejio still driving after a block from another dodgeball.
Wow.
Gets the pass over, though. Incredible hustle play. Bitsy Archibald with the score.
Yeah, and he hit it over to her to get that pass off. He threw it up in the air because it was wet.
But now it's a no dodgeball situation. On the run, here comes Shane McConaughey. Shot on top hoop is going to be no good. It's going to be picked up again by Washington, though.
Ooh.
Oh, pass is missed.
But Sansatiki picks it up before it goes out of bounds.
Washington looking to get that goal right back. Pass over to the top. Now back to the far side of the field. Shot is going to be no good. And beat behind the hoops. Kansas City should be able to get this one back.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the ball kind of being affected by these conditions. There's shots that, these players make on the daily that just are not going in. And you're right, the two-handed shot has been kind of the necessity already. You see them, that's basically all the shots that they've been taking.
Two-handed passing as well we've seen. It's going to be, both sides are realizing the field conditions. Ryan Dickey's checked into the game at keeper for Kansas City. He's got the quad ball now. Reyes makes a beat up top. We see a pass over to Lauren Smith on the far side of the field. Beat's going to come through, though.
Ooh.
Dickey tries to pick this one up. Trying to get through. May have gone out of bounds, and it does. Washington is going to get the inbound.
Yeah, that was an interesting play right there. It looked like Ryan Dickey may have come off room. I don't know if he was beat. I'm surprised Zansadiki isn't up there at half pitch trying to press these chasers on defense yet.
Score is 2-3. Kansas City leads. We're about 6 minutes into our first game here. Pass to the far side of the field. The Admirals looking to work this one around the hoops. Going to work it all the way back up top to McConaughey. Pass from Rankin there to the far end. Looking to drive back to McConaughey. Now going to slow it down. Kansas City playing too high here. Washington now looking to press. Going to go on the drive. There's the shot. Not going to go. One of the referees is signaling for a foul, though. Washington still trying to make something out of this play. Driving on the medium hoop. Shot not going to go. Goes back into the hands of Kansas City. Looks like we are going to have a foul here.
Yep. Honestly, I really thought that shot by Siddiqui was going in. It was off his back foot, so it was a little bit of a weaker shot. What I'm interested in seeing is who the next production comes from. Both the goals by that first line that we saw were by Brian Mulcahy kind of creating for himself. And so now that the second line is in, we haven't seen anything yet, given it's only been 1 or 2 plays. But I'm interested to see who will be the next scorer. I mean, Shane McConaughey, Zan Siddiqui, both of them are players that we've seen a lot from this season. And looks like that foul resulted in a dodgeball turnover.
Yeah, it looks like Washington is going to get the quad ball and both dodgeballs. So are they going to take a shot here on that small side hoop? It's certainly possible. That's Rachel Williams with the quad ball here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I would. I think just because the ball's wet.
Going to take it. Doesn't go. Just off the near side of the hoop.
I mean, you have to take those shots open. You know you can make that. Unlucky first game of the weekend.
You live with that shot, though.
Absolutely. David Littleton accidentally beats Zansadiki there.
Kansas City now on the press, intercepted up top early. There's a beat up top, though. 2 beats up top. Washington looking to make some space here. All the Kansas City Chasers getting beat out. Good work by David Littleton there to make the space for the Admirals.
Absolutely.
And now going to work near Kansas City's hoops. Washington, they have so much free space here. Not taking it just yet. There's no dodgeballs available for Kansas City.
It is way back there, off pitch.
Trying to rush in, and there's going to be the goal from Shane McConaughey.
There we go. Their highest scoring player last season. I'm not surprised that he was the one to put it through.
That'll be tie game now, 3-3 as Washington gets the goal.
Absolutely.
Almost 8 minutes have gone.
That was a great no dodgeball situation created by Admirals beaters. Literally just ran in there, applied pressure, and when one of the balls went off pitch, Kansas City had to go chase it.
Yeah, Washington's really been favoring this high press early in the game. Kansas City trying to counter it by getting a pass to the backfield early, but now on the run, here comes Ryan Dickey.
Ooh,
contact up
hit.
top, it's
oh my
high
goodness.
contact, and that's going to be a foul, probably net contact.
Yeah, wow. Ryan Dickey staying up with that was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big presence right there on the pitch. And I think, honestly, he's probably just happy that he got out of it. Now he's probably going to get a goal out of it.
Sadiki's not too happy about it.
I mean, I don't think anyone's happy to get a card and get sent to the box, right?
No, of course not.
But it was high contact, and so because of that, he'll be sent to the box. And I think Ryan Dickey's probably pretty happy with that.
Will get beat out though. Lauren Smith now on the run, but the ball's going to get beat out. Ball rather is going to get stolen by Rachel Williams. Good hustle play by Williams there, and now Washington has the quad ball.
Yeah, pressure created, got the strip, and then she sent it back to their keeper, Shane McConaughey. And while he was in the zone, he could not get tackled. So good defense over here by Admirals.
Jack Butler is the beater near McConaughey right now. Butler's going to get beat out. Now on the run, Reyes tries to beat them out. We see a pass to Williams on the near side, all the way back up top now. And it's going to get passed back to McConaughey, who's now trying to drive. Will get beat out early, though.
That was a great kind of smack pass over to McConaughey. Liz Stone knew that the dodgeball was coming, and they just sent it over across the pitch over to McConaughey, who didn't have any more options left because of Kansas City's beaters getting everybody out. So he had to kind of go for a little bit of a hospital shot just to get it behind them so there wasn't any free fast breaks.
Dodgeball's in the hands of Kansas City. Now looking to move the quad ball, and that's another
strip.
Yeah, another steal. Washington, that's 2 on that near side of the hoops.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, where the physicality, while the ball is slippery, really matters. Because, a great jump dodge by
McConaughey, top hoop. There's the score.
A second goal by McConaughey.
Goal number 5, Shane McConaughey.
Washington now up 4-3.
You see the
and there's the turnover, gets it beyond the midline. Liz Stone very excited about that one. Washington now looking to go up 2 goals here. Back to McConaughey, being sure to make sure that doesn't go over the midline and get another turnover.
Sadiki is also now back in the game.
Yeah, Thenigai also in the game at beater now, along with Butler. McConaughey sends the pass over.
I'm surprised we aren't seeing a little bit higher of a defense from Kansas City.
Yeah, not matching Washington on that one. Pass to the back, shot top hoop. Not going to go. Liz Stone's going to pick that one up. High contact.
Mirrored the hit earlier on him in the game. It's just unfortunate. Wrapped around the neck.
That's going to go against Ryan Dickey of Kansas City. Going to have to give the green up to... It's going to give the green up to Ben Ingles here.
Ben Ingles is another physical player, and so I think that the green going to him is a good idea.
6-on-5 here for Washington, though.
Yep.
Going to look to use that advantage with the minute that they have.
Yeah, hopefully they create more of a lead with it.
Stone gives the pass over to Sheridan. Back to Stone. Top hoop. Goal is good for Liz Stone. Washington does get the goal that they needed.
Yep. And there you go. Another 2-hand shot by Liz Stone, and took a well-deserved sub after that.
It'll get Ryan Dickey back in the game. Looking to run here is Ingles, trying to get another strip. Washington been very good about stealing the ball, and they get it again.
Off room. I mean, Ben Ingles staying up during all that was incredible. But I think that Washington's press is doing more than just laying hits, right? They're going for the ball. Once they get contact, they're going for that ball armor, trying to smack it out, and I think that that's a good move, especially with the ball being so slippery right now.
They've had 3 steals in a row just off those high presses and initial contacts.
Absolutely.
Rankin has the quad ball here. Koretsky, the beater nearby. Now it's going to go back to Sheridan.
It's interesting because they're forcing Washington to kind of stay up top with that beater that's behind, watching that back option.
Far side of the pitch, looking to drive. Shot is no good. Picked up by Sheridan.
Not yet.
Now it will be beat out, it looks like. So Kansas City is going to look to pick this one up. Ben Ingles sends a pass over too high. Unfortunate for J.D. Hopton, unable to reach that one. Sheridan's going to pick this one up now for Admirals.
I mean, that was just good positioning by the beaters on Admirals. Positioning yourself in between them and knowing that you can turn around and get that beat if you truly need to.
Pass to the back. This one will be picked up by Rankin, but will get beat out before a shot can be made. Hopton's going to pick this one up for the Stampede. On the run, here comes Hopton. Kansas City looking to move quickly here. Gets around the first defender. Hopton all the way to the hoop. Gets the physicality. Good block, though.
Yeah, he blocked it through the hoop. It was funny because you can tell he thought that he...
we see a foul against Washington there, though. Yellow card against the Admirals. Can't quite see who it was against just yet.
Was it a yellow card?
I saw the head referee take out a yellow there.
Against Gaffigan. For that hit on J.D. Hopton.
And now Hopton right near that small hoop. Just one defender in the area. This should be a goal that happens for Stampede.
No bludgers either.
And it is. J.D. Hopton will get that goal in.
Goal number 13, J.D. Hopton.
It's going to be 5-4 now. 7.5 minutes left in the first half.
Yes.
And Washington leads it 5-4. Bit low scoring, kind of what we expected from, a physical set in Washington, but also with the rain conditions, low scoring is really what you expect.
Absolutely. I think this line for Kansas City is a good counter to Washington, though. Washington's physicality against people who just do not care about getting hit is proving to, it's Kansas City's doing a good job countering it a little bit.
Sheridan going to send the pack to the back. Grothaus gets the beat out on Sheridan.
There we go. None situation for a second there.
Gaffigan, rather.
Washington is back in with their dodgeball.
McClanahan and Grothaus, the beaters for Kansas City. Trying to fight off Koretsky now is McClanahan. Now looking to make space for Kansas City to operate here. Looking to eliminate that high press. Pass to the back is going to go to Hopton, who's able to keep it in bounds.
Good save by Hopton.
And another steal.
Is that out of bounds? Yep.
It is out of bounds.
Another strip.
So Washington. Is that their, I believe they're fourth of the game.
Yeah. There might even be more. It's just fourth in recent memory at least. And Kansas City goes back on defense. They got back into their set pretty quickly.
Kansas City's been good to keep control most of this game. Unfortunately, it's not working out in the scoring department just yet. It is still 5-4 to Washington. Yep. Here comes Gaffigan. Gets the pass on the near hoop.
Sheridan.
No good.
Yeah, went through but beat before.
Great shot, though. That was a tough angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that was Grothaus with the beat. Clanahan was beat, tagging in, and Grothaus just was there for the defense.
Hemmelman with the quad ball now for Kansas City. Looking to get past Sheridan. Gets the pass out to Smith, who's going to have to kick this one away. Gets it back to Hemmelman.
Smith drew that beater all the way out of the play.
Pass over, shot.
Ooh.
No, not going to go.
Sheridan lost his broom, but he's glad he got the stop.
Herdade's going to pick this one up.
Got the block, rather.
Sends it all the way back to Hemmelman. Kansas City going to slow down and wait for their players to come back into play. They still have 2 dodgeballs here. Grothaus going to get taken down in the backfield, though, by Colin Bourne.
Yeah, good tackle.
McClanahan is there. Hemmelman has the quad ball. Sends it all the way back to Jackson Herdade behind the hoops. Herdade looking to rush. Gives it back to Hemmelman. Herdade is beat out. Now Hemmelman, shot blocked and intercepted. Picked up by Washington's Gaffigan.
Good eyes by Gaffigan getting there after the block.
Yeah, thought about going quickly there, but instead we'll wait for substitutions to come in. Looks like Liz Stone is retaking the field, and I believe Rachel Williams is back on the field for the Admirals.
Williams has been a physical presence all game so far. I imagine that's going to continue after this sub.
Julie Neutzel also back in the game. Gaffigan's still with the quad ball here. Thought about a pass. Now we'll take it to Sheridan. Back up top to Gaffigan. Sheridan gets it back near the hoop line. Washington just looking for Kansas City to make a mistake. Liz Stone trying to fight off a tackle, takes a shot, not going to go, and it'll roll out of bounds for the turnover.
Yep, good contact by Lauren Smith there. Didn't result in the tackle, but resulted in the pressure that causes Liz Stone to make that shot. That's a little bit of a hard shot when your legs are getting a little bit wrapped up there. And so good pressure, got the stop on that.
Timeout taken, it looks like by the Admirals here. They are leading 5-4. Yes, it is going to be a timeout for Washington. Up 5-4 right now, about 4 minutes left in the first half. But they have seen a couple possessions fade away here. You want to talk about it a little bit, make sure everyone's getting calmed down, right, and make sure you maintain this lead. You don't want to let Kansas City back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially in a situation where you get out to an early lead, you start to rush your passes a little bit. And I think that Stampede's doing a good job of staying composed, and they just, they're willing to make those extra passes, take it a little bit slower if they need to, draw some cards before they get those goals. 3 players have scored for Admirals, Mulcahy with 2, McConaughey with 2, Stone with 1, and then 4 on Stampede. So all of Stampede's goals have been pretty diverse among these players. You got Ryan Mejia with the first one, Riley Usami, Bitsy Archibald, and J.D. Hopton.
Says a lot for Kansas City. Pretty much, I mean, really all of their chasers are very capable of scoring. There's not one main threat. The offense tends to run through Mejia when his line is on the field, but really all these players are capable for Kansas City, and so it's hard to just pick one player if you're trying to counter a scoring threat. Meanwhile, the Admirals, you've got 2 players with 2 goals, tend to be the higher scorers on the season as well, McConaughey and Mulcahy. So maybe a little bit easier to know who to defend. Of course, the hard part is actually defending them.
Yeah, absolutely. Those players are very physical, and they're not scared to get through you. My thing that I think I've kind of noticed in these later lines for Kansas City, they don't have just one ball carrier. And so they're passing it around a lot. And while they're passing it around, Kansas City's beaters are able to just get in there and mess with the Admirals a little bit. I don't know how much of that is, emotions may be flaring up a little bit. They're getting physical out there. And, that with that always comes a little bit of emotion. But because of that, it kind of causes a lot of no dodgeball situations or something close to it, where it's a lot more chasers having to play defense. And when you have a less physical line out there on defense for Admirals, I think that they aren't able to make these stops as well.
Yeah. If I'm the coach of Admirals, I'm talking to my beaters right now because Kansas City has held 2 dodgeballs for the vast majority of this game.
Yeah.
Washington, if they want to keep their lead and extend their lead, I think getting dodgeball control is going to be critical.
Absolutely. I'm surprised David Littleton hasn't been in more. He started. I don't know how much of that is just due to his speed. But he was out there not very long before he got subbed out. I think that Colin Bourne's been in here for a while.
Yeah, we do see Riley Stars retake the field for the Admirals wearing the green headband.
I imagine Admirals is setting up something different here after that timeout.
Usami with the quad ball is going to fight off Stone. McClanahan able to get the beat. Jackson Herdade on the near side of the pitch now, looking to make an opening. Herdade is in the process of getting tackled right now. Now will be tackled. Riley Stars.
Great wrap.
With the contact.
And the strip afterwards. Wow. Yeah,
Admirals.
Riley Stars, he wrapped him up and just held onto that ball the entire time, so Herdade could not get a pass out to Usami.
Yeah, great hustle by the Admirals coming out of the timeout. You love to see it. And control finally gets turned over back to Washington as well, so they need to use that to extend their lead here.
Only a 1-goal lead right now.
Pass to the backfield right now. Williams has the quad ball in hand.
A little bit more of a higher press by Kansas City here. Kind of just running through Riley Usami, not allowing passing to be made up top.
Working the quad ball around. It's going to go to Liz Stone in the backfield. Rushing forward. Top hoop. Gets the goal.
That's another player for Admirals with a second goal now. That was a good drive by Stone. Fake to the left. Went down the middle and got that score in the tall hoop.
6-4, I believe the first 2-goal lead of the game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's just been a 1-goal game either way. But it's now a 6-4 lead for Washington. Just over 2 minutes to play here in the first half as we do see Mejia retake the field for Kansas City. Brenna Duncan also on the field with the chaser headband. Riley Usami moving quickly, gets the pass over to Archibald. Kansas City gets the goal right back.
And that is Kansas City's first 2-goal scoring player, Archibald.
Ryan Cleary also in the game now at beater, along
Goal,
with
22,
Lauren
Casey
Curry.
Archibald.
Dodgeball's back in the hand of Kansas City here.
Littleton came back out as beater, partnered with Julie Nutzel.
Pass to the backfield. Ooh, Sami nearly got to take that one out of the air, but Williams able to get away from the contact. Pass all the way back up top. That's going to be Riley Stars, who's going to get back to Williams.
Ooh.
Missed in the backfield by Washington, so it's 2 dodgeballs here for Kansas City. Shot is good, though. Made by Shishkarishvili of Washington. Admirals regain their 2-goal advantage. It's going to be 7-5.
There we go. A little bit more production, a little bit more diverse production, I should say.
Oh, able to defend that beat. Great play from the Admirals there.
Ooh.
And a tackle in the backfield as well.
Unfortunate.
That's going to be the foul called.
The thing I'm interested in is seeing if any of the refs noticed David Littleton fall off room.
Shout out to David Littleton, though, for that block of the beat attempt of Kansas City.
Yeah, absolutely. Caused a none situation. And a card over there on Riley Stars.
Yellow card number 23, Riley Stars. 1 minute clock until the team scores.
So dodgeballs are going to be retained by the Admirals, but the quad ball goes back in the hands of Kansas City. Looks like Usami's going to pick it up. Now looking to drive near the small hoop. Misses a beat. Dodges the beat, rather. Driving top hoop. Gets the goal to go. 7-6.
That was a great dodge by Usami. And Ryan Cleary, or not Ryan Cleary. It was Ryan Cleary. Sorry. With a great, he caused a lot of pressure on the beaters, and he caused them to make that long beat that missed. Gave Riley Usami a little bit of time to dodge it, and because of that, got him a goal.
Usami on the hustle as well, looking to try and force the turnover, not able to get it. It is only 15 seconds left in the first half, so this will probably be the last possession before we get the flag runner on pitch.
Yep, definitely going to slow it down a little bit. They only have a 1-goal lead right now, and so realistically, it's anyone's game, especially when the flag runner comes out on pitch.
There is the 20-minute whistle, so this is going to be the last possession for the Admirals. Shishkarishvili with the quad ball now. Going to get it out. Oh, not able to save it from going beyond mid-pitch. That's going to be the half.
Good pressure by Kansas City. I mean, Riley Usami isn't someone who's going to be making a lot of tackles, but he's right there in your face the entire time, and he causes people to, make bad passes.
Usami as well. It looks like they're going to move this quad ball now. His broom was near, Washington's side of the field. Could have been a breakaway goal there, but because of the halftime,
Yep.
looks like it's going to be reset, back to the midfield. Our flag runner today is going to be Chase Contreras. We will await to see who the starting seekers are for both lines.
Ooh.
But we got a tight game here. It's 7-6.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone's game. And I think a lot of people were ready for this to be a close game. I mean, Kansas City is 4th in the South, but I think a lot of people have been talking about this summer how the South is a very strong region. And because of that, they're keeping up with 3rd place in the East. I know Chase was a little bit nervous about this matchup because typically you have Ryan Dickey on Stampede, you have Zane Siddiqui over there on Admirals as their seeker, and those are
two very talented seekers in their own right.
I mean, in their last series of the season, Ryan Dickey came out with 2 catches for the sweep. I mean, the talent is there.
Yeah, so the set score is going to be 130. Needs 6 goals to achieve victory in this first round of the play-in. A reminder, the winner of this game is going to go on to face the Minneapolis Monarchs.
Yes.
Who is that going to be? It's tough to say right now because both teams are playing incredibly well.
Absolutely.
It's going to come down, I think, to the flagpole.
It absolutely will. I mean, it's going to depend on which team can control the snitch, as well as, or flag runner, sorry, as well as who's going to be more willing to play real defense in this. During flag runner on pitch, you can't really just play a zone and hope it works. Players are going to run in, drive, and you need to be willing to make those hits. And we have not seen Mulcahy a lot in this game, and I wonder if that's because he's being saved for this portion of it.
Now, Washington, I think typically more of a structured team, a more physical team. I think that favors the first half of this game. When we get into flag runner on pitch, it's a little bit more chaotic. I personally think that favors Kansas City here.
I agree. Normally I would say the physicality of Washington would give them the edge here, but I think that Kansas City isn't really going to give them many looks at the flag runner. They've had control this entire game, and I think that if Washington's going to want to look at the flag, they're going to have to figure something out quick. And this just adds another step for them to get over, another hurdle.
It looks like J.D. Hopton is going to be the starting seeker for the Stampede.
Zansadiki for Admirals. I mean, right here. Ooh. Right here at half pitch, Riley Usami is right in front of Brian Mulcahy. Brian Mulcahy, probably the hardest hitting player in MLQ, but Riley Usami, one of the quickest feet.
Yeah, and there are absolutely no dodgeballs in the area, so it's just a one-on-one situation to see if Usami can get the goal and make this tie game. Effectively be tie game going into the second half if he can make it happen.
I wonder if either of these players are sitting here nervous, or if either of them are just sitting here like, oh yeah, I'm going to get this guy.
I think you have to have absolute confidence
for sure.
Right now. You can't second guess yourself. You just have to go out and make the play.
Especially in a one-on-one.
Here it is, Usami looking to get around. There is another defender back in the area.
Stars.
Can't get the pass back to Mejio though. Washington, I think, is going to survive this.
Wow. Yeah, I think Brian Mulcahy made the right move not to just sell out for the tackle there.
And the Seekers have been released.
Oh!
But looking the other way, shot is made. Great play from Riley Stars to look the other way.
Yes, a good dodge by Riley Stars as well, right before that goal.
J.D. Hopton working early on the flag runner here.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Kansas City has had all the time in the world so far.
Yeah, Washington, their seeker is not even in the area of the flag runner right now. Got a hand on it, though, early. Ryan Mejio, meanwhile, in the Quadball game, is rushing forward, gets the pass out to Usami.
Another good stop.
Going to be stolen away by Washington.
Rachel Williams got that stop. It rolled out, and the quick eyes just, she got to it.
Already a seeker sub for Kansas City.
Ben Engel's in. I mean, when you have that many looks, I think J.D. Hopton, his job right there is just to tire out the flag runner, so maybe they have a better chance at catching later.
Ryan Mejio on the contact, able to get the pass out to Usami, was able to force the stop from Washington. Now Usami going the other way, gets the pass to Mejio, and the score. Kansas City able to get a goal back. It's now 8-7.
Great assist by Usami. I mean, he's keeping players on the two hoops on the right side right there, and Mejio was just in the perfect spot on the left for the goal. Right now, neither of the flag runners are getting really much time.
No, but Kansas City is putting a beater in the area. Now Washington, it's a none situation here for Kansas City. I mean, for Washington, rather. Stampede have no dodgeballs, so Washington, you want to make the most out of this situation. There's the pass. Now rushing forward is Mulcahy.
Ooh.
Stripped away by Smith and picked up by Usami.
That was an amazing just smack by Smith. Oh, and I guess
yellow card on it pointed to the Admirals. It looked like, yes, it's going to go against Liz Stone here.
Double yellow.
Double yellow. Yes, also on Mejio.
A little bit confused by this. No card for Mejio. A little bit of confusion.
Well,
for us up here in the booth.
Liz Stone is still going to the penalty box, though.
Yes, I mean that. Let's go back to that strip by Lauren Smith. Literally just smacked it right out of the driver's hand. Not afraid to get physical and show that she's up there with one of the best on defense.
Yeah, Kansas City gonna look to make it a tie game here with their next drive here. Back on the flag runner is Ingalls. Meanwhile, Mejio driving. Archibald's gonna pick it up. Shot top hoop, and it's tie game 8-8 after the shot from Archibald.
That is a hat trick for Archibald.
First hat trick of the game, I believe, by either side.
Yep. We have a lot of twos over here on Admirals, but the first three is by Archibald.
We saw another stoppage here.
I mean, over there on the flag runner, it's interesting. It's just switching back and forth, back and forth. For the most part, the beaters are staying in the seeker game, and it's just literally you'll see Admirals with control for a second, and their flag runner gets 1 or 2 chances to pull, and then the opposite with Stampede.
Washington was able to turn over dodgeball control there. Mulcahy gets the pass up.
Ooh.
Oh, it's going to be stolen away by Usami. Looking to run now. Ball goes out. No, it's picked back up by Washington. No. And it'll go back into the hands of Kansas City.
The scoop up by Mejio right there.
Mejio driving, no dodgeballs in the area. Usami's going to pick this one up. Looking to find the opening, but Washington gets all their players back. Usami's going to have to slow this one down.
Oh, Chase Contreras was not paying attention and just got.
J.D. Hopton has the flag.
He might have injured himself running into Contreras' back.
They're going to talk this one over and make sure there's nothing wrong with the catch.
I mean,
looked clean to me.
He was jogging across the field, and Hopton just hustled over there and grabbed it. You already know Admirals is not going to be happy with that if the catch is deemed good, but there's no rule against easy catches. I mean,
no.
It's unfortunate, but Hopton went, tagged in, and just sprinted.
And the catch is good, so it's going to be now a 3-goal advantage for the Stampede. So it's going to be 11-8 now.
115 to 80.
Set score is 130.
130.
So Kansas City only 2 away from winning and advancing to the second round of the play-in.
But because of that, I mean, game's not over yet. Not quite.
No, not over yet. Still 5 goals away are the Admirals. Anything is possible here.
And that pushes Hopton over. He has the most points on the team right now with a goal and a catch. And the offense immediately for Stampede afterwards. But with control in the hands of them as well.
Yeah, that's Reyes and Curry with the dodgeballs for Stampede. It's Usami have the quad ball right now. Stars is going to get beat out up top by Curry. Pass to the inside, Archibald.
Wow.
4-piece for Archibald now.
Goal number 22, Mitzi Archibald.
I'm going to be honest. I saw her standing there. I didn't want to call it out. But she ran in and just was in the perfect spot. I mean, when all eyes are on Usami, she knows where to go. High pressure by Aaron Stout over here for Stampede. Wants the quick turnover so they can get a quick goal afterwards and win the game.
Yeah, it's a 4-goal advantage, but only 1 away from the win are Stampede. Beat out, and now Mejio has a chance to win the game here. Oh, we do see a stoppage.
Interesting.
Blue card.
On.
Can't quite tell yet.
Rachel Williams?
Yes, it appears Rachel Williams is going to the penalty box for the Admirals. Not quite sure, but it does create a 6-on-5 here.
When Stampede needs 1 more goal to win it.
Yeah, Mejio, this could be the game right here. See Minneapolis warming up on the far side of the field, anticipating the game is going to end soon.
Wow, I didn't realize it was going to be a back-to-back over here.
Yeah, Kansas City, well, not yet. The winner of this game is not going to get a ton of rest. But Mejio wants to make sure that it is Kansas City.
The card was not on, well.
They're still discussing. I still see 6 Admirals players on the field. Oh, now Liz Stone is coming off the field.
Sorry about the confusion up here. We aren't able to listen in on the refs up here in the box. A lot of discussion happening with different speaking captains, I guess. I'm sure Stampede just wants this discussion to end so they can get their goal. And it's looking like John Sheridan is going to the box instead of Mulcahy.
The foul is definitely against Admirals. No matter how you slice it, it's going to be a 6-on-5 for Kansas City.
I'm going to assume it had something to do with the turnover over there on that far side. Sheridan did throw the ball down a little bit. I wonder if that's what it was for. Just speculation up here, though.
Well, now we hear the call to remount. Ryan Mecchio on the drive,
Being served by John Sheridan.
looking to win the game. Pass over to Bitsy Archibald, and it goes.
Who else but Archibald
A
for a
5-goal game.
a fifth goal by Archibald? Wow.
Kansas City wins it 135-80 and will advance to play.
back to Pitch 1 here at MLQ, brought to you by Diaza. I'm Ethan Stern. We're here at the analyst desk in between games 1 and 2 here with Ashton Butler and Naresh Adala. We just had a interesting back and forth affair between KC and Washington. You know, it looked like it was going to be all Washington's day there early, and then KC flipped the switch with a late flag runner grab and running away with it late. Naresh, what do you think Washington was able to do early in the game to kind of put their stamp on it?
For sure. So I think early in early in that game, you saw Washington just come out with a lot more energy. It felt like you saw a lot of defensive strips, and it really just came down to Washington was in all the right spaces, being the more physical team, and yet when it came down to the actual offensive side of the game, they were throwing the balls away, and that's where we were talking about it all the entire time while we were watching it. Yes, Admirals looked like the better team for the majority of this game, but they never were able to provide them the cushion that was needed. And I think that's what you saw. You saw one flag runner catch go not their way, and now the entire game is gone. And even though you look like the better team, now you're having to fight through the losers bracket or consolation bracket to try to make an extended play-in run.
Yeah, and we all know the consolation bracket is a tough place to play through to get to the playing game. You need to win a lot of games in a row, back to back to back. Depth becomes a real factor. Ashton, this KC team, like we said, kind of flipped the switch late, largely on the back of their first line play. What did you like from them?
Yeah, Kansas City is definitely a streaky team. They're a team that goes based off their own momentum and what they create for themselves. And a lot of times they're a team that's really going to make a run and play fast. And sometimes that can be to their advantage, sometimes to their disadvantage, where they're playing a little too fast for their own likes. But for this Kansas City team, they play for each other. They're really out there playing as a unit, playing ready to go out there and run. When one person runs, everyone goes. And that really just makes a good chemistry between all of them, and especially on the defensive side of the ball, where they're able to all swarm a player, get the ball, and go set up their offense.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting point that Ashton brings up. I do agree with the fact that they do swarm the ball. I also think that Washington just never took advantage of that as well as they could have, right? The amount of open spaces that Kansas City had, either because they overcommitted with the swarm or they just never left hoops, it was just a lot. And it just felt like a lot of the recognition by the Admirals chasers was just not there. And I think you saw it early with when it did look good with Brian Mulcahy running those back-to-back immediate goals that he had. And then you saw Helen Trudell drive and dish to, I think it was Shane McConaughey. But outside of that, those were three main examples. But outside of that, it really felt like when the Admirals did have their space to take, they were either a touch short or they just could not take advantage because of a missed pass or a drop pass or so on and so forth. And I think, again, at this level, that those sort of mistakes will cost you because I keep saying it, Admirals were the better team, and yet because of those fundamental mistakes, now they didn't come away with this win.
And yeah, that Kansas City first line has, three young household names in Ryan Mejio and Riley Usami and Lauren Smith, but Bitsy Archibald was doing so much of the work here in this game. 4 or 5 goals at least, was just floating around that Washington zone, finding the ball and then just getting it through the hoops. Ashton, what have you seen from Bitsy so far this season?
Yeah, Bitsy's been a tough player to match, mostly because a lot of times it's not really the people matching her. It's about her finding places to be open and take advantage of the open spaces for her teammates. They've done a good job with both her and Lauren Smith in just getting them into open spaces, giving them either a clean shot or a one-on-one that they can easily take on. This Kansas City team has done a great job of developing their whole team as to finding the open spots, being ready to catch and score, and take advantage of the easy ones.
Naresh, as we were watching that game, you really were critical of KC and their struggles against a team that's high pressing them. And Washington found success with that early, and I think the dodgeball game kind of got a little bit more even and it became harder for them to achieve that. As we look forward into this next game, a huge game, because if you win this one, you only need to win one more game to get out of the playing bracket, and you get 2 tries at that. If you lose it, you have a long road ahead of you. Minneapolis versus Kansas City. Do you think this Minneapolis team is the kind of team that can exert that pressure?
It really depends on the type of Minneapolis team that we get. I think the Minneapolis team that was in this same situation last year, that made their run, absolutely, 100%. But if it's the Minneapolis team that's been struggling to score in the half court, if it's a Minneapolis team that's not been able to string those passes along together, it might be a lot tougher. But in terms of sheer talent, potential-wise, of course. I think Minneapolis, with the players that they have and the athleticism that they bring and the sheer size that they have on their team, is going to be, I think, slightly troubling for KC, because KC does like taking those shots. And with the size that Minneapolis has, it could be tougher for what KC wants to do. But I think an underrated storyline going into this game is how many minutes is Lauren Curry expected to play for this team. I think we saw her for pretty much of a, I'd say, 25-minute game. We saw her on the field for at least 20 of that minutes. I think she got a slight 2-minute respite with Haley Grothas coming in. But outside of that, Lauren is going to put in a lot of minutes. And if this Minneapolis team can take advantage of that fact, KC might be in trouble here.
Yeah, and you could argue Washington actually did KC a favor. Their timeout was right as Lauren was subbing out of that game and kind of allowed her to get right back into it. Ashton, as we look forward to this game, we were listening to you guys on Third Blood Interference over the week. It seemed like you guys overall kind of like KC in this matchup. How do you feel about it now?
I think it could definitely be interesting. Like Naresh said, it's going to be a big shift on the beaters in this matchup, and being able to go up against another group of high-level beaters, right, on the Minneapolis team. But it's going to come down to the hustle, I think. Minneapolis has a lot of fast players on that sideline, and they're going to have to match the speed of Kansas City. And if they can do that, or either do that or slow Kansas City down with their speed, then I think they're in a good spot.
So, little segment of the broadcast, I kind of want to get you guys on the record for some stuff so that we can see how it all plays out in the end, and I can make fun of you when it goes wrong. So let's start. Some information working for you now. We know KC has advanced on pitch 1, and Charlotte, in dominant fashion, advanced on pitch 2 against Toronto. Naresh, who are your two teams coming out of the play-in bracket?
Yeah, I mean, before, off the record with other people, I was really high on this Admirals team, and I really genuinely thought that it was going to be New Orleans and Admirals. Obviously now it's a much tougher run for Admirals, so especially with the way Charlotte has looked and the sheer fact that they're finally full rostered. They get Celine Richard back. They have M.Y. Manowar. They have Joe Goldberg back. And this full rostered Charlotte team is very, very scary. And I think that pressure and again, I'm also on record saying that they got the easier side of the bracket. Because that first game against Toronto, because of how much of a blowout it is, it's less wear and tear on them. And I think that just provides a lot more security for what they want to do, because they don't have to rely on running the same people down, because I think that's what we saw with KC. If their starting line wasn't on the field, they weren't scoring effectively, and they weren't scoring at all. So they have to rely on their starting players a lot more, and that's going to run these players down. And so that's where I think Charlotte just has an advantage. And so I think for me, I think it's going to be Charlotte and New Orleans. But that'll be interesting, because obviously the winner of that gets an easier round, but the loser of that will now have to go through the entire play-in bracket on the consolation side. So we'll have to see how it goes.
All right, Ashton, I need your predictions.
So out of these next two games, I think the first team I think that makes it out is going to be New Orleans. I think that team really just knows how to put a win together as a team. They have a lot of veterans that have been getting better year after year, building this team up. Have a lot of new players out there now that have really just kind of filled the holes that they had in the past. I think the New Orleans team that we're about to see is really going to make a run here in the next two games. And then that next spot, I think it comes down to the two teams we just watched play, as well as this Minneapolis team. And I just don't see a world where this Minneapolis team doesn't make it to the championship bracket. So my picks are going to be New Orleans and Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Minneapolis missed that bracket. In fairness, it's been a long time since Washington has as well. And there's only so many teams that can make it, with the inclusion of teams like Detroit, who made it directly this year. Right now, we're going to throw to a commercial. We'll be back in a couple minutes with KC and Minneapolis. Thanks, everybody, for watching. See you in a few.
Back to pitch one here at the Major League Quadball play-ins. Today it's going to be the Kansas City Stampede and the Minneapolis Monarchs here in the second round of the play-in bracket. My name is Jackson Vaughn. I'm going to be bringing you the play-by-play commentary, and my color commentator partner today is Keegan Remy Miller. Keegan, how are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. I just watched the pitch 2 game to start the day, Charlotte beating out Toronto. I obviously heard about Kansas City's big win over Washington. I'm not sure how many people had that in their book. But I think coming into this game, something we might want to watch out for is Kansas City has a game under their belt so far. The weather here, it's a little bit wet. I think the field, some of the balls could be slippery. So I'd be really interested in the first maybe 5-6 minutes of this game. If Kansas City can come out big, catch Minneapolis sleeping, that might be what Kansas City needs for an upset here.
Yeah, and it's always the debate, would you rather go into a game warm or rested? And it's going to be the big question here. Is Minneapolis ready to take on a Kansas City team feeling good after a big win?
Yeah, and I think another key here for Minneapolis is really figuring out what they want their identity to be moving forwards today. I think shots might be able to work against Kansas City, but I think Kansas City might have the edge if it becomes kind of a physical game. I don't think it's supposed to rain anymore. I think if it did, it would become more physical. So I think that's one thing to focus on. And then one more thing is, can Minneapolis's beaters play to parity or be better than Kansas City's beaters? Because Jackson, you were telling me before this game, it sounded like Kansas City really controlled the beating game in their matchup against Washington.
They did. Kansas City had control for the vast majority of the match. Now, I don't want to sleep on the likes of Nathan Podolsky and Ben Schluter of Minneapolis, very talented beaters in their own right. But yes, Kansas City, their beaters, they had control basically the whole time, and they looked good doing it. Even though Washington, they had a lot of steals, a lot of stops that way, but Kansas City was still dominant in the dodgeball game, I'd say, and that led to their win. So we'll see if that story continues to play out. I do agree with your take about the shots, though. Minneapolis, Max Meyer, big shooter for them, for the Monarchs. The field conditions might still be a little bit wet, so that might come into play if they do have to have a shot-heavy offense. So it's going to be interesting to see, can they pivot to more of a driving and dunking style, assuming the field conditions haven't improved already.
Yeah, the sun isn't quite coming out. I think it's a little bit slower to dry than it otherwise would be. But like we said, probably no more rain. So hopefully the weather doesn't play too much more of a storyline today. And again, Minneapolis, I think, are probably most people's favorites coming in. They are the 3 seed out of the north, with Kansas City being the 4 seed out of the south. But it's definitely not an easy matchup. I think it's probably a tougher matchup for Minneapolis than Charlotte would have been coming out of the other half of this play-in bracket. So certainly a test for them to start their morning.
Yeah, and it could be might come down back to the flag runner game. That's what it came down to in their first game against Washington. J.D. Hopton was able to get the pull to secure the win for Kansas City, so that's also going to play a big part in this match. But we're going to get ready to send the action down to the field, and we'll get the coverage started for you shortly. Hello and welcome back. We're here to start the next game of the play-ins. It's Kansas City versus Minneapolis. We're going to have a scoreboard issue. We will get that fixed momentarily. The ball is going to end up in the hands of Ryan Mejio and the Stampede. Kansas City on the drive first, and dodgeball's in the hands of the Stampede. Mejio going to send the pass over to Chen and Ong. Ong all the way to the backfield to Lauren Smith. Now back up to Ong. The beaters in this game, Lauren Curry and Vincent Reyes starting for the Stampede. The final chaser is Bitsy Archibald to start this game. Mejio now looking to move forward. Driving, trying to get around the Minneapolis hoop defenders. There's a shot to the back. Not going to go.
Give that stop to Nathan Podolsky. A few really good beats on that possession. Something to watch early despite not having control. That's a beater stop for Minneapolis.
Quadball in the hands of Emma Persons. To their left, it's Max Meyer who now receives the quad ball. Max Meyer just waiting for an opening. Beaters are going to start to engage. Vincent Reyes looking to stop. Oh, bounces. Didn't go through. I thought it was blocked into the hoop, but it did not go. Ryan Mejio going to pick this one up and take this one the other way.
Reyes way deep in Minneapolis territory.
Oh, shot. Too low on the shot there from Mejio, and Minneapolis able to pick that one up.
Podolsky off and running. The beaters in this game, Podolsky and Reyes, are just sprinting up and down the pitch.
Able to kick that dodgeball back as well, back into Minneapolis territory. Foot race for that last dodgeball on the other end, but Max Meyer, oh, good beat from Vincent Reyes. Mejio's going to pick this one up. Reyes still trying to make a lane for his keeper, and that's going to be the score. Kansas City will open up the scoring. 1-0 to the Stampede.
A lot of chaos early. I think that probably is going to benefit Kansas City if it stays that way long term. A lot of dodgeballs on the ground, and ultimately it's Kansas City with the first good look of the game.
Max Meyer has the quad ball in hand for the Monarchs. Sellner to his left. We see Podolsky with the lone dodgeball. Sorry, two dodgeballs for the Monarchs. Podolsky has one of them. And we'll take out, oh, good shot early from Meyer. We had talked about the shooting. Looks like it's not going to be a problem as Max Meyer opens the scoring for Minneapolis.
1-1, and that's a much better looking possession there from Minneapolis. They win control on their last defensive stand, and they're able to really run a slow-paced, get the look they want, maintain control, really didn't put their dodgeballs at risk at all. So we'll see if now with control they can get a stop and take the lead.
Yeah, Melby and Podolsky still have dodgeballs for the Monarchs. Archibald going to drop a pass and will be beat out by Podolsky.
Reyes might win control here, goes for the dodge, can't get it. So Minneapolis gets the stop, looks like they can run. As Curry does throw a dodgeball back.
Yeah, just going to be one back for Kansas City as the Monarchs retain control.
No, Curry wins control here. Great play there from Lauren Curry to bail out Reyes.
Oh, and now it's going to go back into the hands of the Monarchs.
Yeah, I think Curry wanted a pump fake, and the ball just came out of her hand there.
There's a shot on the side hoop. Not going to go, but it ends up in the hands of Ben Zimmett. Now over to Max Meyer. Going to take this one all the way back up top. Going to look for another look. Kansas City playing Trees defense right now. Max Meyer trying to get around Mejio. Gives the ball back to Persons. Now it's going to go back to Meyer. Top hoop, not going to go. Ends up in the hands. No, it's going to be beat out by Reyes. Behind the hoops, Zimmett trying to make something happen, but we do hear a whistle from the HR.
Yeah, I read really well there from Reyes, the beat coming in. Sellner getting beat out before they can pass it back up top. Although I do think ultimately if Minneapolis is going to score on this sort of look, they are going to need to get the ball behind.
Yeah, and we do see a yellow card against Chen and Ong. So this will create a 6-on-5 for Minneapolis. Zimmett's going to give the ball to Meyer. Monarchs, you want to score when you're playing a player advantage here. Right there on that keeper's own line. Persons has the quad ball. Back to Meyer. Dodgeball is used.
No dodgeballs, Minneapolis.
Pass to the back. Shot doesn't go. Persons mishandles the pass. And we hear another stoppage. a card against Naja Melby, the beater for Minneapolis. So now it's a player in the box for both teams. And it looks like Kansas City, I think they're going to get the turnover here.
Blue card there for Melby, so not going to be at a stacking risk later on in the game.
Lauren Smith hands the ball to Mejio, who's now on the run. Gets around Zimmett, gets around Meyer, and gets the goal. Mejio, 2-1 for the Stampede.
Ryan Mejio needs no second invitation with no dodgeballs back from Minneapolis. Just going down the lane. No one from the Monarchs even looked like they wanted to make the tackle. So really easy goal there for Ryan Mejio.
New beater in the game, it's Nicole Nelson for the Monarchs. Zimmett, Selner, Persons, and Meyer, the chasers, and Podolski, the other beater to round out the Monarchs lineup. Meyer's going to give this one to Persons. Now back to Meyer. All the way back to Zimmett. Curry in the area going to beat out Zimmett. Meyer. Sorry, Zimmett stays on Broom, rather. Meyer looking for the shot. Gonna get it to go. 2 shots early for Max Meyer. And Minneapolis ties the game.
Great catch there from Podolski. Very well-timed play as well, as Nicole Nelson had made the beat on the player who was guarding that short hoop. It opened up the shot. Perfect communication there between the chasers and the beaters for the Monarchs.
Reyes really wanted to steal that one back. But Monarchs able to get that one. Shannon Ong on the run. Mejio's going to get it and gets the goal. So Mejio able to get the pass from Shannon Ong, gets the assist. And Kansas City gets the goal and their lead right back.
It looked like Ryan Mejio never even caught that ball. It bounced off his hand, it rounded off his fingertips, he propelled it right through the hoops. If those kinds of shots are going to fall for Kansas City, I don't see this game getting away from them. I think it'll be close, if not moving in their favor, if they get that kind of ball luck.
Yeah, and I love the Stampede taking control of this game early. That's what you want to do. But Max Meyer looking to get it back. There's a shot, and already the hat trick for the Monarchs star. 3 shots, 3 goals for Max Meyer, and it's a tie game once again.
Meanwhile, Cody Narveson, black headband, made a good dodgeball catch there to allow Meyer to get the shot off.
Mejio on the run, though. There's another shot, not going to go.
Interesting early. Kansas City has really dominated dodgeball control so far in this game, but it doesn't really seem to have affected Minneapolis too much. Trading goals so far, Kansas City's biggest lead is 1. We keep getting tied up, and now here at 3, you almost wonder what Minneapolis could do if they do get control, if they're playing even with 1 dodgeball through most of this game so far.
Ryan Cleary and Aaron Stout checking into the game for the Stampede now as they go to a 2-2 setup to defend the Monarchs' onslaught here. Persons has the quad ball. We see 2 dodgeballs still in the hands of Kansas City. None right now for the Monarchs. The last one will be picked up behind the hoops. Goulet has the quad ball now. Cody Narveson there with the 1 dodgeball for Minneapolis. There's the shot, top hoop, not going to go, and it's going to go out of bounds. Kansas City doesn't have to do much to get that turnover there, and now on the run, here comes Stout.
Narveson with a catch to prevent his team from getting run on with no dodgeballs, but then 3rd dodgeball interference I think is going to be the call here. Meanwhile, though, back on the defensive end for Kansas City, they've now had 2 different possessions where Minneapolis's lone dodgeball gets thrown deep behind Kansas City's hoops, and Kansas City has chosen not to press with their dodgeballs. I think they're going to need to start taking advantage of those opportunities if they want to run up the score on the Monarchs.
Yes, and you were right. It was, in fact, 3rd dodgeball interference, so Kansas City gets 2 dodgeballs back. On the run, though, is Stout, gets a pass back. There's no chasers there, though. Mejio able to save it from going over the midline. And now on the run, pass to Archibald, and the score for Archibald makes it 4-3 to the Stampede.
Anna Nelson, number 19 here in purple. A great tackle originally to prevent Aaron Stout from getting that first goal, but then the second effort from Kansas City. Those second chance opportunities are so important in this sport. A lot of times with dodgeballs, you don't get a chance for second opportunity goals, so big conversion there for Kansas City early.
Emma Persons going to send the ball over to Terry Carlson, wearing the green headband. Persons back to Carlson. Be taken, not going to go. Cleary unable to make that happen, so Minneapolis content to go get their 2nd dodgeball. And now to the backfield. That's Goulet with the quad ball, bringing it back up top. Persons gets it back. Narveson doing a good job to fight off Cleary. Nelson with the other dodgeball for the Monarchs now. Looking to make an opening. There's the pass, but it's going to be blocked by Curry with that dodgeball, and Kansas City is going to pick this one up. Stout is going to get it, and Mejio is going to go take a sub.
Minneapolis looked to run the same exact play they did earlier, beat out the player defending that medium hoop, and then go for the shot. This time, however, they were not able to convert.
Jackson Herdade, the new keeper in for the Stampede. Stout's going to give the ball to Archibald. Oh, beat taken, not going to go for Narveson. He's going to look to steal it from Curry, but Curry able to beat out Narveson. Shot top hoop, going to be blocked by Goulet, and now running the other way is Goulet.
Lauren Curry caught sleeping.
Oh, and you want to see them take that one all the way, but the shot doesn't go. Kansas City catches a break there.
I think Goulet was scared off there by Cleary coming back to the play, but Lauren Curry was so caught up in the dodgeball game. Joe Goulet managed to get right past her, but he was not able to hit that shot.
You had Carlson running with him as well. I almost want to see him just pass that off for the dish and dunk and score.
Yeah, mark that one down if Minneapolis loses by 1 or 2 goals later on.
We don't want to wish that upon them, of course. Jackson Herdade's going to give the ball to Archibald here. And Herdade's going to get it deep in Minnesota territory. Are a bunch of chasers. One of them is Aaron Stout, who gets the quad ball now. Trying to get around. Oh, pass all the way back up top to Herdade. Running forward, tackle. Oh, able to be shaken off by Herdade. Pass to Stout in the backfield. Shot not going to go. And it's going to go beyond the midline for a turnover.
Kansas City's beaters were very aggressive on that play. They got all 3 dodgeballs on the ground. They were able to maintain control while doing that. And Kansas City never got a good look. They were shooting from 8 or 10 yards out over through the top hoop. They did that 2 or 3 times. If your game plan with the beaters is to get dodgeballs on the ground, your chasers need to be driving and dunking.
That almost shows how much that they're respecting Minnesota's physicality, not even letting them give a chance to make a tackle.
Yeah, Carlson early on in that play had gone for a big hit, and it didn't land, but it definitely shows the willingness from the Monarchs is there.
Yeah, and Kansas City wanted no part of that, and so they backed off. Cleary and Curry have 2 dodgeballs for Kansas City, the other in the hands of Cody Narveson for the Monarchs, and the ball in the hands of Goulet, who's now going to send that one over to Carlson on the far end of the pitch. Now in the backfield, it's Sobchak. Ball comes all the way back up top to Goulet. Now it's going to end up in the hands of Nelson. Back to Carlson. Carlson going to get that ball, tries to take the shot, but it's going to end up in the hands of Archibald, who's going to give the ball to her keeper.
Kudos to both teams there. Kansas City finally recognizing a press opportunity, and they take it. And while Minneapolis had a great press breaking offense, they were not able to convert, although they did prevent a fast break going the other way.
Ball to Smith on the far end of the field. Now back to Herdade. All the beaters are in the backfield. 3 dodgeballs on the ground now. Oh, intercepted by Goulet. The pass was intended for Archibald, but it's going to be taken away, and the Monarchs going to get the stop there.
No dodgeballs. Finally, one bounces back. I think Goulet had a little bit of an opportunity there, but he was looking to jog and let his team catch up with him.
Yeah, and McClanahan now with that 1 dodgeball for Kansas City. Big tackle will be made. We'll slow down Carlson for the time being. Going to get the ball back up top to Goulet. Goulet now looking to move forward here. There's the shot top hoop, and it goes. So 4-4. Game is tied.
Goal number 48, Joe Goulet.
It was a pretty big scoring drought. I think we went probably 5 or 6 drives for either side without a score.
Yeah, both teams felt good early. Both teams went into a little bit of a lull as we are seeing some more subs here. I'm wondering if the chasers for both teams on the pitch are just starting to feel a little bit of tiredness, and we'll see some new chasers here soon.
Lauren Smith with the quad ball now. Going to send this one all the way to the backfield. And now it's going to come back all the way up top to Herdade. Herdade gives the ball back to Archibald. Now Robbie Wallace behind the hoops with the quad ball. Fakes a shot. Now gets the ball out, and the shot's going to go. No, not going to go. Beat before is the call.
I think the call there was on Wallace, but Wallace beat before the pass because I don't think a beat had come in. I also think that was a designed bounce pass, which you don't see too much in the sport, but it worked really well there going onto the defender.
not able to get a goal out of it. The score is 4-4, a little under 7 minutes to play in the first half. Samantha Schwartz has taken the field for the Monarchs. Goulet, oh, we are going to have a foul here. Going to go against Kansas City, Robbie Wallace. I didn't catch what it was for.
30 seconds in the box or until Minneapolis scores.
Again, it was a blue card, so no stacking penalties here. I also wasn't exactly sure what the call was.
You do take the 6-on-5 if you're Minneapolis, though. McClanahan has the third dodgeball, and there's a shot up top by Goulet. Pretty far out there. It's going to give the lead to the Monarchs.
First lead of the day for the Monarchs here as they go up 5-4. McClanahan there was worried about beating out receivers, and despite being directly next to the ball carrier from Minnesota, did not make the beat attempt before the shot went in.
Yeah, McClanahan and Grothaus are the two beaters on the field for Kansas City. They have dodgeballs in hand. Herdade, pass to the back to Lauren Smith. There's a shot. Maybe it's a bounce pass, but Herdade's going to pick it up. And now driving behind the hoop, goes over and through from the backside of the hoop, but it's going to be a goal for Kansas City.
Fantastic goal there from Jackson Herdade. Like you said, going up top and then back around behind the hoop. Very pretty goal.
Yeah, very flashy. No style points, but the goal is still really nice. 5-5 is the scoreline. And Max Meyer is back in the field. Goulet has the quad ball up top. Schluter takes a bunch of pump fakes in the beater game. Tries to pass the dodgeball to his teammate, but now both of them are going to get beat out. It's no beaters available for the Monarchs here. There's a shot top hoop. It'll be blocked by Wallace and picked up by Herdade. And now Kansas City on the run. No dodgeballs back. Herdade. Oh, the tackle is made by Goulet. Herdade's trying to pick this one back up. Still no dodgeball for the Monarchs. Robbie Wallace going to pick this one up. Trying to drive around Max Meyer. Ball is on the ground. Looks like Wallace is going to pick this one back up. Pass up top to Herdade. Beat from behind. And now running the other way is Goulet.
Great defensive stand there from the Monarchs after what could have been a disaster. The failed beater pass we talked about earlier, McDowell was not expecting the pass to come in, but a little bit of physicality from those chasers bought some time for those beaters get the stop.
Max Meyer from behind the hoops this time. Not going to get the shot to go. Oh, and a big block from Herdade off the shot from Goulet. Goulet is going to pick this one back up after the beat comes through from McDowell. One hoop is down. Goulet gets the dunk. We hear...
After twice, Goulet chooses not to dunk and is denied once on a missed shot, once on a block. He finally learns his lesson, goes over the top, and just pounds it with authority. I think the crowd in front of us, they were really upset. There was a big groan from the crowd before that goal went in. I believe McClanahan knocked into that middle hoop, which knocked it down. There were absolutely no Minneapolis players in the area at the time, so I think the crowd here in front of us were hoping for a reckless dislodgement call.
Well, and there was a disagreement from some of the referees on whether that was a good goal or not. Not sure if they're wondering about a beat attempt, because I think the ball definitely went through the hoop.
Yeah, like I said, after Goulet kind of had two failed attempts, he made sure it went in. Beat before is the call.
Player is beat. So Goulet's not going to get the goal there.
He really has no luck right now.
No.
A missed shot, a block shot, and then a beat before when he goes for the dunk.
Kansas City going to get this ball back.
And McClanahan is going to go and get that blue card for reckless dislodgement of that middle hoop.
So you get the quad ball back if you're Kansas City, but now you're down a player. It's going to be a 5-on-6. You want to initiate this. Oh, no, Minneapolis is going to get the ball back after the penalty, rather.
And crucially, it's a beater down for Kansas City here.
Running, and there's the dunk. Gets the score. Brenna Duncan unable to find the defense. Samantha Schwartz picking up the goal for the Monarchs, and now they lead it 6-5. So McClanahan back in the game. Archibald is back in, and Mejio is also back in the game, as well as Chananong. So Kansas City back to pretty much their full starting lineup, save for the beaters. It's McClanahan and Grothaus. McClanahan takes a beat early, able to turn over control. Mejio driving, not going to get the shot to go. Lauren Smith going to pick that one up? No, it's going to be a turnover to the Monarchs.
Yeah, I think they were calling a beat before there, although Kansas City was able to win control.
Monarchs taking some substitutions now. Nelson is back on the field. Looks like Ben Zimmett is back on the field. And that looks like Jack Selner is coming back in at chaser. Schluter has one of the dodgeballs, the other two with Kansas City. Pass to the backfield to Selner. Now Ben Zimmett from behind the hoops. They're going to make a pass, but it's going to be intercepted. Now Shannon Ong wants to take this one the other way. Emma Persons looking to play the defense on Ong. But Ong just taking this one down the far end of the pitch. Now we'll wait for his team to get set up. Pass all the way up to Mejio. Vincent Reyes has one dodgeball for Kansas City. The other two for the Monarchs. Mejio's going to get that one back. Big tackle made by Max Meyer. Lauren Smith gets behind the hoops, will be beat out. Now the pass to Archibald. Now to Usami, who's going to take this one back to the midfield. Just trying to delay. Reyes trying to make a lane for Usami, who's now driving. Can't get around the Monarchs defense. And Max Meyer is going to just let it go out of bounds.
Heads up play there from Max Meyer. Why fight and let yourself get pushed out of bounds if the ball is off the opposite team? But great defensive stand here for the Monarchs. They've really showed up with their physicality. I'm not sure if Kansas City was expecting that, but Kansas City shots really haven't been falling. So if the Monarchs can make those hits, prevent them from doing the dunks, their defensive stands are going to be successful more times than not.
Zimmett has the ball behind the hoops for the Monarchs. Cross-court pass all the way up to Persons. Meyer now gets it back. Podolski in the area for the two chasers up top for the Monarchs. Meyer and Persons still just trying to find an opening. Max Meyer, there's the shot, top hoop. It's going to go.
No good,
No.
rimmed out.
So the HR calls it out, and Mejio's going to pick this quad ball up. 1 minute remains in the first half.
Yeah, Chris Lecomte, head referee there, saw the ball hit the rim, decided it did not go through. I think he had a good angle, although some ARs and some goal refs are saying it rimmed in. Those are always tough calls to make, especially as the hoop turns with the momentum of the quad ball.
And they do change the call. It was a good goal, so the Monarchs will get credited. Max Meyer does get the score.
Number 4, Max Meyer.
7-5. The Monarchs get a 2-goal lead for, I believe, the first time this game.
First time this game, either team has been up 2.
Looking to run quickly here. Shannon Ong is trying to play 1.5 here. Mejio looking for the shot, not going to get it. That ball's going to go out of bounds.
Great hands there from Selner, Minneapolis.
We see a foul going against the Monarchs, it looks like. Referees are going to have a quick discussion here.
I think this might be a discussion about whose ball it is off the out of bounds. I think the last person to touch it was Jack Selner. It was a block shot, but as he's wearing a white headband, I do think this might go Kansas City inbound here, although their defense is certainly in place to try to prevent a good inbounding play from the Stampede.
The referees break their huddle. We'll see what the call is. It's going to be a yellow card. It looks like it's going against Nathan Podolski of the Monarchs.
Blue card again.
Blue card, sorry.
Blue card,
A
number 8.
lot of blue cards in this game so far. And it is going to be KC inbound.
Yeah, so Stampede to inbound. They're also up 6-on-5 here, so you want to cut into the Monarchs' lead here if you are Kansas City. And no dodgeballs for the Monarchs right now. The third one all the way back by Kansas City's hoops. Usami has the quad ball now. Looking to drive. Top hoop, just out of reach of Mejio. Duncan gives the handoff to Mejio. Now driving. There's the shot on the small hoop, and it's going to go 7-6.
Number 71, Ryan Mejio.
Give the assist there to Shannon Ong in for his first beater shift of the game, and he has been all over the pitch, sprinting around, beat out a few different Monarch defenders there despite them being in their own zone.
Oh, it looks like a turnover across the keeper zone line, so Usami's going to pick this one up right by the Monarchs' hoops. There's 3 defenders back.
Fantastic play from Usami. With 40 seconds to go till 20 minutes down 2. They now might be able to go in at a tie.
Usami looks like going to get beat out, and the ball is going to stay in Kansas City's hands. Are they going to get the last possession? No, the Monarchs are going to get the last possession. I think it went out of bounds. So Minneapolis is going to get one more try here in the first half before we head to flag runner on pitch. It's Max Meyer with the quad ball. 2 dodgeballs for the Stampede. Ben Zimmett now behind the hoops. Pass over. And now the pass back up top to Persons. Off the pass from Selner. Max Meyer on the far end. Back to Persons. Podolski looking to clear the way. Meyer gives it back to Persons. Minneapolis just trying to find a look that suits them. Max Meyer now trying to drive and make something happen, but Mejia's going to pick this one up, and that should be 20 minutes.
Crucially, though, right near the end of that possession, Nathan Podolski was able to win control here. So as we go towards the 20-minute stoppage, Minneapolis is able to steal control back.
The referee is signaling that this is a turnover across the keeper line.
Still 20 seconds to go here before 20 minutes.
Max Meyer has the quad ball behind the hoops. Takes a shot. It's going to be blocked by Mejia. Zimmett's going to pick it up. Blocked again. 2 blocks for Kansas City. And now that will be 20 minutes. So apologies about the confusion, but now we are at halftime. Kansas City will have the ball coming out of the half, and we'll get ready to start flag runner on pitch. It's a 7-6 game right now. The Monarchs lead.
Going in down 1, I think Kansas City's probably okay with where they're at in this one. I think, obviously, they got off to a good start, right? That's what I said in the little pregame talk we had. Kansas City is the team that's already warmed up. Can you jump out, kind of punch Minneapolis right in the face, go up 3 or 4-0, and then own it? They were not quite able to do that. However, they were able to maintain a lead. While they have surrendered the lead to Minneapolis, they've only trailed by 2 for a few possessions, really. And going in down 1, having already caught a flag runner in their 1 game today, Kansas City, I think, is a little bit confident here.
Yeah, definitely. J.D. Hopton was able to catch the flag in our last game. And, of course, it was only – they were down 1 also against Washington going into flag runner on pitch before they scored, eventually caught, and went on to win the game. So same position, different opponent, but Kansas City, you've got to be confident going into this. They're not scared at all. The Monarchs, meanwhile, maybe you are a little bit nervous. Kansas City coming out and, making you work for this lead. You probably didn't expect to be down early, but the Monarchs doing well to fight back and regain their lead. But this is another game where, the flagpole might just decide who wins this game.
It very well might, and I think another crucial thing here with the flag runner having such high stakes, if all 4 beaters and all 3 dodgeballs are mostly focused on that seeking game, both of these teams have shown a willingness to be physical on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. Sometimes throughout the course of the game, if one team is really relying on their beaters, you might say with the beaters out of that game, the other team could run up the score. I don't think either team is going to have a distinct advantage in the chasing game during this next flag runner on pitch period.
It's definitely going to be chaotic, which I think favors Kansas City, but you also have a ton of open space to operate, which favors the shooters of Minneapolis. So I think you're absolutely dead on with that one. The chasers, if the beaters are focused on the flag runner, we might just see goals fall either way before the flag eventually gets caught. Our flag runner for this game, again, is going to be Chase Contreras. Survived a couple of minutes before being caught. In our last game, we'll see if he can do the same this game. Looks like our starting seekers, it looks like J.D. Hopton, and the other one, I believe it's going to be Joseph Goulet. Hear the crowd chanting Joe Goulet, so it very likely is Joseph Goulet that's going to be starting seeking for the Monarchs.
Yeah, seems like a good confirmation there. And control here is going to be with Minneapolis, although there is a dodgeball on the ground. It is right over by the Monarchs' hoops. So, and they do have a beater back to defend that.
Yeah, Narveson just going to run and go pick that one up. Monarchs are just going to go set up in their defense here. Kansas City going to look to play slow here and let the seeking game develop. Seekers are released. Aaron Stout has the quad ball meanwhile. both teams, heavily focusing their beaters around the hoops. Meanwhile, Archibald takes a shot on the small hoop and going to make it a tie game. It's 7-7 now.
Number 22, Christy Archibald.
Set score 130. Both teams have 70 right now, so both 6 away from the win, or 3 in a flagpole. We see an early attempt at a catch there.
Goulet's super clean look, just couldn't keep the flag in his hand.
And Persons, off the assist from Myers, able to get a goal right back for the Monarchs. So it's 8-7 now. Hopton gets a pull again.
Catch there from Hopton. That looked clean to me. Contreras was kind of pushed back, went back onto one foot, and as he was backpedaling, Hopton was able to go with a lot of momentum to the right, get around the hand there, and make a clean grab. It didn't look like the shorts moved at all, but we'll see here as the flag runner has a discussion with the snitch or the flag runner ref and the head referee.
Hopton, if this stands, it looks like 2, just business catches so far, not really having to work for it too much. Still very good heads-up play by Hopton to make it happen. We'll await confirmation of it, but if it stands, and it does, so it's going to be 105-80. See the excitement from the Kansas City sideline. They now lead it by 2 goals, 3 away from the victory.
Joe Goulet clearly showing a little bit of the frustration there. He made one attempt at the flag runner, clean look, grabbed the flag, just could not hold on to it, which is what ultimately led to him being beat before Hopton was able to make that catch.
Ryan Mejio looking to drive this one the other way, wants to end this game as soon as possible, getting past all of the Minneapolis defenders and gets the easy goal. 11-8 now. 2 away from the victory are the Stampede.
Minneapolis wants to call a timeout. Their bench was signaling. I think that's a good timeout. You need 5. Your opponent needs 2. It's a tough hill to climb for sure. And Minneapolis, like we said earlier, their biggest quad ball differential has been 2 goals. But I think they might have it in them. The only way for them to succeed here is to get many, many stops in a row. And I think we've kind of seen the transition game has favored Kansas City more than it's favored Minneapolis. So I think what Minneapolis needs to do is take out an 8, 10, 12-minute clinic of playing slowly on both sides of the ball, force Kansas City to play a half court, force their possessions to be a really long time, and try to steal that momentum away from them if they're just spending a lot of time on the pitch without putting the ball through the hoop. And you, at the same time, you can't rush your offensive possessions.
Right.
They've had a lot of great coordination between their beaters and their chasers to open up some shots on some hoops. You need to make sure the shots you're taking are the best look that you're able to get, because if you have even 2 or 3 fails on offense, even if you're getting those defensive stops, that could be the backbreaker.
Now, on the other pitch, the New Orleans Curse are up 145-40. Curse only need 1 goal to win the game. So it looks like whoever wins this game will play New Orleans Curse in the upper bracket final for a spot in the main bracket. If that ends up being Kansas City, they're only 2 goals away. And like you said, the Monarchs still have time to try and fight back and claim that spot for themselves. But it looks like whoever wins is going to be going up against New Orleans. So the Monarchs out of the break, going up against 2 dodgeballs of Kansas City. Reyes and Curry have both of them. Max Meyer has the quad ball, though. Persons going to take the quad ball here. And Monarchs are definitely playing that setup style.
Great catch from Narveson.
Back up top, there's Goulet. We see a foul being called. It looks like against the Monarchs. There's a shot that's going to be blocked. One of the ARs was signaling for a foul against Minneapolis.
Narveson made a great dodgeball catch. Reyes then kind of sprinted over to try to recovery to pick up one of the dodgeballs that was rolling away. And kind of in all that chaos, that's when that hand went in the air.
Yeah, and the beater battle was something we talked about before this game got started. And both teams have had excellent beater plays on both sides. Kansas City just doing just a little bit more.
And that is a blue card there on Narveson.
Blue card, number 0, Cody Narveson.
So now it's a 6-on-5. for Kansas City. Both beaters are sitting right by Joe Goulet right now with dodgeballs. Gets the pass out, though. Looks like it's going to go out of bounds, though. Zimmett unable to get there in time. So now a 6-on-5. The Stampede can get themselves one away from victory here.
Stampede don't need to rush, but I think they need to play with a little bit of a pace. With only 2 goals needed, you really want to get one while you're on a beater power play.
Mejio sends the pass over to Lauren Smith, all the way in the backfield to Aaron Stout.
Narvison back in.
Pass back to Smith. Stout in the backfield. Top hoop, Mejio catches the alley-oop for the score. Showtime play for Kansas City.
Beautiful, beautiful goal there from Mejio. We love an alley-oop in this sport, and he got up there to score on that top hoop.
125-80. Now the score. Only 1 needed for Kansas City to take this game.
Press here from Stampede. No dodgeballs, Minneapolis.
One-handed grab and authority of a dunk from Joe Goulet. Not happy, but Mejio picking this one up. Wants to end the game right now, but will be stripped away. Takes the shot. That's going to be the game. Kansas City is heading to the upper bracket final, and they will play the New Orleans Curse, a South Division rematch for a spot in the main bracket.
A fantastic bracket run here from the Stampede. It started off with a win against Washington, now a win against the Monarchs. Obviously a well-fought game throughout, but despite trailing for large portions of the time, kind of between 10 and 20 minutes, they ultimately end up with a positive quad ball goal differential as well as the flag runner catch. And Jackson, they have a win against New Orleans this year. They did lose the series 2-1, but they might have a recipe to win New Orleans and go on a little 3-game run here to be the first team out of the play-in bracket.
Yeah, and you have all the confidence in the world, beating 2 3 seeds to get here, Washington and the Monarchs, both very good teams in their own right. Not that Curse, don't have momentum. They have played 1 game of warm-up against the Aviators, which New Orleans pretty well handled Charlotte in that matchup. It's going to be very interesting to see who takes the match here. We'll get you that coverage shortly. Thank you for tuning into this game. We've got the next game up soon.
Hello and welcome back to the analyst desk at Pitch 1 here at MLQ Championships by Diaza. We have had 2 games so far on Pitch 1, and it has been the KC show. They've done it very similarly in both games, up and down on the way, 2 flag runner on pitch, and then a quick catch in this game, a little longer in game 2 to secure the win. Meanwhile, on pitch 2, New Orleans took care of business against Charlotte. We have an all-South Division final, upper bracket final here in the play-in bracket. The South is reigning so far today. But let's start on this pitch with this KC team. Naresh, this team has been heavily reliant on playing its top lines, playing a lot of minutes, and hey, they're getting the results so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you start getting wins, you have to be happy with it. But is this a sustainable model for success? I don't think so. I think with this KC team, with this starting line in both games, they've shown that they were the best line on the field. However, when those lines are not on the field, they were held scoreless for most of game 1. I think there was a 9-minute scoring drought for them game 1. And in this game 2, I think when they were on the field, they only scored 1 goal. That's going to be an issue, especially against this New Orleans team that will most likely have the beater edge and the sheer size and physicality to match what KC has been able to do. Especially in this last game with Minneapolis, you clearly saw the lack of what an elite point defender can do to stymie Mejio and Usami. So it'll be very interesting to see how KC continues to go. But again, when you're 2-0 on the day, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, and I think that exclamation point, the alley-oop to Mejio down the stretch there, was the sign of a team that is feeling itself right now out there and, getting those contributions from all of their stars. On the Minneapolis side, it was a lot of Max Meyer and Joe Goulet making it rain with the shots. It's a system we've seen before. It kept them in this game, but obviously didn't get the job done. What did you think of this Minneapolis team, Ashton?
Yeah, I think this team really showed that they're pretty reliant on a couple key players, and I think they need to work on getting everybody involved. I think they need to work on working the ball, especially behind the hoops, and creating shots for other people because, your stars can only do so much for you, and you need your role players to step up at some point too.
Honestly, going off of that, though, it's a large part of their offense was systemically flawed, in my opinion, right? When you watch Minneapolis play, they're always in the right spaces, and yet they're not taking those spaces effectively. If you're playing flat-footed, you're not going to be, especially with the speed that KC has, you're not going to be able to get to your spots once you catch the ball. So you need to be moving before the ball even gets to your hands, so that way you can, 1, draw a beat out. And now, even though you've drawn the beat out, you're setting up your teammate for success. And I think while Minneapolis had a lot of right ideas, their overall execution of how they did it, because of how flat-footed and slow they were playing, they just couldn't take advantage. And we saw it, especially in the beginning of the game, we saw a lot of really good ideas from Minneapolis of Emma Persons on the far side of the field running in to set a screen so that Meyer can run around the screen and then rip it top hoop. We saw KC adjust to that by switching into a trees defense. Did we ever see an adjustment from Minneapolis? I don't think we did, and I think that cost them at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. We saw those sets with Emma Persons and Max Meyer kind of up top, almost this team kind of shifting into that square again. They seem to be the most comfortable with over that diamond. And it was Mejio who was able to just go back and forth on them with shifts and didn't require any actual defensive adjustments because of that flat-footedness, like you were saying, not a lack of a willingness to take space, kind of the team's downfall. And obviously they've been historically very good in the flag runner game. It's been a little choppy this year. We talked with Cody Narvison about that on MLQ Replay earlier in the season. Once again, not able to get the job done. J.D. Hopton now 2 for 2 on grabs and kind of getting KC into those spots. Looking forward to the game ahead, KC taking on NOLA to be the first team to make it into the bracket. It's a South Division, a matchup that NOLA did win. It was at the Super Series, so both teams were on the road down in Austin. Ashton, what do you think we can take from that series to help us predict what's going to be happening in this next game?
I think one thing to keep in mind is that heading into that Super Series, like Kansas City left the first day 0-4, and then they showed up on Sunday with some momentum, with their heads right, and they came in and won that game. So I think that's something to keep in mind. Is Kansas City, like you said, is feeling themselves. They're ready to go. They want this, and I think they can feel it a little bit. And regardless of who makes it, I believe this will be their first time advancing to the championship bracket for either team. So this is a big game for both of these teams and their history, and I'm just excited to see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a streaky KC team. You know, you mentioned the 0-4. They had also been swept by San Antonio already at that point. They started the season 0-7, and since then they won one of two games on Sunday. They swept League City, and they've won two games today. They're now, doing some quick math, 6-1 since that all went down. So we've really seen the tale of two KCs, with which a young team like this is not overly surprising. Naresh, how do you think this game might go? Who do you think is going to win it?
I think again, when you're relying on a flawed offensive attack, or not even a flawed, I think when you're attacking on a limited offensive attack, I think New Orleans is going to run away with this game. I think KC, again, with their inability to score when Mejio and Usami are not on the field, I just don't see how they can stay in this game with New Orleans that really, when they are on, they're clicking, they look very good. And this is a team that's very physical. They can get their stops when needed. And so I don't know that Mejio will be able to run through everyone as he was able to do against Minneapolis. And I do think that this is going to be the best beater pairs that KC will face. And so I do think that New Orleans is coming out of this, and I don't think it's going to be close.
Ashton, I want to ask you, because, you know, I feel like there were a lot of questions about, is this South full of parity because it's extra strong, or is it full of parity because it's a little weaker this year? Obviously, it's not the Austin team we've seen in past years. San Antonio winning the division for the first time in its history. Now that we have two South teams in the play-in bracket, upper bracket final, what do you think that says about the hopes and aspirations of San Antonio and Austin, who are set to kick off later this afternoon in the quarterfinals?
I think what it says is that every team in the South is getting better. Year after year, you see the improvements across the board from 1 to 5. And I think that it shows that even though some of those other teams might have struggled in matches with each other in the South, it shows that it's not necessarily that teams are getting worse, it's that teams below are getting better.
I slightly disagree with that. I think overall, all 5 teams are a lot closer now than they've ever been in the South's history. But I don't necessarily think that means that the entire South has gotten better, if that makes sense. I think overall, the floor of the division has risen, which, as Ashton said, which I agree with. But I do think that based on where Austin, and to your question, Ethan, based on where Austin and San Antonio are, I do think that they're maybe like a half a tier below the presumed favorites and the top level teams, not top level, but like the number 1 teams and the presumed, like the Chicagos, the New Yorks, and the Bostons. I do think those 3 teams I still have above San Antonio and Austin, but they're good teams. I think Austin and San Antonio are both very solid, but I do think that the overall division has gotten better. But I wouldn't say that overall the highest end talent has gotten better.
Sure, and you know, then there's obviously questions about the Chicago Prowl team as well, as the North Division's yet to notch a win. They'll try to do so in the play-in bracket, which will get started after this next slot, after we've determined our first team going to bracket play. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all those things play out. We're going to throw to commercial for a few minutes here. We'll be back for an 11 a.m. start. New Orleans, Kansas City looking for the 7th spot in the quarterfinals and their first time ever as a franchise. And we are back for the finals of the winners bracket in the play-in bracket between Kansas City and New Orleans. We're immediately about to get started. We had false starts on both sides. Head ref Ricky Nelson considering doling out an early delay game penalty.
I think New Orleans false started first.
I agree, but did the referee see that false start? Sometimes the only person who gets in trouble is the one who was seen, and in this case, Chen Ong is going to be the one who was seen picking up the blue card, and that is a really tough. It's bad enough to get a quad ball blue card on a false start. The beater means you do not get dodgeball control.
I think both players were given a blue card.
You're right, good call. But still, I think that does favor KC. KC is also going to come away with the quad ball. Dodgeball control, obviously, with Mansfield and Pucciarelli, kind of the stars of this team with what they can do in the beater game. Ball goes behind to Usami. Usami floats on. Usami hits it over Ben Mertens. And just like that, KC is on the board, courtesy of the young star from Creighton, Riley Usami.
I did not think that was a very high percentage shot there, but.
And quick the other way, Mertens trying to finish over Usami, and Usami just creates enough contact to force the missed shot. And now dodgeballs are on the ground. Chen Ong's trying to get there before Josh Mansfield. Pucciarelli dissuades that. And as we go, it's going to be Mejio bringing the ball up and slowing it down with only one beater in the play. On the New Orleans side, Marcellus Lewis is playing point above a hoops defense. A lot of hoops defense from New Orleans this season. Ball out to the wing with Bitsy Archibald, who was a huge factor in game one as Lauren Curry misses a beat on Mansfield. It's going to be a press opportunity. It's floated behind to Usami. Usami makes a player miss, shoots middle hoop. This time it is wide. And Lewis is going. There is no... Oh, Ung's coming into the play. Oh, Lewis!
Wow.
Did it go? The floater goes, and we are knotted up at one. Didn't have many options there, but picked the one that works.
Both teams making unbelievable shots.
Yeah, and, you know, it was a good press attempt there by New Orleans to start that all, but they need to be careful on their press that someone's there to mark Usami, because Usami almost made them pay from behind, just couldn't get the shot to go. And like you said, Lewis, another low percentage shot, but sometimes they go, and we are all knotted up at one. Mejio bringing the ball down. This time he has Usami on his wing. Lawrence Smith takes the space behind. Smith, who's a huge defensive stalwart for this team. A little quieter on the offensive end so far today. Usami in the lane. Usami tries to make the shot, but it is knocked down. It's Nicholas Mueller, who's now just taking it the other way. Nobody in front. Oh, Usami's able to wrap him up. A huge defensive play. Lauren Curry comes in to clean everything up. Usami, not known for his physicality, but makes a huge play there.
Playing great so far. The goal and that stop.
Yeah, and the stop on Mertens earlier in the game. Mejio trying to go in and hits it off the top of the middle hoop. And it's a lead here for Kansas City. They're up 2-1 on goals from Usami and Mejio. It's Mertens bringing the ball down, gets it over to Mueller. Mejio is in his face. Mueller throws it over the top of the hoops. No, doesn't go, but Mertens has the ball. Mertens now trying to go by Usami. Floats it high, no good. Lewis comes up with it. Curry's coming back into the play now as an extended no dodgeball. Oh, McClanahan's able to take an exchange there. And now it's Mejio trying to go the whole way. Well, Miller strips it right out of his hands.
That was a good stop.
There might be a call on the play here. This has just been constant, unstoppable forces against immovable objects in this game. Just huge physical players going head-to-head against each other. And it's going to be Mertens who heads into the box. The head coach of this team for 2 years now, moving down from the Washington area. It's going to be a yellow card there. So Mejio's going to get an opportunity here. It's just going to reset it to Usami. Usami trying to get by Lewis. Just gets it to Archibald.
Oh.
This time, though, Josh Mansfield has the answer. Someone was watching some tape. Watch how much they were using that exact play. But it's still KC's ball. Usami dodges this beat from Mansfield. Tries to go by Mueller. Does so easily. Usami, one of the quickest players in the league, finishes. It's 3-1 Kansas City.
Usami's having a great game so far.
Yeah. And this is what we've seen from this KC team over and over. The starting lineup is so tough to deal with. They've been quieter offensively after that. We'll see if they can flip that script as we're starting to see subs now coming in for New Orleans. It's going to be Mertens bringing the ball down. Charlton Trammell just subbed into the game. 14 goals and 12 assists on the year for him, a big contributor. Sanders is now in for Josh Mansfield for the first time. We'll see if they can, and kneeling alongside him, we'll see if they can kind of keep up the beater pressure. Trammell has it behind, floats it, knocked down by Archibald and recovered by Lauren Smith. The two of them have just been dominant around the hoops for this team and kind of allowing Usami and Mejio to float. But now we're seeing those subs come in. Mejio and Usami are out. Archibald and Smith just continue to eat minutes as they have the entire day so far, as has Lauren Curry in the beater game. Mejio is bringing the ball down. Oh, Curry tries a beat on Sanders. It causes a distraction for a minute, but Mejio's shot goes wide.
Yeah, and Kansas City was able to keep control. They've had control for a while in this game, surprisingly.
Yeah. And Curry's trying to get it there. Can't quite do it. Nealing's able to corral the throwback. Mertens has it on the wing. Stout looking to jump that pass. Mike Sanders has other plans. Off the defensive player, that won't be a reset. Trammell driving the lane. Floater knocked down by Stout. Defense has been pretty easy so far for Kansas City in this game.
Yeah, they had control for an extended period there, but it looks like New Orleans got it back, so we'll see what they can do on defense with both dodgeballs.
Yeah. Chan-Ung already on his second shift of this game. Curry has not subbed out yet. Stout has it on the wing. Stout hits the lane. Stout looks middle hoop. Stout fires. Stout scores 4-1. It is all KC so far in this one.
Yeah, that started with the beater kind of opening up the lane for the chaser there.
What a run this has been from KC. A tough matchup early in the day against a good Washington team. They win that one. Then they have to do it again against a rested Minneapolis team playing its first game. They do that. And now against a team that already beat them once this season, leading 4-1 on the verge of making the quarterfinals for the first time in the modern format. Trammell looking to change that a bit. Does go by Mejio, floats it. It was in the direction of Veronica Spicer. She can't run it down, though, before it goes out of play. It's another stop for KC. Momentum with them now. Dodgeballs, though, still with New Orleans. Mejio bringing it up. The only sub in the quadball game so far for KC has been the Usami for Stout swap. Stout now has it on the left side. One goal to his name already. Now it's back to Mejio. Ung tries a exchange. Dodgeballs are on the ground. Stout looking to drive. Gets it over to Archibald. Archibald, who just keeps finding these spaces today, puts it through 5-1 KC.
Again, the beaters causing chaos, opening up the lanes.
Yep, Mueller looking to run in transition. Doesn't see Ung. Mertens able to keep the play alive at least. But then it's just a throw to nobody in particular, picked off easily by Lauren Smith. There hasn't even really been a shot attempt for New Orleans in 4 or 5 possessions. Now Mejio's looking to run with dodgeballs on the ground. Gets it over to Archibald. It's just too easy for KC. They are raining in goals.
That was great positioning there.
And head coach Ben Mertens on the field is going to have to call a timeout because, as we said, it has been all KC. They are on the verge of making a run that seemed impossible when they started this season 0-7, all the way to the quarterfinals and potential matchup with Chicago. What have you seen so far in this game, Justin?
I mean, Kansas City brought their game, and it seems like New Orleans still is trying to find theirs. They've been able to have great positioning on offense, finding that pass right by the medium-sized hoop. They've been making stops. Again, New Orleans hasn't really had a shot attempt in like 5 possessions.
Right.
So they're going to be looking to find that open person, get that high percentage shot in, build up their rhythm, and try to get back into this game.
Yeah, for sure. And, I think coming in, a lot of people kind of pegged the half of the bracket that KC was on as the tougher half of this play-in bracket. And sometimes it's tough to wake up and play your first competitive game of the day. KC did that, 3-4 hours ago, and New Orleans, who got the bye and then absolutely, waxed Charlotte in that second game, is really getting punched in the mouth for the first time here. This time out, it's going to have to be their recovery moment if they're going to get back in this.
Yeah. Again, they're going to try to get dodgeball control and then see if on defense they can kind of jumpstart their offense a little bit.
Right. And, the tricky thing is here, and we saw this earlier in the Washington game, this KC team has been playing incredibly large minutes for Archibald and Smith and Curry and Mejio. And sometimes the other team calling a timeout just gets those players a little bit of rest that they're not really getting in these games. So, we'll see if they can now extend some shifts. Robbie Wallace just subbed in for the first time. But Usami to Stout to Wallace has been the only subs they've made in the quad ball game. The other three have played the entire game. Vincent Reyes just came in at beater for the first time, but it's been all Lauren Curry. Oh, and just another unforced error. Can't come down with a pass to the wing there. Just too easy of a turnover. And now KC's going to run with dodgeball control. Reyes is going to fire. It's going to be dodgeballs on the ground. Mejio goes end to end. But I think Josh Mansfield just in time got that beat off. Really well done. Mansfield, one of the quicker beaters in the sport, and needed every bit of that quickness to save the play. And I think even New Orleans was able to walk out of that with dodgeball control.
Yeah, that was unbelievable right there. Great beat before to stop that goal.
Miller bringing it up slowly, letting the team regroup here. He's got Lewis on the near sideline. Spicer's going to hand off to Trammell, playing his second shift in the game. Lewis has the only goal for New Orleans so far today. Spicer guiding her teammates around from behind. Wallace tries to step out high. Josh Mansfield has nothing to say about that. Sarianovsky and Mansfield both kind of accompanying in Lewis on the near side, but ball's on the far side. We'll see if they try to shift it at the last second and attack from that point. Janowski's actually going to clear out Wallace here. Trammell gets it over to Lewis. Just patience here from New Orleans. They know they need to start making these offensive possessions count. It's a shift of the entire offense. PJ Mitchell goes up top and gets the ball from Trammell. I think they're kind of waiting for their beaters to do something, but Vincent Reyes is playing so conservatively with the one dodgeball of KC, sitting all the way back behind the hoops, saying, you can take a shot on me, but you're not going to just clear out my dodgeball completely. Ball goes back up to Mitchell. Mitchell hitting the lane this time. Tries the shot. Hits it.
Yep.
Makes it count. Exactly what the doctor ordered here for New Orleans, and they keep dodgeball control.
Yeah, Kansas City was kind of baiting that shot, and New Orleans made them pay.
Yeah, obviously not a lot of height around the hoops, with Smith and Archibald there. A lot of other strength as hoop defenders, but it does leave that top hoop open a little bit. Minneapolis was able to take advantage of that at times, and New Orleans finally finding their way in. 6-2 is now the score, and we'll see if Kansas City can get something going here. It's a pass all the way around, but Janowski is just waiting for it, and now Lewis has the opportunity to run if he wants it. But it is going to have to slow down as Reyes gets his dodgeball back in the play. A lot of subs for KC. We now see them playing more into their depth. Can they weather that storm? Lewis just walks right in the lane, hits another one. Things are starting to turn around here. 6-3 now.
Yeah, so Kansas City got dodgeball control back, but kind of got distracted, so the shot was there.
And,
New Orleans.
Possibly worth it. Haley Grotehouse and Vincent Reyes now the beaters. Grotehouse making her first appearance in the game. Wallace working it up top alongside Jackson Herdade. Archibald and Smith still playing. Smith has it on the far side, gets it behind Archibald. Archibald looking for the shot, doesn't get it, but Robbie Wallace has the rebound. Wallace puts it through. Great body control there by Wallace.
Wait, and AR is possibly saying no good for the goal.
Yeah, we will wait for the call. Obviously, 2 points of possible contention. Something could have happened to Archibald before the pass, or something could have happened to Wallace before the shot. Goal is called good. 7-3 now the score. Much needed goal there for KC, who, as we've mentioned, struggling to score behind their first line. Mansfield's also going to miss a beat there on Reyes. Reyes goes for the jump. Very nicely done. It's going to be a press opportunity for KC if New Orleans is forced to cross midfield. Mansfield does get beat. Reyes is just waiting for the cross. Here it comes. Lewis is beat out. Throws high to Spicer. And Grotehouse tries to clean it up, but Trammell suddenly has some space. Trammell hits the shot. An unforced error there on the press from KC.
I was about to say, if you're going to turn it over behind the hoops, but then it found a New Orleans player.
Yeah, smart of Lewis there to make the safer play, but then a good effort by Spicer and Trammell to create a no dodgeball opportunity. Wallace and Herdade bringing it down now. 7-4 the score. The best opening that Casey's had in a game so far today. That one's bobbled by Smith and just kicked back to Herdade. Herdade looked for the pass, then tries the shot, doesn't get particularly close, and it's going to be a chance for New Orleans to get this all the way back to a 2-goal game if they can get a score here. Dodgeball control, though, is with KC. And Josh Mansfield has subbed out. Obviously the star of this team, but it is a deep beater core. Pucciarelli has just come back in. And Carter Shields alongside her. Ball goes behind to Trammell. Trammell gets over to Lewis. Lewis tries to make a move. Lewis shot. Robbie Wallace shutting the door. We said this is not the tallest team. Robbie Wallace has been big around that middle hoop when he's been in the game in a way that some of their other lines have not been able to put together. So much needed stop there for KC as they try to get closer to their top lines. Brent Duncan is now subbed in, head coach for the team. Wallace and Herdade have it. Wallace trying to drive the lane. Goes right into a big hit from Lewis. Oh, and now there's going to be a late card.
Yeah, that was a great initial hit, but maybe afterwards there was contact where there shouldn't have been.
Yeah, which is such a bummer because they already had the stop all sealed up at that point. Herdade gets it. Oh, it's a beat coming out of nowhere there from Carter Shields, and it's New Orleans able to hold the stop even down a player.
And got control.
And going end to end, there's PJ Mitchell. Mitchell gets his second of the game, and it is down to a 2-goal lead. And now it's going to be up to, and another big play by Carter Shields there to keep dodgeball control. They might get a press attempt, yeah.
Yeah, they have both dodgeballs. The other dodgeball's all the way at the other end of the field.
Usami's taking his time. Doesn't look like New Orleans is going to try to press this. Now Pucciarelli's thinking about it. Pucciarelli, though, has to go through Ryan Cleary and backs off. Ball's now on the far wing to J.E. Hopton, who's mainly contributed as a seeker so far for KC with 2 catches already today. Usami gets it over to Duncan, but Duncan can't finish it. Charleston Trammell has the ball looking to run. There are no dodgeballs in front of him. Usami not able to make the hit. Now the dodgeball throw comes, and the shot goes just wide, and it's going to be Hopton who's going to be able to run it down.
Yeah, if that shot went in, it would have, it seems like New Orleans is waking up a little bit in this game, kind of chipping in on Kansas City's lead.
So Hopton's going to bring the ball down. Really, KC needs a goal, which kind of been their story in the the mid-aughts of all of these games. And with about 4 minutes to go till flag runner on pitch, Usami shakes Spicer a couple times, looking for Hopton. Hopton's able to keep it in play, but isn't able to keep the ball. Now might try to push out his opponent. I think almost accomplished it. It's going to be a loose ball, and it's just going to end up in P.J. Mitchell's hands. A little bit of a wild sequence there after the turnover. What's been huge so far here, though, is that Carter Shields and Pucciarelli, a little bit of depth in the lines has been able to hold serve against this beater core from KC.
We have Sarah Nealing just subbed in.
Yeah, with dodgeball control. Mm-hmm. De La Rosa has the ball now. Usami's trying to get on. De La Rosa goes right by Usami. Usami goes for the steal. Oh, and Cleary goes for the beat. And De La Rosa cannot be stopped.
That was a great block with the dodgeball.
Yeah.
Of the dodgeball, yeah.
This is a team, this New Orleans team, where we've seen the same players for so long, but, getting these contributions from more players has been so important to this program as, they try to build out. This is one of the bigger rosters we've ever seen NOLA show up with at a MLQ Championships. And, it's mattering a lot here in the middle of this game where their depth seems to be getting a little bit more done than KC's does. As I say that, KC's largely switching right back to its first line.
Yeah, New Orleans definitely seems to have found their rhythm. So we're, again, at a nail-biter of a game now. Yeah,
6-1 when they called that timeout. It's 7-6 now, so it's been a 5-1 run since then. Usami floats it over the top to Smith. Smith comes down with it. Nealing's closing. Oh, and De La Rosa runs that down. What a shift De La Rosa is having out there right now.
Yeah, speedy.
Oh, and the long pass looking for Yanofsky. Can't quite come down with it. Sorry, that was Spicer. And the ball goes out of play.
It was a good look. And again, if they turn it over behind the hoops, they could set up their defense.
For sure. And that said, that they have been pretty solid in the half courts. And now it's Kansas City's turn to take a timeout because, like we said, it's just as much of a run from KC as it was from just as much a run from NOLA as it was from KC earlier in the game. We talked about it being a difference in personnel depth, but have you seen anything else in this game that has kind of shifted it so far?
I think New Orleans defense kind of settled down. It's been much harder for Kansas City to find their offensive rhythm and the shot that they've been wanting. It's been a while since, they haven't really scored very much since they went on that initial run. So this timeout is good. They're going to try to say we should get back to how we were playing on offense earlier in the game.
Right. And I think a lot of it's also been the dodgeball control. Early on, KC was able to play a dodgeball game that was a lot of just dodgeballs on the ground. And, when you have Ryan Mejio and it's dodgeballs on the ground, you tend to score a lot of goals. As it's gone on, we've seen NOLA all up and down its depth being able to keep dodgeball control for a lot. We'll see if KC starts condensing a bit its beater core. I've seen almost their entire beater core play in this game. We'll see if we get more of the Chananungs and the Vincent Reyeses as things go on.
Yeah, that's great. Great call.
Yeah. But right now we'll see if KC can get a goal. That's going to be priority number one. Head ref Ricky Nelson waiting to get us started. And it's going to be Mejio bringing it up. And just as I say that, Cleary does sub off. Vincent Reyes now in the game along with Curry. And the full chaser starting lineup from KC. De La Cruz still out there at point for New Orleans and has earned that playing time for sure. A really nice shift so far. Usami has the ball behind. Usami looking to run. Usami looking for that middle hoop. Ben Mertens shuts the door, and De La Cruz once again is the first guy to lose ball. De La Cruz out in transition. There are no dodgeballs. Someone's going to have to get in front. It's going to have to be Mejio. Mejio can't do it. De La Cruz has his second. We are knotted up at 7.
Yeah, that was a great, powerful drive. Even though the contact was made, it drove right through that contact.
Yeah, and what De La Cruz kind of did there is he used the KC beaters players who were running back to hoops as almost a screen for that Mejio hit. Mejio had to make an arm tackle instead of being able to use all of his force, and that arm tackle was never going to stop De La Cruz with a full head of steam. Not up at 7. New Orleans has basically never led in this game. Mejio tries a shot. Mertens once again shutting the door, and De La Cruz once again on the loose ball. This time, though, it is dodgeballs back with KC. Curry considering a press, but, with the amount of minutes she's playing, might not have been the best use of her energy. She's going to settle back down now. Mike Sanders subs into the game. He's playing alongside Sarah Nealing at beater. Shelby Castillo has the ball on the far side. Mertens bobbles. De La Cruz shaking off past him, saying, no, Lauren Curry is marking me. They see what I've done over the last few possessions. Castillo takes it now. Castillo, the leading scorer amongst all women in MLQ this regular season. Gets it back to Cruz, but a really nice beat there by Reyes to shut the door. Now Usami's considering getting out to run. Does slow it down. Sees there are dodgeballs in front of him.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have dodgeball control. You can hold back with that dodgeball and make that beat right when the pass is caught.
So once again, we've got KC in basically a tie game as we approach 20 minutes. It's been the story of their weekend, and so far it's been J.D. Hopton who's been able to bail them out again and again with the grabs. Here, Mejio tries a shot, finally gets one to go. Finally, we get to see a goal chalked off on KC's half. De La Cruz is going to pick up the ball. Usami is looking to force a turnover here. Good heads-up play there by De La Cruz just to get the ball out to Mertens. Usami continues to be a menace. Mike Sanders is going to come clean that up now.
Yeah, I really like the way Usami's been playing this game, trying to keep up the intensity, make it uncomfortable for New Orleans.
Beat there by Reyes. Big play there. Curry now is going to have to play defense by herself. Smith's able to knock down the shot from De La Cruz. Dodgeballs are flying. Mejio comes up with it. And that, I believe, will be the 20-minute timeout. So KC is able to just grab back the lead on a Mejio goal right before 20. And now the question becomes, how does New Orleans want to play this? Because with Mejio and Usami on the field, if you don't have dodgeballs around, it can become real ugly real fast for you.
Yeah, I think after that timeout, Kansas City was able to settle down, be patient, get dodgeball control back, find the goals that they hadn't been finding in the middle part of that game. So I think they're happy with what happened at the end of that first period, and now they're going to look to keep up that and also try to get a flag catch.
Yeah, for sure. And to make things more complicated, Tyler Trudeau is going to be taking over as flag runner in this game, and a very, very strong flag runner. So you as a team could consider, like, hey, we're going to give the other team a seeker some shots because we're going to rely on our flag runner to carry things, and maybe we can get something going in the quad ball game. Obviously, two ways to win in this sport these days. You can just get to set score with goals, or you can try to catch a flag runner. So a lot for these teams to think about, a whole lot on the line. I mean, like we said, first time either of these teams have been to a quarterfinal in program's history. So, real opportunities to kind of make a name for yourselves. And in what's been a South Division dominated weekend so far, make a name for your division as well. Book a spot in the quarterfinals against the Chicago Prowl. So we'll see how things play out here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting what you were saying about whether New Orleans wants to focus their beaters on the seekers, because if the beater's out of the play, I think Kansas City has the upper hand on the chaser play so far with Mejio. So we'll see how they want to play it.
Yep. Alrighty, so we will be getting going here. And we are off. Hopton is immediately pushed off by Mansfield, who's been able to get a bit of a rest here. Meanwhile, Aaron Stout's looking to go end-to-end. Goes right by P.J. Mitchell, no problem.
Kansas City having some looks on the flag runner right now, but again, Tyler Trudeau strong. Okay. Yeah, so New Orleans bringing the quad ball into the by the keeper zone now, pass back behind, and trying to do some spin moves, but is stopped at the hoops by Kansas City. Again, Kansas City alone with the flag runner as well. Oh, big long pass, but unable to finish the Kansas City chaser there. Great initial run, but unfortunately couldn't make the dunk there. That was Stout. Ball's on the ground, recovered by Kansas City. That's Mejio. Bringing it up the pitch here. Again, New Orleans Beaters now in control of the dodgeball around the flag runner. We have a stoppage of play. We need a sub for Mejio. Maybe a scratch requiring him to sub out. All right, so New Orleans looking to run up the pitch quickly, but backs off on the left side here. Then tries to squirm around the keeper, passes it off, and big, strong dunk from, I think that was P.J. Mitchell.
Goal number 42, PJ Mitchell.
So that brings it to 90 to 80 Kansas City. We have a stoppage of play here. The dodgeball is going to be handed to, I believe that's Josh Mansfield for New Orleans. Oh, nope, to the Kansas City beater behind him. Refs are discussing here, trying to figure out whether the dodgeballs are in the right hands. All right, so now the dodgeball is being moved to the other side of the pitch by Kansas City's hoops. All right, and we restart, and there's a race to that dodgeball. Kansas City is going to get there first because Josh Mansfield was beat out. And we have a goal for Kansas City. Usami again with the goal. It's now 100 to 80. Again, the set score it being 140. Beater battle by the flag runner. All right, so we have a pass to the New Orleans chaser on the far side. Pass back to that again is P.J. Mitchell. So trading off goals here, bringing it to 100 to 90 Kansas City. Oh, now New Orleans had an opportunity to catch the flag runner. All right, so Kansas City bringing it up around the keeper zone, trying to run around the point defender. Shot is blocked by Bemmers. We have a stoppage of play. Okay, card on the New Orleans seeker here is going to put the seeker in the box.
Card number 41, Carson White.
All right, quad ball in the hand of New Orleans keeper, trying to quickly run down the pitch, passes it. They're passing it back and forth, and easy goal there for Ben Mertens. Ties the game up at 100. Again, the beaters are around the flag runner game. Oh, we have a stoppage of play again. Another card, it looks like. This time It's on New Orleans beater Pucciarelli.
30 seconds in the box or until next Kansas City goal.
All the dodgeballs are on the ground currently, but Josh Mansfield for New Orleans is right nearby one of them. All right, so play has restarted here. Kansas City bringing it up. Tries to get around. Oh, great wrap and strip by the New Orleans player, P.J. Mitchell. All right, look, Ben Mertens running up the pitch, passes it to the far side, wing chaser, passes it behind, but it's blocked by, I believe that's Usami on Kansas City. Great hands. Went out of bounds on Kansas City, so New Orleans inbounding the pass in front of the hoop, but we have a stoppage of play. All right, that's a card on the Kansas City player. I believe that was Vincent Reyes. It's hard to get your rhythm right now with all these stoppages, but Quadball back with Ben Mertens behind the hoops. Pass over to the far side chaser. They're just swinging it around. The nice lob pass to the New Orleans chaser. That was Mueller. It's now 110 to 100 in favor of New Orleans, but we have another stoppage of play. Card on Josh Mansfield now.
Card number 2, Joshua Mansfield. 1 minute in the box until the next Kansas City goal.
Again, the set score is 140, and we're trading off goals here. Oh, but we may have a catch for New Orleans. We'll see what the call is here. If New Orleans catches this and it's called good, that would bring them above the set score. So this is a huge call, and it is being called good. Wow. So with that catch, New Orleans wins 145 to 100 and advance to the quarterfinals.
The next game on pitch 1 by Diaza will be Washington versus
Welcome back, everyone, to Pitch One, sponsored by Diaza. This is Naresh Idala, and with me is Josh Mansfield, fresh off of a clinched berth to the quarterfinals. Josh, first things first, how do you feel?
It feels great, man. Curse has been out here fighting for a long time. I know we've had up seasons, down seasons. This is our first official quarterfinals run. We're excited. We're not done. We were confident coming in this morning. I think we took care of business, and we're ready to go keep that momentum going this afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, you say took care of business, but it was very, very convincing against that Charlotte team. But then you come out, game 2, playing against Kansas City. You know you need to win one game to get to that quarterfinal. You're immediately down 6-1. How are you feeling? How's the team reacting?
Yeah, this Kansas City team is one we've played over and over again through the year. So I think it's one of those rivalry matches, right? They know us, we know them. So I think really we've had a lot of those games this season. Starting for game 1, we went down early against League City, fought back in pretty much every single game that series. I think that's the main thing that separates this Curse team from Curse teams past. We don't get in our heads. We can have a slow start like we did against Kansas City. We know we have the talent to bring it back. We can have a fast start against Charlotte. We can, keep the pressure on in those situations. This Curse team has been great start to finish, and it's been really fun and exciting to play with them.
I mean, absolutely. Watching y'all come back from that 6-1 deficit, I think one of the biggest contributors for New Orleans this season has been the play of Carson Running and the emergence of Carson Running as a seeker. Could you please talk about a little bit about Running's impact on this team, and especially how his value at seeker provides for you as a beater?
Absolutely, yeah. Carson Running, probably not a name a lot of people know. He started playing MLQ 2 seasons ago. He's only played really MLQ outside of, I think, one USQ tournament a few years ago, but he's an MLQ specialist. He's really been working on his seeking game. He's seeked a little bit for us each season, but this season he was, day 1, hey, can you meet me 30 minutes before practice? Let's run some seeker reps. I'm not even a good flag runner, but I would give him the best reps I could. We get some other people on our team, give him those looks. And Carson really from day 1 has put those reps in. And it shows. He has, 7 regular season catches, 2 more this morning. He set the MLQ regular season record, which is crazy. I don't think enough people are talking about him. I haven't even really been talking about him because I wanted him to, surprise a few teams here this weekend. And I think he's certainly done that. And if Carson Running catches on you, don't be surprised.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now, hey, you've in the quarterfinals, you have a couple hours rest. Most likely, if everything goes to chalk, you're most likely playing Chicago. How are you prepping for that?
Yeah, we huge props to Ben Mertens, Veronica Spicer. They've done a lot of scouting on Chicago. Our expectation was let's come in, play well in the morning, see Chicago. But we're ready. This Kansas City team I think is very good. We're ready for them to potentially make a run on the other side of the bracket. I think if 2 South teams get in, it's unclear which of us plays San Antonio. I'm not the expert, so we're ready for either team, I think. But I think we're ready for Chicago. We're excited to see them. That's a team I don't think we've ever played. We played the Indianapolis team in 2016 at championships, but ancient history. It's I think Tad Walters was on our team at that series, so excited to see him.
Well, hey, you've already made history today, and I can't wait to see what y'all continue to do forward. Congratulations again.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is right now we're looking at a Washington Admirals versus Charlotte Aviators rematch from the regular season. Both East teams, they both are coming off of losses in their 8:30 a.m. slots. So we're really going to have to see what both teams take away from their first from their early morning losses. The biggest thing right now is just going to be that this series, when they got played out in the regular season, it started off with the Washington Admirals blowout, I'd say, and then every game kept getting closer. So now with a more full rostered Charlotte and a slightly full rostered Admirals, especially with the loss of Rob Rice, who I do think that we saw the impact of in that Kansas City game, I do think we will see a much closer game than what the early regular season games saw. I do think we're going to get a reflection of Game 3 more than a Game 1. With these two teams right now, we haven't seen Charlotte up top in pitch 1 yet, so this will be their debut on pitch 1, so we'll have to see how that goes. But as of right now, if Washington comes out with a bit more energy and played like they played in their first 5-6 minutes against Kansas City, I think this Admirals team should be in line to take away with the victory. But if Charlotte plays the way if they continue to grow the way they have all season, I think Charlotte is potentially in line to upset Admirals, and it'd be really a testament to what they've built this entire season. And I think if it's within a 2 or 3 goal game at around 20 minutes, I think the advantage that Ryan Davis gives you, that Washington has historically this season so far has not succeeded well with, where they haven't had that consistent seeker. I think Charlotte is in line to potentially upset Admirals, and so yeah, we're ready to go. I will drop it off to Keegan Remy Miller and Justin Bogart on commentary. Thank you so much, and I'll join you after the game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MLQ Championships here in Howard County, Maryland. We have a win-or-go-home game for you here on pitch 1 between the Charlotte Aviators, wearing maroon with gold shorts, defending the left-hand hoops, and the Washington Admirals, wearing 2 different shades of gray, defending the right-hand hoops. These 2 teams did meet in the regular season. Washington got the sweep, and we are off as Riley Stars races to the ball. Jared Woodard is the first to the quad ball. Koretsky make a beat, as does Bonadillo. And chaos ensues here, but ultimately Helen Trudell for the Admirals is going to be ball handling here. It looks like control goes Washington's way as well, though we are also going to have our first stoppage. My name is Keegan Army Miller. I'm joined by Justin Bogart. Justin, we have a little bit of time to intro here during this early stoppage. What are you looking for out of these 2 teams?
Yeah, I'm excited for this, matchup. Again, it's a rematch from the regular season, which Washington swept Charlotte. But despite the sweep, Washington played them close. Charlotte played them close, in the last couple of games, and now they have a more full roster, with Celine Richard, Manowar. So we'll see what their new players can bring to the table in this matchup.
Ryan Davis also missing that regular season matchup, and they find themselves in the box after an illegal kick. That is Davis wearing the black beater headband for the brooms up, run up. Riley Stars now ball handling to Brian Mulcahy near side, met by Woodard and back up to Stars. Beat comes from Bourne as Stars looks to work on Ross. Can't get around the corner, gets beat, gets the pass out. It looks like, I think we're calling that a late pass, so it's going to be ultimately an early stop here for Charlotte despite being on the penalty kill. Riley Stars, though, intercepts a pass intended for Ross. Stars now driving straight through contact. Comes around the corner. Good hands there from Thompson and Ross to knock it down. And Lee Hodge now into the game. And the green headband is just completely eaten up by Brian Mulcahy and Riley Stars. Mulcahy now to Liz Stone. And Washington is all over the place here early.
Yeah, I was going to say both teams playing physical to start this game. I think they want to get their energy up, keep it up. So we'll see how this intensity can be maintained throughout the game.
So Lee Hodge now is going to ball handle after that goal. Power play is up. Tony Bodillo with a dodge and then a behind-the-back beat to win control here for the Aviators. Far side Thompson. Koretsky with the pump fake. The pass is too high to Ross. And Charlotte, they looked to have a good opportunity after winning control. Ultimately, an unforced error.
Yeah, they're going to want their passes to be crisper. To start this game, there's been a couple of errant passes that have been intercepted or mishandled.
So Mulcahy walking up, twirling the quad ball in his hands with Koretsky on the right. Instead, the pass goes to Stone, met immediately by Davis. That's going to be Stone beat out of the play. Mulcahy drives through, does not flinch when Bonadillo comes in with the pump fake, but the little floater does not fall. So the score here remains 1-0 as Zach Thompson is going to carry this one up the pitch. Few more subs in now as well for the Aviators. Lauren Hirsch now with a dodgeball in her hand alongside Tony Bonadillo with control for the Aviators. Riley Stars goes out to meet Thompson. Thompson working right. The pass comes through to Hodge. Well-timed beat there. Hodge gets it behind to Sleminski. Sleminski to Ross. She hits the shot. 1-1.
That was good. Very good ball movement from Charlotte. They're going to want to repeat that.
Yeah, passing through pressure is something that's difficult to do, but a few Aviators players did that in a row. As Stars now with head coach Colin Bourne in front with the dodgeball. Far side, Helen Trudell. Going to be met by Bonadillo. Bourne takes the opportunity. Bonadillo, great catch. As Rankin and Stars are playing catch with the quad ball now themselves. Trudell hauls in that pass. Koretsky guarding. Washington keeping this slow as now we do have a stoppage and play whistle. It's a blue card call. Unclear what the blue card is for. It is going to be a turnover to Charlotte. And Helen Trudell is going to end up in the box. My best guess is play after beat. Justin, I'm not sure if you saw something there.
I did not see, unfortunately, what that card was for.
So Thompson now talking with the beaters, talking with Lauren Hirsch. She runs up, looks like she wants to beat out Riley Stars, ultimately does take that opportunity. Julia Rankin comes over to fill in. Dodgeball's flying now as Thompson goes right, hits the shot 2-1, and Charlotte has their first lead of the game.
Yeah, I just saw both dodgeballs get like kicked into the air, and from that distraction, Charlotte able to score there.
Both teams now running a few more subs. Shane McConaughey into this one. White headband for the Admirals. Julie Neutzel in black, and Rachel Williams also in now. Ball handling for the Admirals. Pass goes far behind to McConaughey. He's met by Thompson. Back up to Williams. Williams has Bourne in front. She loses her broom but keeps it between her ankles. The beat misses there from Charlotte. McConaughey gets rid of it quickly, but it's no good. Lee Hodge now off and running, just stars to beat. The beat from Colin Bourne, head coach of the Admirals, bails out the transition defense.
Wow, that was a great beat. Save the goal there for sure.
Fantastic beat there from Colin Bourne as he and Julie Neutzel do have control here now. Cody LeBeau, the head coach of Charlotte, in and takes a beat from Bourne. Two head coaches going at it in the beater battle here. As McConaughey now is going to ball handle far side, marked by Ross. Back to Stars with Neutzel in front. Pass comes near side, Julia Rankin. She gets it right back up to Stars as she's beat out. Lee Hodge here in green can't be beat in the zone, but leaves the zone. McConaughey back behind to Williams. Williams drives, take the space. The no look, I think that was supposed to be a no look pass to Stars. It did not have enough on it, and Thompson gets the intercept.
Before that pass, though, it was good ball movement by Washington. I liked that passing around to all sides, using both sides of the hoops.
Austin Cruz and Corinne White, both in white headbands, sub in for the Aviators as both teams start to move away from those starting lines. Cody LeBeau with a good dodge that should win control for Charlotte as Ross, again, can't quite handle the pass, goes for the kick. McConaughey intercepts. So it's going to be control to Charlotte, but the good stop there from the Admirals. John Sheridan now green headband subs in, and David Littleton's going to check into this game as a beater. Slow up the pitch. Far side, Rankin has it with Neutzel in front. Littleton going around behind to look to win control. John Sheridan gets around the tackle from Cruz, gets it back up high. Neutzel ducks on one bounce. McConaughey, LeBeau dodges a beat. Rankin, Williams fights for it with White. Littleton, high IQ play here, going to keep it in and protect the player. LeBeau comes in, beats out Williams, and Littleton's going to have to pull out of this one, I think.
LeBeau is everywhere on the pitch right now.
I think LeBeau wants to throw this at Littleton. Instead, hits the hoop, knocks it down. And that's ultimately going to mean that he's behind the play a little bit. Sheridan does look to press along with Neutzel. Control lies on Washington's side. Huge hit from John Sheridan. Oh, but a great catch there from Charlotte to win control back.
Stolen back right away, though.
And the beater battle here has been extraordinarily entertaining. That is Celine Richard, who had originally gotten that catch. Is now Austin Cruz is driving through. Shoots on an open hoop. Does not. The head ref calls it no good, and that's the call that's going to stand. So we remain 2-1 here, and after a few goals early, it's kind of gone into a lull.
Well, I think, mostly because the beater battle right now is preventing the offenses from getting those goals that they were finding, trading off earlier in the game.
So Trudell already back into this game for the Admirals, and Liz Stone, the two starters here, although now they're playing alongside Shane McConaughey and John Sheridan. Jack Butler has also checked in. They have a dodgeball here for Admirals as LeBeau goes with a pump fake. Far side, McConaughey takes it back from Trudell. Be Braxton Hale playing some point defense in the keeper zone up top. McConaughey driving to his right, doesn't like it, pulls back left, gets through the tackle. The pass, LeBeau threw the dodgeball to interfere with the pass, but Littleton's there to clean it up as Trudell throws a pass to Sheridan. Sheridan gets beat out. Great beat from distance, but Butler's here to clean it up. Hale with a kick, dodged the beat. This is now a race, and Braxton Hale is going to win it 3-1. The lead is extended to 2 for Charlotte.
That was an amazing beat to start off that offensive drive for Charlotte.
Meanwhile, in the beater game, Jack Butler with an absolutely huge hit on Celine Richard to win control back here for the Admirals.
We have a stoppage.
There is a stoppage. Cody LeBeau is walking over to the scorer's table and had not. I think Cody LeBeau is taking an injury sub here. It appears like he's walking over towards where the medical staff are. So hopefully he's all right. Not sure what that was about. But Joe Goldberg is going to sub in here as his substitution in the beater game and keep the dodgeball. John Sheridan with Littleton in front. Sheridan deep to Stone. Going to be met by Ross. Right back up to Sheridan. Hale cannot be beat in the zone here by David Littleton. Sheridan moving right. The no look. Shea McConaughey was flying in but couldn't quite handle the pass. Ryan Davis clears it up. It was an okay look for Washington, but McConaughey just could not get the finish.
Yeah, great cut, though, to find that position.
Goldberg in front now. The big pump fake. Butler loses the dodgeball. Just a pump fake here could win control as Littleton's going to try to prevent that. Meanwhile, Davis and Hale go for a little bit of a give and go. And after Washington's nice-looking play did not work, Charlotte's nice-looking play worked the charm.
I was going to say, great drive by or cut by Davis for sure there, kind of taking a play out of Washington's playbook from the possession before.
And early here, Washington is forced to call their timeout down 3. I don't think they trailed at any point in this series. These two teams faced each other in the regular season. Maybe an early 1-0 or 2-1, but certainly never this deep into a game, and certainly never by 3 goals. Justin, what do we think is going on in the Washington huddle right now?
I mean, to me, it hasn't really seemed that lopsided, despite the fact that Charlotte is up 40-10. So just little tweaks here and there, and then they'll be right back in it, I think.
I'm worried for Washington in that I think their beaters and their chasers are playing 2 completely different games. It seems sometimes they're prioritizing control, and Charlotte's been able to take advantage. And I feel like on offense, they've had some nice-looking passing plays, but they've never really been with a beater like in front of them doing anything. There's been some late last-second beats here from Charlotte that's given them some stops. So I really think the message out of that huddle needs to be like, let's work together, right? We're a team. I know we often talk about it as 2 different units of players, but it's 6 players all working towards the same goal out on the pitch. And out of that timeout, we are going to get John Gaffigan in for Washington, the white headband, replacing Shane McConaughey. And it looks like Charlotte is running back the same 6 players who were out there before the timeout was called. So Gaffigan is going to ball handle now, first minutes of this game. Littleton in front. Butler also there with a dodgeball for Washington. Gaffigan keeping this one real slow. Charlotte comes out to play some defense. Sheridan on the bounce. Going to be marked by Hale now. Back up to Gaffigan. Gaffigan rips oh no, it was a pass to Liz Stone. She couldn't quite handle it. Sheridan, though, picks it up. Met by Ryan Davis. Cannot get it out. I believe that's Corinne White to clean it up for the Aviators.
Yeah, see, I think if they just handle those passes, they'll be scoring and back into this game.
Yep, a lot of bouncing off the hands here for Washington early. Sheridan looking to play point defense with the green headband on. Goldberg just loses a dodgeball. This might be 3rd dodgeball interference here as White passes it back out to Hale. Goldberg is beat. Hale is beat. Gaffigan comes in, grabs that pass that was meant for Ryan Davis, and Gaffigan is off and running. We'll see if this is the spark Washington needs. Ultimately, though, they do slow down as Goldberg has a dodgeball back. Gaffigan directing traffic a little bit here. Fakes left, goes right. Hale is there over the top of Liz Stone. Stone had cut to the hoop. I think Gaffigan was trying to pass to where she had originally been set up. And again, it seems like unforced errors are costing Washington goals.
Yeah, I thought they were going to wait for the beater to cause some chaos, open up a lane. But again, it seems like maybe the chasers and the beaters aren't really coordinating with each other right now.
So far side, White ball handling here. Ryan Davis up top, receives the pass. Goldberg with a catch, could win control here for Charlotte. And does. Littleton presses to Davis. The pass to White. She got it through the hands of John Sheridan. Sheridan gets beat out of the zone. Joe Goldberg here is doing a lot of work and then makes the catch on Littleton. I'm not sure what purpose Goldberg served there. There was only Washington chasers around.
I know.
Even if they all get beat, no one else is going to pick it up. But ultimately, it doesn't cost control. And Adrian Koretsky back into this game for the Washington side. Sheridan and Littleton working together here. Koretsky takes Washington's 1 dodgeball. Sheridan passes deep to Trudell. Trudell ball handling near side and then goes back. Right back to Sheridan. Braxton Hale playing defense here. Gets it back to Trudell. Catches it through her hands on a bounce. Gaffigan right up to the top to Liz Stone. That pass did not connect. Ryan Davis first to the ball.
Playing
with the
soccer.
Kick, a great soccer move to send it back towards Hale. And Ryan Davis ultimately gets the goal, which they totally deserve, 5-1.
Wow. I was like playing soccer out there, then give and go, I guess.
That was a highlight goal to be sure. Could be up for goal of the tournament. I was wondering right after Davis kicked it the first time what purpose it served, but ultimately the great footwork continued and got Charlotte that goal. So they extend their lead to 4. Washington still hasn't been able to score since going up 1-0. Gaffigan works right, gets it to Stars, back into this game, one of the starters. Then back up to Gaffigan. Tanagai, also a starter back into this game in the black headband. Gaffigan ultimately running into Tanagai, lost a little bit of momentum. The floating pass to Rachel Williams. Williams sees nothing, so gets it over to Stars, marked by Davis. Stars driving, little head fake. Riley Stars, the starters needed to show back up for Washington, 5-2. But Lee Hodge the other way. That's a good goal before Koretsky can get a beat off, and it's 6-3.
Yeah, that was unfortunate that the ball found Lee Hodge's hands there for the quick transition after that good offense by Washington, finally working together with their beaters.
Brian Mulcahy back in and ball handling for Washington. Julie Neutzel subs in, this time in a white headband, her first chaser minutes of the game, although she did beat earlier. The pass finds its way to Neutzel, going to be marked out by Womack. Back up to the top, Julia Rankin. Fakes right, goes left, cannot get through the tackle of Slaminski. Neutzel, the beat misses though. Neutzel gets it out to Mulcahy. Mulcahy drives right, rips a shot. It's no good. It was beat before.
Yep.
It was beat before, and Mulcahy can't believe it. As Bonadio and Harrelson combine for that stop and to maintain control. And Ryan Davis now ball handling. Charlotte looks to extend their lead to 5.
Yeah, just had to shoot just a second quicker there, and it would have been a good goal, but beat before.
Davis ball handling, gets it deep to Hodge, going to be met by Mulcahy. The screen comes through. Mulcahy tries to push through it, but ultimately Stars is going to pick up that defense. Lee Hodge gets around the corner, cannot get the pass off or the shot off, although Stars is going to be called for contact from behind here. Hodge got the step, and Stars just could not catch up.
Foul on Washington, number 23, Riley Stars. 1 minute in the penalty box or until Charlotte scores.
So Lee Hodge here is now going to be awarded the quad ball. Julia Rankin in front, looking to play some defense on this hoop. Mulcahy will take over the green headband for Stars. Tanagai does have a dodgeball back, but not a great angle immediately. Hodge passes it far side to Slaminski. Great hands there from Mulcahy, but the second effort from Slaminski will get the goal, 7-2.
Yeah, Mulcahy's focus had to be kind of divided between those two quadball players and got that initial stop but couldn't recover the ball, so the second effort was able to score.
Stars picks up the bouncing quad ball. Far side as Tanagai takes a beat out on Burl Womack. Mulcahy running up. Bonadio gets beat. Great hands there from Davis to block a shot. Mulcahy bounces it. Stars picks it up. Bonadio tripping over Hodge, tried to get the beat off, but now Mulcahy goes in over the heads of Julie Neutzel, and Washington is getting looks, and they look like they have no idea what to do with them. Rushing every pass attempt, often throwing it over the head of their teammate.
Yeah, that initial effort was, I was surprised it got blocked. That reaction time was quick from Charlotte.
So far side now, Cruz. I mean, met by Neutzel right into the cutting Hodge. Hodge puts it foot through, alley-oop. And this game is quickly turning into a blowout.
Yeah, that, Lee Hodge was in the right place at the right time from that cut, and great find to pass it to them.
So up the pitch slowly. Rankin's going to take this pass. Mulcahy, far side to McConaughey, now back into this game. Going to be met by Cruz, gets around the corner. Tanagai gets the beat off on Cruz. Hodge can't be beat in the zone, picks up the defense of McConaughey. Harrelson can't get the beat off. Mulcahy picks it up, rips the shot. That's good, 8-3.
There we go. That's what all the other ball movement possessions was trying to find, that, shift the defense enough, they'll be slow to get to their positions, and you get that easy goal.
Butler here ultimately getting beat out as Hodge takes the quad ball up the pitch. I think there's going to be a talk about what happened in this dodgeball game, as Butler was looking for an opportunity to win control back while the Aviators were running some subs. So it is going to be a blue card on Mickey Harrelson. I believe the call was play after beat. I believe it was basically Butler made the beat and Harrelson tagged in without removing the broom fully, which counts as not completing the
knockout
remounting.
procedure.
Yeah, the knockout procedure. Thank you. It's also a quad ball turnover, so could be a big turn of events here if McConaughey and the Admirals can convert. So control with Butler and Bourne. And then no dodgeballs as Tony Bonadillo threw it away. Liz Stone again cannot handle the pass. It was a little bit too high. Bonadillo closing in, gets leveled by Hodge. The beat misses.
That may be
Stone stayed on her
extra.
feet, and then it's out. And Hodge and Stone are going at it here.
Whoa, tempers flying here.
Some bench members coming in from both sides to separate the players. Stone was hit pretty hard, I think, then gave a shove to Hodge as they were both standing up, and I think Hodge gave a little bit of a shove after that. These teams certainly play each other a lot. They've played each other every season since Charlotte entered the league. And as we said at the start, this is a winner-go-home game, so we'll see how the referees want to sort this one out.
I think initially the ref was going to call some contact on Charlotte, but now I don't know how they're going to administer this from all that contact after the play.
So it does look like both players are going to go to the box. It is a red card. I believe that was motioned towards Liz Stone. And it is a red card on Lee Hodge as well. So Chris Lecomte, to take control of this game, says it's real simple. You're both getting a red card. What that means for all the viewers out there who don't know, neither of those players is able to play in this game at all anymore. Their subs will spend time in the penalty box. Both subs will spend 2 minutes in the penalty box, no matter how many goals the other team scores. Usually, that can be a big swing, but with both players down a chaser here, I think we're going to see a little bit of an open field, maybe a little bit of a confusing look, but ultimately, neither team should be more disadvantaged than the other, Justin. Although losing Lee Hodge might be a bigger point of emphasis later on than losing Liz Stone, although she is an extremely effective scorer down low for Washington.
Well, there was that initial contact before the extracurricular activities from both teams, so I'm not sure. It looks like that initial contact was on Charlotte, and there may be more players in the box than just
we'll
that.
See. So
yeah.
it looks like Rachel Williams is going to serve the penalty time for Washington. I see Kayla Brooks with a white headband on in the penalty box, so my guess is Brooks is going to be spending the time in the box for Hodge. Although there is also a Charlotte beater there. I think that's Mickey Harrelson. Although she's still in the box from not completing the dismount procedure.
Right, that's what it was. Okay.
So
there is a slight advantage from that for Washington.
Basically the power play continues.
Right.
Except now it's 5-on-4 instead of 6-on-5. The referees talking this one over, making sure both teams know what's going on, make sure that both the coaches know what's going on the score table as well. Meanwhile, 8-3, Washington is down 5. They really haven't gotten into a flow at any point this game. Even when they've been able to maintain control for a few possessions in a row, it really hasn't favored them. Big stoppage here. Neither team is really utilizing it. I don't think to talk to the players on the field as though it were a timeout. What do you think this might mean, though, moving forward, especially as we see a 5-on-4? Is a little bit more of an open field a better thing for Washington? Maybe just a different look will get them more, something more to play with?
Well, I was going to say that Washington's been very good at, trying to ball movement, swing the ball around. So with a more open field, maybe after those passes, they can find the lane to the hoop, while maybe Charlotte is slow to shift on defense. since they have less players now on the pitch.
So Washington is trying to make an appeal here. I'm not sure how this procedure works.
So,
I think that's what they're talking about.
Okay, so there is a stoppage now on the field, as you can see on the camera, with both teams going back to their huddles. So ultimately, Washington is making an appeal on a basically, if your player gets a straight red card, you are able to appeal immediately before play restarts again for MLQ gameplay to come look and determine based on film whether or not a straight red card was warranted. Obviously, as we discussed when the cards were first given out, it ultimately means not only a player in the penalty box for 2 minutes, it means you lose that player for the rest of the game. And Liz Stone has been a big part of this Washington offense. She's been targeted a lot this game, although the passes haven't looked too easy for her to handle.
Yep.
Typically over her head or bouncing coming in. But it's really not a player you want to lose. 12 games played this season, 15 goals. You don't want to be losing a player that's better than a goal a game, going alongside 5 assists. So that's what this appeal is coming from. Meanwhile, though, both teams now do get a chance to talk this through. It sounds like Charlotte has not appealed. That does mean Lee Hodge is no longer available in this game. Do you think Charlotte is talking about what that means to the team? Who's going to play those minutes? Do we want to change our play style, or just next person steps up?
Yeah, I think, obviously Lee Hodge, great player, integral to their offense, but they have, again, a large deep roster, so they're just trying to motivate the next person who's coming up and taking their place. Again, it's their game right now. They're up 80-30. They've been playing well. Washington hasn't really found that answer yet, so they just want to keep the pressure, keep the ball moving, and kind of put the pressure on Washington to come back into this game.
And I think as you talk about pressure, something we can really point out is where these two teams were this time last year in Des Moines. And the answer is Charlotte was playing in this play-in. They just like this year, lost their first game. Then they won their second game. This is a familiar place for them. They're up now. Ultimately, they lost their third game of the day last year, so they weren't able to advance to the quarterfinals. But this time last year, Washington was just hanging out at the fields, watching the play-in. They had a bye last year after coming second in the East. They faced a Toronto team in the quarterfinals that they easily handled, and while they ultimately got swept by Austin in the semifinals, they didn't feel uncomfortable in a game until 9 or 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. Now here we are Saturday morning. You already lost one game. You are the home team in a lot of senses. You beat this team this year 3 times, and now your back's against the wall down 5. That could be a tough thing for the mentality a lot of these players were on the team last year. Looks like we have our decision. The call on the field was confirmed after review. So once again, Liz Stone will be unavailable for the Washington Admirals the rest of this game. Rachel Williams will be serving 2 minutes of penalty time, and those were matching red cards. So Lee Hodge will be will no longer be available, and it actually, yes, it is going to be Caleb Brooks. Brooks was gone from the penalty box, and I was like, where did he go? But Caleb Brooks will be serving that time for Lee Hodge. Shea McConaughey on brooms in, just shoots through the hit of Austin Cruz, 8-4.
And right away, Washington capitalizing on that slight advantage, but now we're back to even strength.
And I think something important to note, right away, off of matching red cards for physicality, Austin Cruz goes for the hit. Charlotte's not going to be playing afraid here, and then immediately Mulcahy goes for the hit. Both of these teams definitely know the message was sent by the head referee, but they're not going to shy away from legal contact. So McConaughey slows this one down, and Washington can cut this lead by one more goal as Harrelson has Butler wrapped up here at the top of the key. Harrelson gets beat out as McConaughey gets the pass back from Rankin. Bourne throws a beat in, but LeBeau is not bothered by it. Mulcahy to McConaughey. McConaughey knocked down by Cruz. Rankin picks it up. McConaughey, I think, kind of blocked that beat, so Rankin got the pass off. No, they're saying I think Rankin was beat as well. So that's going to be a turnover Charlotte's way, and they do get the stop as they want to put their lead back up to 5. Some subs here for Charlotte. Lauren Hirsch back into the game, beating Melissa Ross, far side. Ball handling now. Pass comes back up to Cruz, met by Mulcahy. Mulcahy goes for the wrap. The shot is no good, although I didn't love the awareness there from Shane McConaughey. Ultimately, the shot was low, but you'd think that the player on hoops would be throwing some hands out to try to knock that ball down.
Yeah, I was saying Mulcahy immediately went for the wrap there, kind of rushed the Charlotte player to not be comfortable with that shot.
So Woodard in here now in the green headband for Charlotte. Womack gets beat out at the top of the key. Mulcahy driving in. Woodard goes for the hit. Mulcahy just goes right around, gets the shot off, and Lebov tries to knock the quad ball out of the air instead of going for the beat on the player. Not sure he really believed Mulcahy was going to shoot there, and ultimately Lebov gets beat out, although there's a whistle on the field. Unclear what happened first, if that beat came in or the whistle happened. I think it was just a call to discuss between referees whether or not it was a good goal. It was. Lebov is beat, and Ross dodges the beat, which ultimately means her team's only dodgeball goes well off the pitch. Far side tries to get it on the bounce. Koretsky makes the beat. Woodard is the first one there, going to be met by Rachel Williams as both teams are back to full strength.
There's a lot of Washington players over there.
Yep. Rachel Williams can't quite get a hand on Woodard. Pass comes out, bouncing to Kayla Brooks. Williams and Brooks, who had both served their team's red card penalties, back into this game. And Lebov trying to walk Brooks in, far side Ross. Right back up to Brooks. The beat comes in on Rachel Williams from Cody Lebov. And then again, looking to open up that shot on the small hoop, although the chasers aren't taking it. Woodard rips a shot. Shane McConaughey blocks this one.
Oh.
Bourne with a distance beat does not hit. Brian Mulcahy comes out of nowhere, though. Puts Slaminski on the ground and gets the stop.
Wow, that was a hard physical hit right there.
Something Brian Mulcahy is known for, one of the best defenders in the league, and he was not shying away there from a flat-footed player. So this is going to be the last possession before 20 minutes, down 3. A goal here would be huge for Washington, but crucially, they also have control now, and keeping it would be big with Team USA seeker Ryan Davis on the opposing team. McConaughey now has it far side, Bourne in front, but gets it right back up to Mulcahy. Believe Washington is being told to advance the quad ball here. Rankin now has it with Koretsky in front, switches off so Woodard in the green headband can play defense. And Rachel Williams, the pass was behind her. Cody Lebov comes in to clean it up. Hirsch gets beat out by Koretsky. I think this final dodgeball will be awarded to Colin Bourne. And so while Washington cannot score a goal in that final possession, they do maintain dodgeball control. They trail 8-5. Set score will be 14. And how are these two teams feeling in our 20-minute timeout?
I think, Washington's feeling okay, even though they're down 30. They were down, I believe, 50. And then they've been slowly chipping away on that lead. They've scored, the last 2 goals.
The last 3 goals, actually.
The last 3 goals.
8-2 to 8-5.
Nice. So I think they're comfortable. They're chipping away on the lead, so they're just going to want to say, let's keep it up. We've been able to get the stops that we've needed, and then Charlotte's going to want to just get another goal on the board to try to break up this kind of momentum that it seems that Washington's getting.
Yeah, obviously down 3, a catch here for Washington ties the game up. It gives them new life. Like we said, they're on a 3-0 run. A catch for Charlotte might kind of feel like it ends the game. I mean, they'd only need 3 other goals. They'd be up 6. I think that'd put them in a really, really good place momentum-wise. And as we said, they do have Ryan Davis, who is an elite seeker, a Team USA seeker. Meanwhile, Washington, who last year heavily relied on TJ Jenneret and Tyler Trudeau, don't have either of those players this season. It looks like Zan Siddiqui is going to be starting in at seeker for the Admirals, although Shane McConaughey is known to wear yellow sometimes, and potentially crucially here for Washington, Liz Stone wears yellow sometimes for the Admirals. Definitely a good seeker option for them, who's no longer available after that red card earlier on in the game. And we do see it is going to be Davis versus Siddiqui to start here. Again, Charlotte got the stop leading up to the 20 minutes. They'll start with the quad ball. And Washington does have dodgeball control in the hands of Colin Bourne and Adrian Koretsky.
Yeah, I think that's huge for Washington to have dodgeball control. They're going to want to look to keep that while the flag runner is on the pitch.
Chase Contreras will be the flag runner. He was the flag runner in Washington's first game that Kansas City caught. And then again later on, he's been caught quickly a few times today. So ultimately, it might come down to the beaters in this game to determine who makes the catch. Siddiqui and Davis both have a lot of talent. LeBeouf comes in, makes the beat on Bourne. Brooks, meanwhile, passes it far side. And the dunk with authority comes in from Charlotte. That's Jared Woodard, and it's now 9-5.
Charlotte now has dodgeball control, though, so that should give Davis some looks at the flag runner.
Yeah, Davis here. Goes, can't get it. LeBeouf is beat out. Bourne is not. Could be control back the other way. Siddiqui is beat out. Meanwhile, Brian Mulcahy sprinting up the pitch, gets through Ross. Monowar picks it up. Mulcahy, I think, was beat, but Sheridan now is going to be able to pick it up. Sheridan being marked by Monowar gets it to Rachel Williams. And there is a stoppage in play. The beaters and seekers took a few extra steps, I think, after the whistle, but that often happens, I think, when there's stoppages during this flag runner on pitch period. Looks like the discussion is happening between refs who have largely been covering this flag runner game. I was watching the quad ball, so I'm not sure what they could be discussing.
I mean, I was watching the flag runner. It looked like friendly fire beat on Davis distracted them. But
blue card here on Cody LeBeouf of Charlotte, which is huge. That's going to be a beater power play for Washington. Although, again, Davis only needs the tiniest of windows to score. Bourne is there with a dodgeball. There's another one on the ground that Celine Richard definitely looks like she's going to want to pick up. I think Bourne here has to make a decision whether or not to beat the beater or the seeker. Koretsky's well behind the play. And then the third dodgeball is well behind Washington's defensive hoops. We are about ready to get brooms up. Brian Mulcahy just went over to talk to Rachel Williams. I think he might have told Williams and Sheridan to try not to score here, basically pretend to try to score so that we can continue this beater power play. Siddiqui can get some looks.
Good wrap by
Williams
Charlotte.
just gets wrapped up, and this is ultimately going to be a stop here for Charlotte. Although Siddiqui's getting a lot of looks, couldn't quite get it there. Bourne now back into the play. Davis is beat out.
All right, yeah.
Siddiqui with some more looks.
Oh.
Zan Siddiqui very close there as Monowar is now going to ball handle up the far side.
Maybe.
And Zan Siddiqui has the sock in hand. What'd you think? Did it look good?
I mean, I thought it could be good. There was a slight movement in the shorts, but whether it was the shorts got moved before the pole, I'm not sure.
By the time I looked over, it also looked like the flag runner had their knee on the ground. We think the catch was before that happened?
I do think the catch was before that happened, but we'll see what they call.
A catch here would be big. Because Charlotte has scored one goal in this period and Washington has not, they would still be trailing.
Catch is
good. But the good catch makes this a whole new ball game. It's now 9-8, and we're playing to 14. Charlotte needs 5. Washington needs 6. Washington is on the defensive here as Manoir is going to be ball handling for Charlotte. Dodgeballs all over the place. Koretsky, the only beater with a dodgeball in their hands right now. Although there's another one by the Washington hoops. Bourne's going to sprint back for that, see if he can help his team play a little bit of defense.
So that penalty on LeBeouf was huge because Washington did not have very many chances on the flag runner.
Huge penalty as Manoir comes around the corner. Melissa Ross can't handle the pass. Mulcahy picks it up. He's off and running. Just Caleb Brooks to beat. LeBeouf is trying to get back in. Brian Mulcahy switches hands. It's tied at 9. And all of the momentum is now with Washington. Monowar slowly up the pitch. Trading of goals now would benefit Charlotte as they are the ones who get the first chance to score while tied. Ross, far side. Richard in front, but no dodgeball there. Doing a little bit to protect from Bourne. LeBeouf is beat out, so is Koretsky. The pass comes far
all the
side.
dodgeballs on the ground.
Manoir driving right. Bourne's going to close out. The pass goes to Thompson. No good on the shot. That's going to go out of bounds. Washington gets the stop, and Charlotte looks really frustrated.
I was going to say there was a moment there where all the dodgeballs on the ground. Charlotte could have potentially capitalized on that, but was not able to.
Mulcahy receives the pass from Sheridan. Julie Neutzel now back in. Looks like she's just going to chase the rest of the game. Littleton and Butler in the black headbands. Far side, Rachel Williams catches the pass. Slow here from Washington. Again, both teams need 5 to win. The flag runner has already been caught. Mulcahy up top. Monowar playing point defense, cannot be beat in the zone as Williams catches it on the bounce. Sheridan now the option. Lebov looks like he might close out instead. Neutzel up top, marked by Ross.
Ooh,
Ross
great
is beat
wrap.
out. Neutzel just driving. No one picked her up. She couldn't put it home. They slept on Julie Neutzel, but ultimately Allison Sleminski was able to get a hand in there and knock that shot down.
But illegal contact, so they get the quad ball back to try and score again.
Monowar, yellow card. Julie Neutzel awarded the quad ball back. Neutzel here with options.
Timeout.
Timeout called by Charlotte. They want to talk this one over. They want to talk over the defensive stand, and potentially they want to talk over the fact that after leading this game 8-2, it's now tied at 9.
I know. Definitely Washington is the better team in the second half of the game. Again, I think this is a good timeout. Slow the game back up. Get their composure back. Be like, in the beginning of the game, we were dominating. Let's get back to that form. And it's still 9-9 despite Washington playing better than them in the recent time here.
And I think ultimately for Washington, especially in this 20-minute period, their energy seems to be coming from when they play defense. They are all over the Charlotte players. They're looking to make huge hits. The beats are coming in really timely, and as the quad ball players pick up the ball, they are up and running. And sometimes they pull it back, they run a half court, but they want that transition every time. Whereas Charlotte, as you said, kind of early on, it felt like it was two teams running half courts. No one was really looking to run, and Charlotte was hitting their passes way better than Washington was. But Washington, as they try to move into this transition thing, sort of style, they just aren't passing as much. So it didn't matter that the passes aren't connecting if you're just going for one pass before you get that shot or the dunk, or even just a solo effort, which they've been successful on a few times. So again, this was a Charlotte timeout, which they called on the back of a yellow card given to their chaser, M.Y. Monowar. Scores tied up at 9. We're playing to 14. Julie Neutzel is going to start for Washington with the quad ball here. Helen Trudell has subbed into the game behind where Rachel Williams had been. Looks like that's the only sub here for both teams. Neutzel
Hesitation.
fakes it, goes left, misses the shot. Sleminski was in the way, but Sheridan's going to pick it up, gets another chance. Lebov wants a call from the refs, not going to get it. Sheridan floats one to Mulcahy. Mulcahy puts it home 9-10. Washington have their first lead since being up 1-0. Off and running Thompson. Going to be met by Mulcahy. Just gets wrapped up. Does not get rid of the dodgeball. You cannot run at Brian Mulcahy without a plan of what to do next.
Yes, I've definitely been on the receiving end of some of those hits back when I played, but I'm glad to no longer have to be hit like that.
Nobody likes to get hit by Brian Mulcahy. He is extremely effective at what he does. Meanwhile, Ryan Davis back in after an unsuccessful stint seeking. Neutzel can't handle the pass. Thompson looking to run. Butler there to slow him down. Lebov gets the beat out on Butler. Could win control here for Charlotte as Thompson is now off with speed. Throws it up. That goes through 10-10. And that might be the momentum swing that Charlotte was looking for, as they also win control on that play.
Well, Zach Thompson, great shot there. I believe it was their leading scorer in the regular season. So put in the hands of the tried and true there to get that goal.
Riley Stars from Julie Neutzel, right back to Neutzel. Littleton, the pump fake, gets the ball out of the hand of the Charlotte beater. Ultimately cannot capitalize, though. Riley Stars directing traffic through the cutting Sheridan. Sheridan put it home, but it was read super effectively by Cody Lebov. Gets the beat before. Meanwhile, Ryan Davis is back and running. Riley Stars to beat, goes for the shot, puts it home 11-10. Ryan Davis and Cody Lebov are not going to let Charlotte go down that easily.
to me, it feels like momentum is shifting back to Charlotte. Those last 2 quick drives and goals really seems like they have the energy now.
Without a doubt, Shane McConaughey now in the white headband for Admirals. Both teams really sticking to a core of about 11 or 12 players here at this point in the game. Koretsky up in front of Stars. Neutzel gets it far side. White gets beat out. Back up to Stars. Stars walking forward. Pump fakes once. Goes with the pass to Rankin. Met by Goldberg. Neutzel, 2 Stars. Met by Corinne White. Stars gets around the corner. No dodgeballs. Gets Davis off their feet. 11-11. Thompson now makes the ball live. Charlotte's going to keep this one slow. We're playing to 3. It's tied up at 11. We're playing to 14. And once again, everyone, the loser of this game goes home winless from this year's MLQ championship. Ryan Davis ball handling up top. Control is with Washington.
Oh,
great set
nice
play there from Charlotte. 12-11. Goldberg clears out the chaser on that small hoop. The shot goes through.
All right, Zach Thompson subbed out after that goal, though. So we'll see if the new look when they get the offensive possession, if they can continue these goals that they've been scoring.
Yeah, Braxton Hale back into this game for the Aviators, and so is Brian Mulcahy. He's subbed out for maybe a play before for Shane McConaughey. I don't know if he needed a sip of water or something, but he went right back in. Neutzel looks left, goes right. Stars has it. Braxton Hale playing defense up high. There's no dodgeballs.
Oh,
Riley
Bloom is
Stars
out.
come through and posters Davis. That's tied up at 12. We're playing to 2.
The Charlotte player just tried to tag in without their broom. They're going to have to tag again. Okay.
Yeah, so Braxton Hale becomes a live player, and then with the keeper headband on is allowed to make the quad ball live. David Littleton and Adrian Koretsky, arguably the 2 best beaters for this Admiral side, looking to close out the game for them. Though Charlotte with the upper hand, tied score. They're the one with the ball in hand. Goldberg gets the block. Braxton Hale comes through, and 3 Admirals players step up to stuff. Rankin, Stars, and Mulcahy will not let you dunk on them, and Washington get the stop they need. Now they have the upper hand, with both teams needing 2 goals to go.
Yeah,
Koretsky behind the play, jogging up a little bit here.
I was going to say, trying to drive through 3 defenders is not going to work most of the time.
Good team defense there from the Admirals. Neutzel receives the pass, goes left and then right, gets it back up to Stars.
Oh.
Looks like Ross is going to get a yellow card for contact from behind. That is 1 minute into the box or until Washington score. So now with both teams needing 2, Washington get a power play. They cannot let this opportunity go awry. Neutzel driving, spin move to Stars, gets around White, drives straight through Mulcahy. Mulcahy puts it home, 13-12 in favor of Washington. They need 1 to win. Charlotte needs 2 after being in a commanding lead earlier, 8-2.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
David Littleton does not get beat. Joe Goldberg is now way behind the play. There's no dodgeballs anywhere close for Charlotte. Corinne White tries to get around Riley Stars. Stars has the wrap.
Keep it.
I think White then got brought to the ground, so she didn't get beat. Goldberg comes back. There's 3 dodgeballs flying around. I don't know who's beat and who's not. Rankin picks it up. She's beat by Richard. David Littleton now they're handling. And out of all that chaos, Washington get the stop and control.
But that was huge to keep the quad ball for a little bit longer there to let the beaters for Charlotte get back into the play. Because if you turn it over there when there's no beaters and Washington just needs 1 more goal, that would have been dangerous.
Without a doubt. And now Butler and Bourne give Littleton and Koretsky a rest. We'll see if they sell out here. A goal wins it again. So you don't need to hold on to control if you win the game. Stars passes to Mulcahy. Mulcahy gets beat out, I believe. Braxton Hale picks it up. Ryan Davis picks it up. Just Stars to beat. The beat does not hit Stars. The shot is no good. Riley Stars got back to play defense. Brian Mulcahy can pick it up and run. There is no dodgeballs. Brian Mulcahy moves right. His teammates go up in front of him. Braxton Hale, the spin move. Brian Mulcahy gets leveled by Ryan Davis, And Richard is there to clean it up. Brian Mulcahy, I think, was a step too slow and then had tunnel vision on the shot instead of finding his teammates.
Everyone on the spectators and sidelines was screaming to start that fast break opportunity.
So again, Washington wins with a goal. Charlotte wins with 2. Ryan Davis keeping this one slow. Control remains with the Admirals. Braxton Hale, far side, going to be met by Riley Stars. Back up to the top, and Ryan Davis protected a little bit here by Bonadillo. Bonadillo makes the beat on Neutzel.
Oh,
opens up
bounce
a shot
pass.
on the wrong side. And Julie Neutzel is going to recover after the ball hits the ground. Ryan Davis is in there trying to clean it up for Charlotte, but Colin Bourne makes all the beats. The Charlotte beaters ran a play to open up the near side medium-sized hoop, but their chasers were at the far side small hoop. And that sort of miscommunication could really cost them here late in this game. Julia Rankin has now subbed in for Julie Neutzel. Rachel Williams is also into this game. Stars and Mulcahy are the 2 up top options at chaser. White is beat out.
Oh!
But then Ross steps up. She dodged
Great
a beat and
hit.
then got the block. Now off and running is Braxton Hale. Ryan Davis is in front to run a screen. Brian Mulcahy puts Hale on the ground. It's going to be a call for contact from behind. Mulcahy never quite closed down that gap. So Charlotte is going to get a chance to tie this one up at 13 on the power play.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte has had fast break opportunities for the past, 3 possessions, have not yet been able to score, but it looks like maybe on this play, after that penalty, they could have a chance here.
Stars, Rankin, and Williams all back, no dodgeballs. Hale goes through, it's no good. Huge defense there from veteran Riley Stars, also an assistant coach of this team. He does not want Charlotte scoring. Butler now has a dodgeball. Sheridan in 4 Stars. Bourne subbing out behind the play, or rather tapping in behind the play. Bonadillo comes up, beats out Williams. Bonadillo is now beat out, so the press is trying to be broken by Washington. Rankin comes through. The spin move is no good because the whistle stops the play. It sounds like we're going to have a card in the beater game.
Yeah, I think it was an illegal swat. I kind of saw it. That got beat and then spun around and hit the dodgeball again. So
that was as Rachel Williams was getting beat by Tony Bonadillo. It does look like that's what the call is. That's going to be a blue card on Rachel Williams. It should also be a quad ball turnover here. So after stopping Charlotte from scoring down 1 chaser, they're now going to have to try to do it down 2. Again, if a goal is scored, Mulcahy will be let out of the box first unless his penalty time expires before that occurs. Or no, it's not a quad ball. Is it not a quad ball turnover? No, Rankin starts with it. Rankin, the pump fake, gets Ross off her feet. Goes for the shot, puts it home. Julia Rankin just won this game for the Washington Admirals with 2 players in the box. A team that was down 80-20 ultimately wins 145-120 and sends Charlotte home winless.
Wow. What a game. What an ending. That was exhilarating.
There were a lot of twists. There were a lot of turns. At the end, it felt like Washington might just be losing it, but that defensive effort, the huge 3-player stop on the hoop, not letting it go through, a lot of big hits, some pressing. It really felt like they fed off that energy, and despite being goalless a few times, needing one to win, they didn't lose focus on the defensive end, which ultimately gave them enough tries. We are now going to send you to our analysts, and after that, we will get you the next game here on Pitch 1.
Welcome back to the Major League Quadball play-ins. We've got our next round of the lower brackets, the Minneapolis Monarchs versus the Washington Admirals. Washington fresh off a close win against the Charlotte Aviators, ready to take on Minneapolis for a spot in the lower bracket final. My name is Jackson Vaughn. I'll be giving the play-by-play. Keegan Remy Miller is here doing color commentary. Oh, we're going to have a false start to start the game.
There have been a lot of blue card false starts in the few games I've seen so far today. Not something you often see in the sport, but I think it kind of shows every little second, every little thing you can do to get an edge, you need to do in these winner-go-home games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So it's going to be 18th Annie guy. Going to go to the penalty box with a blue card. It's going to be a 6-on-5 for the Monarchs. That's, of course, assuming that they can get to the quad ball.
It will, but starting with a beater in the box is never fun. Adrian Koretsky will be by themselves for this one.
And it will go the way of Max Meyer and the Monarchs. Now it's picked up by Sobchak. We already have another stoppage. It's going to go back to Washington.
Koretsky got a beat off, so they're going to call that one a quad ball turnover.
Brian Mulcahy with the quad ball, taking this one around the far side of the pitch. Max Meyer there playing close defense there. Washington just waiting for an opening, trying to kill off this penalty here. But the Monarchs are able to get this ball back.
Yeah, not much doing there for Washington on that offensive possession. It opened up with a little bit of a beater press. Of course, they had a beater in the box. Tanagai is now out of the box, so full strength as Colin Bourne subs in immediately in the black headband.
2 dodgeballs for the Monarchs. They belong to Melby and Podolski here. Melby fakes a beat. Pass all the way around the back. That's Selner going to take the shot. Not going to. Oh, it does go. So Selner will open the scoring for the Monarchs. It's 1-0.
Minneapolis first on the board, first team with an opportunity not down a player. They convert early.
And crucially, they're able to keep dodgeball control. It's going to set them up nicely here on this subsequent defense. Mulcahy has the quad ball. We'll send a pass back to Julie Neutzel, now back to Mulcahy. Neutzel's going to get it back, going to force the Monarchs to come out for the defense. All the way back up top. Riley Stars trying to make a play here. Far into the pitch. Back up to Stars, Max Meyer trying to get in there. Now Stars is going to get beat. Meyer unable to pick it up. It's going to go across the midline. Here comes Meyer now. No defenders back. The beat's going to be missed, and Meyer will put it through for the score. 2-0, Minneapolis.
2 missed beats there from Koretsky on that possession. Ultimately, it leads to the goal from Max Meyer. And as you mentioned, Jackson, at the top, Washington just came off of a nail-biter. It was an extremely long and physical game. A lot of their top players played a lot of minutes towards the end. Minneapolis, on the other hand, got to watch the end of that game. They won comfortably against Toronto. So they seem early to have a little bit more energy.
Washington now, though, got to get a point on the board. Working this quad ball around. Meyer not able to intercept it. Stars is going to pick this one up. Trying to work around Meyer now as Washington also turns over dodgeball control. Taking their time here. Waiting for the beaters to make a play. Podolski is beat out in the midfield. Now Stars will take the pass to Neutzel. Doesn't find the shot initially. Pass to that far hoop. Doesn't look like it's going to go, and the Monarchs survive.
Great beat from Podolski there. It's what stopped the goal initially, and Minneapolis is also able to win control as some of those dodgeballs are bouncing all over the place. That possession looked really disjointed from Washington. Their beaters and chasers are kind of going in 2 different directions.
Podolski and Nelson, who checks into the game, both with dodgeballs in hands. That's Emma Persons with the quad ball now. Podolski tapping out chasers up top. Meyer's going to take a shot. It's going to be blocked on the hoop line by Stars, and Washington will pick it up.
Not a great look there from Minneapolis. Their beaters were putting in work. It looked like they had the Washington defense really all out of sorts. You'd like better than kind of a mid-range shot on that. I think there was enough room to drive a little bit. Even if you don't get the dunk off, I think you get a higher percentage shot the closer to the hoops you are there.
We are going to get a stoppage here. The ref's having a discussion. Possible foul, maybe. We'll see what the implications are.
Yeah, it was an AR hand in the air kind of behind the play. And it is going to be a blue card here. to Julie Nutzel. Not sure what that call was. I personally didn't see the foul. I also am not sure what that referee signal was. But nevertheless, not going to stack as a penalty for Washington, but for the second time already they have a player in the box.
Yep, so it's going to be a 6-on-5 for Minneapolis. Washington got to put themselves in another penalty kill situation here.
Nutzel blue card was for an illegal dodgeball swat.
Mulcahy with the quad ball now gets beat out. Max Meyer going to kick this one up to Emma Persons. It's a great kick pass. Persons sends the ball to Selner, who will now get beat out, and now Washington going to look to run the other way. No dodgeballs back for the Monarchs. Podolski made the beat, it looks like. It was a great
It was an
shot.
unbelievable goal. Brian Mulcahy to John Sheridan, who was coming down the lane, absolutely leapt in the air, full extension, ball over his head, two-handed through the middle hoop, but the beat came in first. It's not going to count.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible play, but Podolski just, I mean, head on a swivel, made the beat to stop the goal for Admirals. So Washington now back to full strength. Monarchs looking to create an opening here. Pass all the way to the back. Going to get beat out early in the backfield. Emma Persons. No, they're calling a turnover, so Washington's going to pick this one up. John Sheridan has the quad ball now. Pass over to Shane McConaughey. And now back to Julia Rankin. McConaughey's going to get this one back. Pass to the other side, Sheridan. And now back to Rankin. Beat out top is Ben Zimmett. Now looking to drive, not going to be able to get the shot to go. One beater behind the hoops, but the Monarchs are going to be able to pick up that quad ball.
Heads up play there from David Littleton. Looks like he's going to be able to maintain control for Washington after he was caught a little bit unawares behind that Minneapolis hoops.
Yeah, Littleton and Butler with both dodgeballs here for the Admirals. Max Meyer, a full cross-court pass, but it's intercepted. Washington tries to go the other way, but it's a good delay at least for Julia Rankin.
Yep, good look there from Rankin. Heads up defense.
And now looking to go the other way. Here comes Joe Goulet. Pass all the way behind the hoops to Max Meyer, who's going to rush. And the goal is good for Meyer. The Monarchs go up 3-0.
Another good goal for Minneapolis. They are looking at their best when they are running in free space, getting the ball to open players who then have a little bit of time to move. They've hit some of their shots, not all of them. Washington obviously really want to get a goal on the board, but after winning a game that they trailed 8-2, hopefully the panic on their sideline is not setting in quite yet.
Yeah, Washington really had to dig deep to find that win, and so you're probably a little bit tired coming into this game. Monarchs definitely rested, and it's showing here in the opening minutes. Sheridan has the quad ball. Will send the pass to the backfield. McConaughey is going to get the pass out to Rachel Williams, who's now looking to drive. We'll take this one back up top. Pass to the middle, to the far side hoop, and the goal is good. Admirals get their first on the board.
Excellent play there from two of those Admirals chasers, Rachel Williams and Helen Trudell. Williams kind of goes for the drive, the look off, and then threw an absolute dart to Helen Trudell. She had great body control to be coming from behind the hoop, grab the pass, and then around the defender, score kind of going against the momentum of her body.
Yeah, great play from the Admirals there. But now looking to take this one the other way, it's the Monarchs. No-look pass off to Goulet. And now back up to Selner. Sorry, that is Carlson from behind the hoops, who makes a great shot on the top hoop. Carlson makes a nice long-range play to extend the Monarchs' lead back to 3.
Good goal there from Minneapolis. Washington really need to clean up their zone defense. They mostly play a 2-2, but their defenders on hoops really have not knocked down a lot of shots so far against this Monarch side.
Admirals have this ball behind the hoops. Now it goes back up top to Sheridan. Sheridan pass to that far side hoop. Big block. And Goulet is going to pick that one up.
Siskarishvili there for Washington could not quite get a goal as he was bothered heavily by Goulet.
Goulet to Carlson again, but will be beat out from behind the hoops, it looks like.
Looks like they want to call John Sheridan for a tackle from behind, the assistant referee does. These conversations can sometimes be interesting. In the quad ball game, typically that's what the HR is going to be watching. So a difference of opinions. Obviously, they have two different views of that play, whether or not Sheridan kind of got past the center of mass there of Carlson before the contact came in. Looks like no call on the play, so give John Sheridan that stop.
Yep, and so Sheridan will start with the quad ball here on this possession for the Admirals. They're looking to move quickly here on the drive. There's no dodgeballs back for the Monarchs right now, and Sheridan is able to take that one coast to coast for the score.
John Sheridan gets the stop, puts on the Jets. No dodgeballs. Maybe that's the way Washington needs to go. Use their physicality, get the dodgeballs on the ground, and just really go for it. As Littleton now, with the quad ball not even live yet, looks to create some chaos.
Gonna see a blue card.
It's a blue card on David Littleton. He heads up play. Use the dodgeball to knock the quad ball away as the keeper was in the keeper zone and couldn't be beat. The quad ball had not yet been made live though. So I believe it's going to be a delay of game blue card here. The keeper of that defensive team who had just been scored on needs to touch the ball before it becomes live.
Yep, so it's going to be a 6-on-5 here. The Monarchs going to look to take advantage of that. You see Carlson with the quad ball now, wearing the keeper headband. We'll send a pass to Zemet. And now back up top to Carlson. Pass alley-oop for the score.
Joe Goulet, absolutely fantastic alley-oop. Washington's didn't count. Joe Goulet's and Minneapolis's will count. A nice play there. And again, it's really the timing from Minneapolis that they've been so good with all tournament so far, all championships so far. And it really holds true in this game as well.
Siskarishvili is going to send the pass up to Zansadiki, who's now looking to drive. Pass to the back to Trudell, trying to fight through, but Goulet has the wrap made. Shot's going to go up. It's going to be tipped away, though, and the Monarchs are going to fall on that one.
David Littleton is creating absolute chaos down low. I think ultimately it's going to lead to his team not getting dodgeball control. Siddiqui and Siskarishvili, both very young players. Siddiqui did play last season, although was only rostered for one series against New York early in the season. Siskarishvili, a true rookie in this league. The two couldn't quite connect, despite David Littleton's best efforts beating down a lot of defenders down low.
Monarchs are up 5-2. Carlson's going to go take a sub out. Looks like Max Meyer's going to re-enter the game. With the quad ball now, it's Ben Zimmett. Tap beat will be made up top by Meredith McDowell. Zimmett's going to pass off to Meyer, who's going to shoot top hoop for the score. Meyer showing why his shooting threat is very appreciated by the Monarchs.
6-2 is the score as David Littleton is now just doing sprints up and down the pitch to try to win control back. If Minneapolis is going to keep hitting these shots, and I believe Washington here called a timeout, if Minneapolis is going to keep hitting these shots, then Washington's going to need to change what they're doing. As I said a little bit earlier, they've mostly been running a 2-2 today. There should be two people on hoops to cover them, and just there's no hands in the air. Every time we look, it looks like the shots are open. Perhaps credit to Minneapolis. They're really making Washington switch around. But a team with very few true hoop defenders naturally, really a team full of point defenders, Minneapolis really seems to be taking advantage right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can call it a mismatch, really. The Monarchs' style is just, it's punishing everything that Admirals are throwing at them right now. And yeah, whether that's the mismatch in styles or whether it's Washington just being tired, either way, it's the biggest lead of the game so far. It's 6-2 to the Monarchs.
Yeah, and those of you who have been with us on Pitch 1 all day, you will have seen Washington did ultimately win a game. They were trailing 8-2 win against Charlotte in the previous time slot. But I think it's fair to say Minneapolis is kind of a step above where Charlotte is. They're not a team that Washington has a history of beating the way I think kind of psychologically two teams that meet fairly often in the regular season every year since Charlotte has been in the league. Washington almost always beats Charlotte. And I think mentally you kind of have that belief in you, like we beat this team, we are better than this team. They might still think that against Minneapolis, but they don't really have the history there in the matchup.
Yep, so after the timeout, it's going to be ball in the hands of Zan Siddiqui. Now it's going to send the pass over to John Gaffigan. Gaffigan's got to go back to Siddiqui after the pressure from Goulet. It's a high press here from Minneapolis, and now Goulet looking to take this one all the way to the hoop. Shot on the top hoop. Goulet had the alley-oop earlier, and now about a 10-yard shot. Joe Goulet is having themselves a game right now as Minneapolis now has a 7-2 lead.
Looks like there's a conversation happening in the beater game. By the time I looked over, Thanagai had was kind of rolling around on the ground there. Unclear if we're talking about a potential penalty. I thought at first that stoppage might be for an injury. That doesn't appear to be the case, though, as Thanagai is up and smiling, standing with the rest of the beaters kind of all in a cluster right there.
Doesn't appear there's going to be any foul on the play.
Yep, looks like we're just going to go right back at it. So control here with Thanagai and Butler of Washington.
Yep, and Washington with the quad ball as well. They need to find a way to score and cut into the Monarchs' lead here. Number 42, John Gaffigan, has the quad ball right now. Going to send a pass to the far side, now all the way back. Around the world, all four chasers touched on that possession, and the score, Julie Neutzel went all the way around the hoops, and Neutzel is able to find the score. Washington ends their scoring drought with a goal.
Great toughness there from Julie Neutzel. It's really a scouting report on Washington. Every chaser on their team can score through contact. That's exactly what Neutzel did down low. If you're Minneapolis, the contact needs to end with the player on the ground or the ball stripped out if it's going to be a stop.
Here comes Max Meyer trying to get around Siddiqui now. Meyer, pass to Zimmett behind. Shot top hoop. All the shots are raining down, and the Monarchs are hitting everything right now. 8-3. Zan Siddiqui wants to go quick here to try and get that goal back. Not able to do the same with the shot. And ultimately, it's going to be a possession thrown away as the Monarchs are going to slow it down and try and get that one back.
Yeah, I mean, choose your poison there. Do you like that Zan Siddiqui tried to respond, keep the energy up? He ended up with a good look on a shot that rimmed out. Or do you say, hey, you need to slow this one down. We can't be throwing away possessions like that. Not sure how the Washington sideline is going to feel, but I definitely understand why Siddiqui made that attempt.
Yeah, personally, I like the idea because we haven't seen a lot of those transition offenses from Washington just yet. And so I like the idea to try and do something different. Meanwhile, the Monarchs have to send a cross-court pass all the way to Zimmett behind the hoops. Zimmett dodges a beat there. Now he's going to get the pass to Sellner. Sellner top hoop. I think it just bounced out.
Rimmed out. Finally, the ball luck goes against the Monarchs. Interesting call here. It could be a turnover or it could be a behind-the-back tackle as Julia Rankin had the quad ball live right on that keeper zone line, which, of course, if she were then to be propelled over the line would be an illegal reset and a turnover back towards the Monarchs.
Yeah, Zimmett with the heads-up hustle play there, trying to force the turnover. We'll see if it does result in a penalty. Like I was saying, though, I don't hate the play from Siddiqui on that last drive. I kind of like trying to do something different, trying to open up the score sheet. Didn't work out for him that time.
So it looks like that just ended up being no call. No harm, no foul. And ultimately, Rankin's going to be able to slow this one and walk it up for Washington.
Yep, so the Admirals now looking to go the other way. 8.5 minutes roughly left in the first half. Pass back up top to Rankin. As the Admirals have no dodgeballs right now, able to get a block on that beat from Podolski. Now looking to run. Pass over the top of the hoop. Siddiqui's going to pick this one up. Washington has to slow down here. There's no dodgeballs anywhere near the hoops right now. There's one now. Can be tipped away by Selner, and it looks like the Monarchs are going to be able to turn this one over.
It just really looks like Washington has no idea what they want to try on offense, except when Riley Stars and Brian Mulcahy are in the game. And when those two are in the game, the idea seems to be, I am going to go dunk it.
Speaking of, Riley Stars does check back into the game at keeper. That might be just what they need to try and cut into this Monarchs lead.
And we see a transition to a 1-3 defense here, also known as the tree zone or the hoop zone after all these shots rain down for Minneapolis.
Max Meyer not scared, though, takes the shot. It's not going to go that time.
A great play there. Podolsky makes the beat out, opens up the hoop for the shot. It just missed low.
So Admirals to inbound. Number 23, that's Riley Stars, who just checked back into the game with the quad ball now.
And Mulcahy back in as well. They kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit, but down 8-3, they've really struggled to score for huge portions of this game. So even with a few stops in a row, they aren't able to claw back any ground.
They do have 2 dodgeballs, though. Colin Bourne and Jack Butler, the beaters in for the Admirals. Goes back up top to Stars. Now comes over to Williams. Williams is going to get beat before she can even take 2 steps. And Washington is going to turn this one over to Minneapolis.
And just like that, Butler went down low, went to make a beat, I believe, on Persons to open up the hoop for a shot. The Chasers had no idea that's what was going on, never even looked to that hoop for a shot, and after that play was made down low, ultimately Butler lost the dodgeball. So really, it might be a good idea, but if the Chasers don't know what's happening, it's never going to work out.
Some substitutions coming in. Carlson checks in for Meyer, wearing the keeper headband. See, Persons is back in the game. Nelson is also back in the game at beater. Here's Selner with the quad ball. Back up top to Carlson. Now over to Persons. Well, it looks like that pass may have gotten tipped by Washington, and they're going to pick it up.
It looked immediately after running one defensive play in that 1-3 zone, they ran 2-2 again there. We'll see if maybe the set of Stars and Mulcahy out there, they prefer the 2-2.
Yeah, so you are down 5 goals, but the Admirals did just come back from an 8-2 deficit in the Charlotte game to win. So, I mean, they might be able to do it again. They did it one time. It's going to be interesting to see if they can do it again. The Admirals do have the quad ball here. We see the pass over to Rachel Williams. Now back up top to Stars. Oh, Beat tries to come in. Not going to go. Podolsky able to dodge it. Now Podolsky going to go on the offensive. Going to take the beat. That'll be picked up by Persons. A great play by Podolsky.
Yeah, give Podolsky the credit for that entire defensive stand. Made the no dodgeball look possible after dodging the beat with a great split jump against Adrian Koretsky and then going up and cleaning both players who touched the quad ball after that dodge.
Yeah, it feels like we've been saying Podolsky's name. I mean, this whole game, he's been having a great game thus far. Carlson now with the quad ball. Sends this one to Persons. Back to Carlson, who's going to take the shot, and it'll go on the top hoop. So that hoop defense, even though Washington shifted, still not working. The Monarchs are not scared to take the shots, and they're still falling.
Washington's next defensive shift needs to be getting their tallest, getting someone on hoops in green. Minneapolis is doing a great job beating out those hoop defenders. They aren't afraid of you playing point. Switch the green headband to somebody on hoops.
Yeah, it's now a 6-goal advantage for Minneapolis. It's 9-3. Helen Trudell walking this one behind the hoops. Now back up top to Stars. Over to Mulcahy. Beat's going to come in from Podolsky. Washington's still going to pick it up, though. Stars.
Koretsky with the beat to get Stars the ball back there.
Oh, big steal from Carlson, though. Able to get the block and the steal. Persons has the quad ball. Sends it back to Carlson.
No dodgeballs here for Minneapolis if Washington can press.
Yeah, Washington definitely trying to. We're going to see a crossfield pass. Persons is going to pick it up before it goes out of bounds. Able to get this one at least away. Zemet looks like unable to get there in time. And so the Admirals are going to be able to prevent the goal there.
I like that play from Persons. Up 6, you don't need to force anything. Throw it to dead space. Make sure the other team can't run on you. You get your dodgeball back. That's good enough.
Yeah, for sure. Little over 3 minutes to play in the first half. Scores 9-3. Monarchs in the lead. The Admirals do have dodgeball control, though, and they have the quad ball. Pass over to Rankin on the far side. Rankin just walking the quad ball back behind the hoops. Now it's going to get beat out. It's going to have to be picked up by Mulcahy, who's now driving, but Carlson making the great hit. There is going to be a stoppage here.
There's a great beat there from Podolsky that I think ultimately grabbed both Koretsky and Rankin. Koretsky definitely came off broom and then went back on their broom. Maybe the AR called them back to say, no, you were not beat. Although the call here does go against Minneapolis.
Yeah, it will be the yellow card. So the Admirals are going to get this ball back in a 6-on-5. Mulcahy is going to have the quad ball when this gets restarted.
And so you can see here Mulcahy kind of walking around while the players stand still. He's allowed to choose any spot on that nearest restrictor line, the keeper zone line, to start with the ball.
Mulcahy sends the pass to the backfield. Now looking to rush. Riley Stars is going to pick it up. Back to Mulcahy. Shot top hoop. It's going to go. And Mulcahy gets the Admirals another goal on the board.
Bar down. Finally, some of the shooters' luck goes for Washington as well after Minneapolis has been raining down shots like that all game. 9-4, you're down 5, about 3 minutes to go, as you said, Jackson. If you're Washington, you're happy, maybe down 4, get the catch, try to be back into this game. I think with a lead this big for Minneapolis, that's kind of the way Washington needs to be thinking about this.
Yeah, it's still definitely within reach. They did make the catch in order to come back against Charlotte in the last game, but you got to at least get it close enough to make that a viable option. Monarchs just passing the ball around here, trying to force Washington to make a mistake, but they're actually going to pull their beaters here.
Yep, they won control. I think they want to hold it to 20 minutes. Koretsky could press if they want to, but they choose not.
Yeah, and so you're going to lose the quad ball, but if you're Monarchs right here, you probably don't really care at the moment, honestly. Looks like we do have a stop. It may have been a timeout, I believe, for...
I think this is actually the 20-minute timeout. I think our live scoreboard that we have up on the machine here just stopped running during one of the previous stoppages. So that's actually the 20-minute timeout. Totally makes sense why Minneapolis killed a little bit of time there to win control and then immediately just ran away with it. Up 5, 9-5. They're comfortable kind of throwing away that offensive possession in return for dodgeball control.
Yeah, so it's going to be 90-40. The set score is going to be 150 as we head into flag runner on pitch. Now, the winner of this game is going to play the Kansas City Stampede for the last spot in the main bracket. Both these teams have already played Kansas City today, and both of them lost to Kansas City at some point this weekend. So if you're Minneapolis, if you're Washington, if they're able to come back, I mean, how are you feeling right now knowing that you have Kansas City, an opponent that's already beating you, waiting for you?
I don't think either of these teams are afraid of Kansas City. I think both teams think they lost because of mistakes they made, not things that Kansas City did better than them. But obviously, here at the 20-minute stoppage, you can't be thinking about your next opponent. You gotta stay focused here. That Washington huddle, I think, really needs to be talking about the comeback the last game. What do we want to do better here? Like we said, I think they need more hands in the air to block shots, and they need a little bit more communication between beaters and chasers. Although if all the beaters from both teams go on the seekers, that might kind of open up some space. We saw Mulcahy and Stars and Sheridan really show just a lot of physicality running through tackles. That might open up for them. Meanwhile, Minneapolis is saying, just stay even with them in goals. Even if they catch, we still have the lead. They score 1, we should score 1. Just go back and forth, we win the game. Meanwhile, Washington really needs to not only get a quick catch, kind of you'd hope that their sideline hopes maybe get a quick goal here right on brooms up, get the stop, and then another quick goal. Try to cut that deficit to 3 as fast as you can, and I think that comes with their specific personnel with playing a little bit more quickly than we've seen so far in the first 20 minutes.
If I'm the Monarchs here, I'm almost thinking about defensive seeking just to have the more chaotic play. You know, the beaters like to focus around the flag runner just so that the goals will rain down faster. Maybe you get out of this game a little bit quicker. We'll see what they decide to do, though. It's going to be dodgeballs in hand for the Monarchs, quad ball in the hands of the Admirals.
Joe Goulet with a dodged beat there right up at the start. It's Joe Goulet versus Zan Siddiqui, the seeker matchup.
Pass over going to be blocked, though, by Zimmett. Washington not able to find the score. Persons is going to pick that one up. And we do see another stoppage come through.
Naja Melby had also come in to make a beat. It's going to be a yellow card on Julia Rankin. It might be play after beat. I think Rankin was the player who's beat in the back by Melby. And then continued play. I was very surprised when I saw Washington come out of that kind of chaos with the quad ball in their hands after that beat had come through. But heads up play from Melby there as the beaters are kind of all focused on the seeker. If a ball bouncing or if a flag runner running in one direction puts you near the quad ball game, you have to have the presence of mind to know if a beat there will help your team.
So Minneapolis is going to look to take this one the other way. Max Meyer has the quad ball and is running towards the hoops. There's no dodgeballs back. There's now one as Colin Bourne comes back, but Washington was able to stop it even without the help of the beater.
Good hands from Julie Neutzel. That's the kind of hands we need down low for Washington.
Now running is Mulcahy. Melby is back. It's going to be tipped away, though, by Selner. It's going to go out of bounds, so I believe it's going to be an Admirals inbound.
Matt Cooper, the flag runner here. One of the best flag runners in the sports. We'll see if Goulet and Siddiqui have any luck.
Stars past to Mulcahy behind the hoops. Rips a shot, top hoop. It'll go for the Admirals.
Good goal, number 10, Brian Mulcahy.
So it's going to be 9-5 now. If you're Washington, you'll take that, but really you need to be focusing on this flag runner game. Meanwhile, Max Meyer rushing through and gets the no-look shot on the top hoop. They get it right back. So it'll be 10-5 now. Minneapolis just 5 away from the victory.
Good goal, number 4, Max Meyer.
Saw Zansadiki try to go over the flag runner there to make a pull. Didn't work there. John Sheridan with the quad ball. Now moving forward around Persons. Gets the shot on the top hoop. So Washington, and you talked about the Monarchs are effectively making these trades so far. I mean, it's been 3 possessions and 3 goals after flag runner pitch has begun. The Monarchs are happy to take those trades until the end of this game.
Yep, so far so good for Minneapolis in the quad ball game, although Washington has had a much better time holding control despite not starting with it here after the 20 minutes.
Goulet took a dive there, nearly had the pull. It'll be Alex Lipinski in now at seeker for the Admirals.
Giving Siddiqui a little bit of a rest here.
Zimek going to pass to Sobchak behind the hoop. Sobchak's shot is not going to go. And Ben Zimet's going to pick this one back up. Sheridan there with the contact, but the pass out to Selner, who's looking to run the other way. Selner's going to get beat now by David Littleton, and now looking to take this one the other way, it is the Admirals.
Jack Butler with that beat. Good heads-up play there from Butler.
Sheridan behind the hoops. Pass to the near side. Looked like Rankin tried to kick it back to Sheridan, but unfortunately kicks it back into the hands of the Monarchs. And Max Meyer looking to run quickly here. He's going to take this one all the way behind the hoops. Takes a shot, not going to go. Picked back up by Selner. Max Meyer behind the hoops.
If that ball goes over half, it is going to be a reset.
But
Peter's going to keep it in.
Yeah, will be stopped by Narveson before it goes over. Zimet's going to pick this one back up. Majeski having free time with the flag runner right now for the Monarchs.
Majeski with a lot of time on Cooper. Minneapolis not even pretending to try to score here as they just want Majeski to have as much time as possible. Finally, Littleton comes in to make the beat on the seeker.
Oh my goodness, Max Meyer. I believe it might have been tipped in by Sobchak. Either way, it was a phenomenal, whether it was a shot or an alley-oop, it was a great play from the Monarchs.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an injury stoppage there for Addy Sobchak. Meanwhile, as we said, David Littleton finally said, if you're not going to play offense, I will just go beat out Majeski so he doesn't get unlimited time on Cooper. That's all the window that Minneapolis needed. Immediately they attacked. Immediately they scored. Also, at the start of that offensive possession, I will point out, Majeski was all over Cooper. Cooper was using all of his energy, all of his focus to make sure that his arms weren't wrestled free. Lipinski came from behind and very nearly had a surprise grab.
So it's going to be 11-6. Monarchs 4 away from the victory. The flag, of course, is still available. This is not out of the realm of possibility for Washington to make a comeback just yet.
And Rachel Williams also finds herself in the box here on a foul that must have occurred after the goal for her to be serving penalty time.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Either way, Washington now down a player. Sheridan's going to send a pass up the field, looking to run now. No dodgeballs back. The shot's not going to go, though. It looks like the Monarchs are going to get that one.
Not a good look at all there from Shane McConaughey. Kind of an over-the-head alley-oop shot. Meanwhile, it's actually going to be Siskarishvili in the box. It was a blue card to the Washington bench.
Washington, a foot race for the quad ball behind the hoops. It'll be picked up by Zimmett and delivered to Meyer.
Yeah, Sheridan somehow won that scrum on the ground, got the ball out to McConaughey. Ultimately, though, he cannot hit the shot. And Majeski now getting a lot more time with Cooper as Siddiqui's back in as seeker for Washington.
Narvison's going to go sub out now. That might be an opportunity for Washington to make a play on the beating game here. They're not going to be able to do so, as that's Ben Schluter now subbing into the game.
Yeah, Washington's beaters are full-on quad ball game here. They trust Cooper.
Meyer's going to get this ball back up top. Big block, though, from Sheridan. Meyer picks it back up. Looking to run around Sheridan. Dodges a beat. Max Meyer, top hoop.
Zan Siddiqui with the catch. Zan Siddiqui has caught it for Washington. It looked clean to me. Obviously, a lot less time than Majeski had. Ultimately, Washington was trusting that Matt Cooper would not be caught by Zeke Majeski in order to prevent them from scoring goals, right? We talked about it. If they just keep trading goals, then Washington's going to lose this game. They had to bring those dodgeballs back to play defense. And somehow, some way, Zan Siddiqui found a gap in the beaters, and with a lot less time than Majeski had, was able to get the catch.
Yeah, the gambit absolutely pays off there. Didn't invest any of their beating time into the seeking game, and yet they were still able to make the pool. So it's 110 to 95. Set score is 150, and it's just going to be straight quad ball play for the rest of the game. This is still open for Washington to make the full comeback here.
Yep, and crucially, Washington here is going to start out on offense, so they could make this a 4-point swing very quickly if they can get the goal.
Sheridan with the quad ball. You see instantly both teams playing a lot slower. It's a lot less chaotic than the flag runner on pitch situation.
And again, after a bench minor, Washington is down a player here on a penalty kill.
Sheridan.
Trada beats. Nutzel's going to win control for Washington.
It's a high press here from the Monarchs. Just three chasers in the area for Washington right now.
Full strength here for Washington now.
They did turn over dodgeball control, and I think they're content to just hold it for the time being.
Yep, Littleton had a trade of beats down the other end with Minneapolis, and Julie Nutzel was able to clean up all the loose dodgeballs on the ground to win control a little bit early on in that play.
She's Karishvili with the quad ball now. Sends the pass over to Trudell.
Littleton causes a no dodgeball look.
Washington needs to capitalize off of this. It's going to be picked up. We do see a penalty being called by the AR.
So the AR wants to call a penalty here on David Littleton for throwing a third dodgeball, either not at a legal target or out of bounds. I think it's a pretty harsh call. He was maybe a foot off from hitting Emma Persons while he was running full sprint and throwing across his body. It looked like a really good attempt on a legal chaser to me. But it looks like the ARs disagree with that, or at least that it's that timing when the hand went into the air.
Yeah, we'll see what the official call is.
And basically, for anybody who doesn't know that sort of rule, in order to prevent teams from just throwing the third dodgeball constantly all over the pitch, you can't just like throw it out of bounds or throw it at no one. It has to be at a legal target if your teammate also has a dodgeball. So it looks like that's what the discussion is going to be about.
It's going to be a yellow card
on Minneapolis in the quad ball game. So I guess we just missed what was going on there. It must have been a similar time because, like I said, it was the AR hand went in the air as that ball was thrown by David Littleton.
The only thing I have is that Sheridan was running, and it looked like maybe there was some contact from behind, which caused Sheridan to fall to the ground. That's all I got. That could have been the card. Either way, Max Meyer going to the penalty box. Trudell going to pick this one up.
No dodgeballs. A really inexperienced core out here chasing, though, for Washington.
Oh, nearly the shot goes for Karishvili. Just doesn't get it to fall.
Big hit there from Carlson. I mean, ultimately, I think you'd say it was 3 really young players out there alongside Riley Stars who had to go tap back in after being beat, and they just couldn't connect. I think there was a little bit of panic after not discussing maybe what they were going to do out of that brooms up.
Ben Schluter and Naja Melby have both dodgeballs here for the Monarchs now. Carlson going to fake a shot. We'll send it over to Persons. Now all the way back over to Zimmett. Carlson still faking that shot on the tall hoop. And now the beaters will start to engage. Schluter's going to get beat out. Persons from behind the hoops now. Zimmett on the far side, all the way back up to Meyer, who's now back in the game.
Great penalty kill there for Minneapolis. Really took their time.
Meyer all the way back to Persons. And now Washington's going to start to engage the beaters. Shot not going to go. Max Meyer's going to pick this one up. And now we'll take it behind the hoops. Can't get on the tall hoop, but will get it on the close side medium hoop. Max Meyer with the goal.
So you could see there a huge change in just what Washington physically looked like on defense. For the first time all game, all of their hoop defenders had their hands in the air. And Minneapolis didn't want to shoot against that. Max Meyer, though, was able to get Skrishvili off his feet, go under, gets through Riley Stars, and puts it home.
Yep, so it's 120 to 95. Set score reminder is 150. Everyone on Washington touching the quad ball in this possession. Max Meyer's going to get the steal. Looked like Riley Stars may have just bounced past that straight into Meyer.
Yep, there's going to be talk. It looks like an AR hand went into the air. I will also say away from that play, I can just see that Brian Mulcahy is no longer on the Admirals bench. He's seated behind the goal ref, behind the Washington hoops. So I don't know if he's injured, but it certainly seems like he will not be available for the rest of this game. One of 2 players who was really crucial to the comeback win against Charlotte alongside Riley Stars. So tough news there for Washington.
Schluter and Melby have 2 dodgeballs for the Monarchs. The third in the hands of David Littleton for the Admirals. Rankin has the quad ball now. Crossfield pass to Stars. All the dodgeballs on the ground. One in the hands of Washington to the near far side hoop. Not going to go, and Persons will pick it up.
Yeah, the Washington Beaters ran a little bit of a pass play there. It didn't win them control, but I think it caused a lot of confusion, and that's what put the 2 Minneapolis dodgeballs on the ground. And again, you can see immediately McConaughey, Williams both have hands in the air. Now Rankin as well. You know that's what the sideline's yelling at them.
Persons sends the ball over to Goulet. And now Meyer's going to get that one back from Schwartz. Goulet up top near the keeper zone line. Persons fix a shot back to Goulet. Melby with the 1 dodgeball in the area. Schluter's going to pick up the other.
Yeah, Bourne went for the hit on Schluter. Couldn't quite win control, though.
Schluter looking to make a lane for Max Meyer, who's now rushing. Looks like the block came through. Good play from Rankin to stop the score.
So Washington get the stop, and they're down 3, and I can only imagine what the score would be if from the first possession of the game, their defenders just had their hands in the air. Because as silly as it sounds, that seems to be one of the biggest differences so far for their last few defensive possessions.
Yeah, we're seeing the Monarchs finally start respecting them on the shots. You don't see them just taking shots on hoops, even with the hoop defenders anymore. Washington looking to engage. There's the block from Meyer. McConaughey unable to find the goal. And Meyer taking this one the other way. Will slow down before it crosses the midline. Top hoop can't get the float. It looks like it was a pass to Goulet, but it's not going to go.
That's the worst looking offense we've seen from the Monarchs in quite a while. It looked rushed. The last few offensive possessions, they passed it around. They were trying to look what their shot was. They were giving their beaters time to work. That one just seemed rushed and kind of like a jump ball thrown into that Trees defense. Uncharacteristic from them, and you hope it's just a blip on the radar and not something they fall into. Maybe let this game get away from them.
Julie Nutzel has the quad ball for the Admirals. Koretsky and Bourne, the two beaters on the near side of the field. McConaughey gets it back to Neutzel. Rushing forward, all the way back up top to Stars. Now over to Trudell. McConaughey now behind the hoops again. Back to Trudell. Melby's going to scare him off, and it's going to be intercepted by Goulet.
Good interception there from Goulet. Read the play really well. Colin Bourne was there to try to protect the pass, but obviously cannot beat Goulet in the keeper zone. And Minneapolis uses their timeout as they need 3 goals to win. Washington still needs 6.
Yeah, so it's becoming a closer game, but we've seen a scoring drought for both teams now in the last couple of drives here. Washington has been able to adjust, but also just Monarchs just feels like they're not taking their time on their offenses. It feels like they're just not setting up, the looks that we saw earlier in the game.
Put in its simplest terms and probably oversimplifying, it looks like Washington figured out their defense, but now they need to figure out their offense. They managed to stop Minneapolis at a pretty good clip the past few possessions, but they really haven't been able to convert for scores at all. They've only scored 1 goal since that 20-minute mark. Obviously, they've picked up 40 points because they were able to get the flag catch, but after being down 9-5, they're now down 12-9. They've been outscored 3-1 in terms of goals in this 20-minute period. They really are struggling to figure out what to do on offense. Meanwhile, I think Minneapolis called their timeout to basically be like, y'all, we have this game in hand. We don't need to be rushing through things. We know now they're putting their hands up on defense, but we have other options. We can drive and dunk on them, or we can pull those players away from the hoops before we shoot.
Yeah, Monarchs are just saying, everybody calm down. The Monarchs think they're the better team. They know they're the better team, and they just got to go out and finish this game and prove it. Meanwhile, Admirals, during that timeout, you're probably saying, we're back in this game. You came back against Charlotte. You can come back against Minnesota too. Minneapolis has the quad ball now. Goulet looking for an opening. Shot looks like it did not go through.
Yeah, no big call for the head ref. It looks like it's going to be good, no goal. So big play right out of that timeout, right? All 3 Admirals chasers on hoops all had hands in the air, no shots available. They run a play, medium hoop, near side to the camera, beat out that defender, shoot on that hoop. The shot did not fall, and quite frankly, I didn't like where the ball handler was set up. I think if they had just been further towards camera to their right, it would have been an easier shot to make. But still, they have a plan. They executed the plan. They just didn't get the goal. We'll see if they try to run that play again next offense.
Podolski is back in the game at beater. McConaughey going to pick this one up. Stars on the near side. McDowell also in the game at beater for the Monarchs. McConaughey pass over to the far side to Neutzel. McConaughey gets it back, tries to go for a long-range alley-oop. It doesn't go, and Persons is going to pick it up.
Again, really disjointed here from Admirals. They don't really look like they have a good plan here on offense. Limited in their personnel right now. Obviously, I mentioned earlier, no Brian Mulcahy, no Liz Stone for this game either. So it'll be interesting to see if they start to run some subs to maybe try to provide some spark on the offense.
Persons going to send it past to Schwartz, who's now going to take a shot. It's easily defended by McConaughey, and we do have a stoppage.
Yeah, not a good shot. It came well after the beat that was supposed to free up that near side hoop. Julian Neutzel had been beat out, but Shane McConaughey had slid over to cover. He was able to knock that down. I think the shot was also low, even if McConaughey hadn't gotten a hand on it.
McConaughey's going to have the quad ball behind his own hoops. It's 2 dodgeballs for the Monarchs. Podolski and McDowell have both of them. The other in the hands of Colin Bourne for the Admirals. Koretsky, the lone beater without a dodgeball. Stars sends it to McConaughey. Takes a shot.
Well executed play. McConaughey panicked and held onto the ball way too long, which in his throwing motion, which led to the shot being very, very low. Well timed, similar to the Monarchs play being well timed, but neither team being able to execute here.
Persons has the quad ball. Goulet up top as well. Goulet now receives the quad ball. Now looking to drive forward. There's another shot. Top hoop doesn't go. Behind the hoops, able to dodge it is Selner. Stars is going to go pick it up, though.
Minneapolis needs to forget that you are allowed to shoot in this sport. Max Meyer has shown that he can go in and dunk. I am positive there are other players on their roster they can go in and dunk. If I'm on the sideline, I'm talking to the next players to go in and say, you are not allowed to shoot the ball. I don't care how open the hoop is. You need to put it through. You can't have control for this long and not get near the hoops on offense.
Yeah, absolutely. Neutzel looking to rush forward here. Pass over, able to be dodged. Stars sends it all the way to the back. There's the shot, doesn't go. Stars picks it back up. Gaffigan's shot was unable to go there. Now to the far side of the field.
It is dodgeball control here too, Admirals as well.
Yeah, for it feels like the first time in a while Admirals able
Sure
to turn over dodgeball control. Gaffigan behind the hoops, trying to get around Persons. There's a shot. It's going to be defended. There's another shot. Doesn't go. Stars is going to pick it up. So Admiral's getting a long possession here. Shot will be blocked by Persons.
Yeah, Alex Lipinski here in for Washington. I believe for first chaser minutes all day, certainly in the last two games for the Admirals. Not able to get the finish there, but maybe you take that as an Admirals team. I mean, you have got to be so frustrated on that sideline being unable to score that even if it's a good look that doesn't fall, there's no way you're feeling good about it. You're just frustrated the ball's not going through the hoop.
I mean, the same thing you said about Minneapolis could apply to Washington here as well. I think both teams just need to stop shooting. It's not working right now.
And Meyer is back in. We'll see if he goes for a drive.
Behind the hoops now. Long pass will be broken up, and Gaffigan's going to pick that one up and take it the other way. Selner tried the long pass to Sobchak. The look was there. It was going to go in.
Yeah, Julie Neutzel read it well, knocked it down, and then took a well-deserved sub. So Rachel Williams back in, white headbands and blue cleats for Washington.
Williams gets the quad ball now. Thunny is also back in the game. Admirals looking to make a way on that near side. Williams now gets beat out, though. Thunny in the area. Max Meyer takes a beat, but was inside the keeper zone. And now is going to take this one coast to coast for the score. Minneapolis finally ends the scoring drought. Heads up play for Max Meyer. It's 130 to 95. Just 2 away are the Monarchs from victory.
Let's see if that's the crack that breaks the dam here for Minneapolis after going so long without scoring a goal. Meanwhile, Washington, again, beat out a hoop defender, opened up for the shot. The quad ball was nowhere in the area or ready to be shot. The players on the Washington side, the keeper or the chasers and the beaters just are not talking.
Funny guy trying to make an opening here. Admirals looking to go. It looks like everyone on Washington thought it went, and now the HR will signal that the goal went.
This is going to be this one. We aren't going to talk about it. The AR had the best angle. It went in. John Gaffigan, 13-10.
Yeah, so the Monarchs still leading by 3 goals. But as you said, now we're starting to see goals fall for both sides. But as we were talking about earlier in the flag runner game, trades are perfectly acceptable for Minneapolis right now.
Yeah, even if it takes a few possessions to get the trades. A goal, a team will result in a Minneapolis victory.
Max Meyer around the keeper line. He's thinking about shooting, but it's going to get beat out before he's able to take the shot. Picked up by Carlson. Now looking to drive is Carlson, trying to get around Gaffigan. Will be taken down by the tall hoop. And Thunny Guy is there, going to beat out the rest of the Monarchs.
Good team defense. Riley Stars got beat out. No hesitation whatsoever from Gaffigan. Carlson could have shot over Gaffigan's head at what had become an open middle hoop. Instead, he went low, said, I'm going to drive right through you. And Gaffigan said, you certainly are not. And gets the stop with a little bit of help from Riley Stars and AT Tanagai.
Riley Stars has the quad ball. It's going to send it back to Gaffigan. Shot small hoop, doesn't go.
Again, not well timed. Better timed than the previous play, and Gaffigan recognized that's what was going on. But Carlson had already been able to slide over to defend that hoop, besides the fact that I think Gaffigan missed low on that shot. I think, Jackson, you said earlier, Washington needs to get away from these little ticky-tack plays. Their timing just isn't there. They need to put in a player who can just drive and dunk. I think sometimes that's Riley Stars. I think he's played so many minutes, he might be a little bit tired. Maybe give it to somebody else. Say, go for the goal.
Monarchs going to play 1.5 here. Just try and preserve their dodgeballs. But a big block there from Gaffigan. We are going to see a stoppage here.
Great play there from Gaffigan. That shot was going to fall right through the center hoop, but Gaffigan went all the way up. Full extension there on the arm and the back, and was able to corral that one out of the air. Great hands, too, to just not even knock it down, but come down with the ball. Big play there from John Gaffigan.
Looks like no call on the play. All three dodgeballs are near Minneapolis' hoops. Looks like Littleton wanted to engage, but instead sends it back to Butler. Number 12, Rankin with the quad ball now for the Admirals. Now back to Stars. Rankin past the keeper zone line. Long B is going to be missed. All the way back up top, Max Meyer providing the point defense, trying to get the steal around Gaffigan. But Gaffigan's just trying to get this one out and is able to.
Littleton was also able to win the race to the missed beat there to win control for Washington. Immediately causes a no dodgeball.
And it looked like Stars is going to be able to get the dunk. That was set up nicely, as you said, by David Littleton and the rest of the Admirals, as they are able. They're able to get a goal back on the board.
And Littleton's not done. Littleton's going to cause a no dodgeball again here. His team can press, but looks like he doesn't want to be the one to run it.
Now the Admirals are going to start the press. Oh, shot on the top hoop. It nearly goes for Persons. At the very least, it's a good delay. Zimmett is trying to steal it to extend the Monarchs' possession, but Jack Butler is there to beat out Zimmett.
Great kind of back-to-back possessions there, the one on offense and one on defense for David Littleton to help lead to the goal and then get the stop. Riley Stars is able to score through contact. They leave John Gaffigan out there, I think, for height on that tall hoop, if nothing else. I'm not sure how many minutes Riley Stars can keep playing. Really be interested to see if maybe Zan Siddiqui or John Sheridan could provide a little bit more energy, maybe 1 or 2 possessions to try to score some goals and tie this game up.
It's tough to pull them, though, because you may not have 1 or 2 possessions. There's only 2 goals away for the Monarchs, and if you take them out for those two possessions, you may just end up losing the game. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but you got to keep fighting if you are the Admirals. 2 dodgeballs for Washington, though. Gaffigan has it on the near side. Pass all the way across the field, but just out of the reach of Stars.
Yeah, Gaffigan saw Stars cutting, but just could not make the pass connect. And just as I kind of been saying, John Sheridan had been standing right on the sideline ready to sub in for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And finally, he does come into the game.
Pass over to Meyer, and now back to Zimmett behind the hoops. Back up to Meyer, who's going to look to close the distance to the hoop. Goes to Zimmett behind the hoops, who's going to take the shot on the small hoop. Doesn't go. Picked up by Persons. All the way to Meyer up top now. Monarch's going to slow it down. Try and wait for players to get back in the area. Washington not pressing this on a 6-on-4. Goulet has the quad ball now as all the Monarchs back into the play. Meyer back to Zimmett. Meyer past the keeper zone. Long beat attempt comes through. Meyer, top hoop. And the score is good. 1 away are the Monarchs from victory.
Yeah, good beat there from Narveson on David Littleton. Kind of got the dodgeballs out of the play, ultimately led to the drive there.
Sheridan has the quad ball. Zimmett playing good point defense, though, up top. Sheridan, tipped away by Meyer, but somehow ends up in the hands of Gaffigan anyway. But the Monarchs are able to survive. And now looking to end the game here. Pass up to Goulet. Can't catch it in stride, but now looking to charge. Goulet, shot, doesn't go. Persons picks it back up. Minneapolis wants to end the game right now. Max Meyer now looking to drive. Fakes Sheridan and gets the goal. The Monarchs have won, and they will play Kansas City for the final spot in the championship bracket.
The Minneapolis Monarchs deserved to win that game with the way they played, although it took them quite a long time to do so. They were definitely the more coordinated team. They showed that they were a little bit better at making adjustments, both on the offensive, or really on the offensive side. Their defense was pretty stout throughout that game. And ultimately, they're going to send the quote-unquote home team, Washington Admirals, home and get one more shot to qualify for the quarterfinals against Kansas City Stampede.
Yeah, it's a winner, you're in, lose, go home for Kansas City and Minneapolis. We'll have that coverage up coming shortly.
It has been since 2018 that Kansas City has made a quarterfinal in MLQ. It has been since 2019 that Minneapolis has missed one. Either both of those streaks will continue today or one is about to come crashing to an end. Monarchs Stampede for a spot in the quarterfinals. Brandon, what do you think about this game?
I'm kind of leaning towards Kansas City taking this game. This is going to be really high paced. There's a lot of players on both of these teams that play for their USQ counterpart TCQC. And I think that KC is just more well-rested right now.
Yeah, KC took the first matchup between these two teams earlier today. And as you said, have a few games off, whereas Minneapolis was just playing in the last two time slots. We are off and running. Riley Usami wins the race to the quad ball, pitches it back to Ryan Mejio. This first line has been cooking all day for KC. Not only Mejio and Usami, but look to Bitsy Archibald, who has been a prolific scorer today for the Stampede.
Absolutely. Bitsy has to be in the double digits of goals on the day. Absolutely insane.
Yep. Smith has the ball right now on the far side. Gets it to Usami. Usami eats a beat from Nathan Podolsky of Minneapolis. Dodgeballs are on the ground now. Mejio's looking to drive. Gets by one. Pits it across. Exactly what we've seen all day. Mejio drawing all the attention and Bitsy Archibald putting it home.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just what you said, right? You said that Mejio's been cooking, and we need to look more at Bitsy Archibald, and I think that the Minneapolis defense needs to as well.
Yeah, and Minneapolis has had trouble really matching Mejio's physicality, which causes them to have to kind of group tackle and then opens a lot of passing lanes.
Absolutely.
Emma Persons tries a mid-range shot there, goes over the top of the hoop. Lauren Curry is able to do just enough to keep all of the Minneapolis Chasers off the ball. Lauren Curry's been playing huge minutes this weekend. We'll see if those start to take a toll on her.
Yeah, I mean, but she did just have, 2-game slot break. I think that with someone of her athletic capability, I see her just staying in this game a long time and cooking the entire time she's in.
For sure. A date with San Antonio waits the winner of this game. Casey's already played that San Antonio team, got within a goal of beating them in one of the games. So I'm sure they're looking for the revenge. They have been so hot in the back half of this season after a cool start. Right now, they're just looking to get another goal. It's Bitsy Archibald with the ball on the wing. Mejio up top. Reyes and Curry are now the beaters. Reyes considered a throw there at Podolsky. This time Mejio tries an odd angle shot. It's not going to go. Suddenly there's no dodgeballs back. Max Myers looking to run. Mejio does get back to his credit because Max Myers is quick, but he's also crafty. He gets by him, floats it over the top, gets it all the way over to Jack Selner. Shot goes wide, and it's recovered by Emma Persons.
Wow. I mean, just wow. Ryan Mejio getting in front of Max Meyer, that's something we haven't seen all day. Catching up to Max Meyer on a fast break has been near impossible for every team until Mejio just did it.
Yep. Sobachek had the ball on the wing there, got it back to Meyer, who gets over to Persons. Reyes an aggressive beat, but it gets blocked by Podolsky, and it's going to be a dodgeball control turnover. They beat off one of the hoops, but it's not good enough because Persons' shot is still knocked down. Asami's looking to run. Melby's got to get back. Rusami just gets down faster, but Myers answers the call. You said this is going to be a run-and-gun game. It's been nothing but that in transition right now, and Bitsy never saw Selner there, and it's going to be a turnover.
Wow. I mean, that was another one, another fast break that got stopped. I think that you're right. This is definitely just going to be a track meet.
Yeah. And, you know, it's something we see at the end of the playing bracket. I mean, the playing bracket is a marathon, not a sprint. You have to play a lot of quad ball in a small amount of time. Obviously, we're in the August humid weather, and that takes a toll as well. And it's really just going to be a battle of wills of who's willing to chase down that fast break on defense. Mm-hmm. So far, both teams have been.
Yeah. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that, but I can't see – I don't know how long Minneapolis is going to be able to keep going on like that. 2 games in a row. One of them was just such a long game.
For sure. Selner's got the ball behind. Tries the mid-range shot. Goes high. Meyer stops with a kick. Not the cleanest recovery, but does eventually recover it. Yeah. KC is in a hoop zone with dodgeball control. Curry and Reyes sitting on the dodgeballs. Reyes considers stepping up to Podolsky here as we do get a sub in the beater game for Minneapolis. Oh, Sobachek's pass picked off by the point defender there in Mejio. Mejio doing a little extra work tracking back. Gets the turnover.
We've seen a lot of that today. The keepers from up in that area just getting a lot of interceptions throughout these games. You know, we've seen Joe Goulet do it a lot. He hasn't clocked in any minutes in this game yet, but I expect that to be happening on the other side pretty soon. Yeah,
about 4 minutes in here. Just a 1-0 KC lead so far on the back of a Bitsy Archibald goal. Mm-hmm. Archibald has it behind now. Gets over to Mejio. Archibald and Smith have each been playing about 95% of the minutes for this team. Mejio in the lane, looks for Smith that time. Pass goes high, and I think there might have been a beat involved as well. Yeah, Smith was beat. Sellner's able to track it down. He's going to sub out. That's the sub for Joe Goulet you were looking for. Goulet, one of the prolific shooters on this team.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just good defense. I think that Minneapolis did a good job of applying pressure and causing them to make passes like that, right? Where you have the hope Lauren Smith can get a perfect jump, catch, goal, and that you even have the hope that their beaters don't hit her in midair.
Podolsky tries a beat on Reyes. Reyes just throws back, no harm done. Meyer is now going to have a clear lane, though. If he can get past Mejio, misses the shot. Zemet was first there, but Reyes is able to make one beat, and then, doesn't make the second one. Curry is able to make the beat, but the ball is going to be saved. Podolsky is going to keep it in the defensive end, and Person's able to pick it up. Really good hustle plays from a Minneapolis team that, like we said, could have come in tired, but is playing with a lot of spirit.
You can't blink while Max Meyer's on the field. I mean, I didn't even notice them running around the back half to get that.
Yep. Yeah, and this is a team that, doesn't know what it's like to really lose in this playing bracket. They make the quarterfinals on demand. They want to keep that going. Meyer rips one, low hoop, gets it to go, and we are not up at 1.
There we go. Finally, I think we've been looking for some production from Minneapolis this whole time. They've had a fast-paced offense, and that time they finally slowed it down a little bit, and Max finally got some payoff.
Yeah, and with Meyer and Goulet both on the field, there's a lot of shooting threats for Minneapolis, and Persons, for that matter, really stretches your defense, makes it hard to cover all the hoops.
Absolutely.
Mejio giving it over to Smith. Brent Duncan's now in the game for Bitsy Archibald, and Aaron Stout making his first appearance in this one. Stout, a recent USQ champion.
Absolutely. And another, ooh.
Gets the ball over to Mejio. Mejio floats one, though, in traffic, and Zemet's going to come up with it.
Mm-hmm. And that is, it didn't work out, but that is the exact type of defense I was talking about, where the keepers are just picking off passes over and over again.
Yeah. Meyer's still on the pitch, bringing the ball up here. It's going on the left side. Still a hoop zone here from KC. It's been successful so far. They do have control. Ryan Cleary's now in the game and immediately loses control. A nice series of play there by the Minneapolis Beaters, but then Podolsky gives it right back, trying a tap on a hoop defender.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the hoop defense is the answer to shooters like Meyer, Persons, Goulet. I mean, even Ben Zimmer's been hitting them a lot today.
Yep.
I mean, there's no shame in pulling out basically it's the shot blocking defense is what it is.
Yeah, and the pace of this game has really become the pace I think we were kind of expecting as these players would get tired. Mm-hmm. As a nice pass over to Persons. Persons has space, but Lauren Curry does step in her path, goes back to Zimmett. 1-1 and, long possessions. There haven't been many stoppages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think Minneapolis, being as tired as they probably are, they aren't really willing to run in and dunk on people right now. You don't want to – when you're tired, you don't want to take contact.
Yeah, it's a lengthy possession at this point. They just keep tapping side hoops, but, KC keeps shifting on it.
Great rotations.
And then Cleary's able to get the beat. Mejio's able to get there first.
Ooh.
Contact there.
Teammates.
Yeah, is that Goulet down?
Yep,
yeah.
That is Goulet.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like a freak little contact. We'll see if there's a card on the play. I think the refs are going to talk it over, but, yeah, just loose ball. But, yeah, I mean, Minneapolis just stalled for so long that KC finally had enough and basically first turnover with a beat. I mean, we do need to see at least something going on offensively here from Minneapolis.
I mean, and to KC's credit, the rotations were amazing. Like, those hammers usually work a lot for Minneapolis, especially with all the shooters they have. And KC was just rotating and blocking every single hoop.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Your defensive responsibilities. It's another thing that you can lose with tiredness and laziness. And to their credit, not the case here. There was no foul on the play, which I think is fair. It looked like it was just kind of two players going down for the ball.
Yeah.
Stout gets the ball over to Smith. Stout's in the lane now. It's a deep hold here at point defense.
Ooh, hoops down.
Only 2 to play on now. Makes life even harder. Curry, gets some space. Oh, ooh. Curry pumps once on Sellner. Goes high, puts it through. Sorry, that's not Curry. That is Smith. And it's 2-1 KC.
Wow. I mean, not afraid of the contact whatsoever. She was in the lane, and she just decided, okay, I'm too close to the hoops not to score this.
Yep. Yeah, and I think it was almost the hoop going down made a shift in Minneapolis' defense, and I think they kind of lost track of the player who was still open on that side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Minneapolis is settling it down now. Cody Narveson, head coach, is in for the first time. A big beat there on Terry Carlson in the lane. Now Mejio's looking to run. Narveson is going to track in. Stout, though, gets there first. Stout has to pump once, draws the beat, now needs to go through the team. Shot is missed. Bitsy Archibald gets there first, gets to Mejio. Mejio misses middle hoop. And Emma Persons wins the battle on the ground with Lauren Smith. Two great opportunities missed there for KC. Stout and Mejio both looking a little frustrated on the other side of the field.
The hustle by both teams there. Kansas City getting multiple chances at a score, and, Minneapolis finally beating them to the ball. I think it is a game of hustle right now in these early minutes.
Yeah, I think we're about to see two very different games back-to-back between this. Two teams have been playing their hearts out all day, and right into a Boston-Austin game on this field right after this. But I mean, right now these two teams have a lot to play for. I mean, making the quarterfinals is a big accomplishment. A lot of franchises go long periods of time without doing so. Mm-hmm. Carlson right now has the ball on the far side, trying to erase a 2-1 KC lead. Pass goes behind, floated over the top, Selner. I believe that was Meredith McDowell. And mid-range shot into hoop zone. We've seen a little bit too much of that. Easily knocked down. Mejio looking to run. Loose ball picked up. Terry Carlson does have a wrap. Is told to disengage now. Mejio now has a head of steam. Oh, misses high.
The pressure by Minneapolis there. I mean, Terry Carlson got into Ryan Mejio's head there with all that contact. And, I think both of us might have written it off a little bit once he got past and was told to Terry Carlson was told to disengage. But Mejio was just ready, like, okay, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go in there and score now. The pressure was still on him.
Right. But again, you talk about those tired legs. That's one where maybe earlier in the day he just dunks it through that hoop instead of taking the 5-foot shot that he missed.
Absolutely. And you brought up the shot by Minneapolis in that last possession. That's what I was saying earlier. I think they don't want to get hit.
Yeah. Carlson bringing it down, getting it over to Selner. McClanahan now in at beater, going up against Nicole Nelson. Does get her out of the play. Narveson loses the exchange. Pass goes behind Zamet. It's pressure there. I believe that's Brent Duncan now beating. Oh, and that's a big beat by McClanahan.
Oh, wow.
And Mejio is off and running. There is nobody in front. Now there's Terry Carlson. Carlson, the big hit. Mejio this time will not be stopped by the contact.
I think he learned his lesson right there. He wasn't going to risk missing the shot.
Yeah.
And now he's taking a well-deserved rest after getting his goal.
Yep.
He leaving with 1 assist and 1 goal, I believe.
Yeah, it's I believe J.D. Hopton subbing in for him.
J.D. Hopton, a player that has multiple catches on the day.
Yeah, has been big for this team.
I think he's really stepped it up, and he's kind of making a name for himself out here. I think there's all the usual secret names you hear, and he's been doing it, and now he's in a green.
Yeah. And also shout out Brandon Duncan, the head coach, for taking the beater minutes that Lauren Curry needs a break from. Really making a sacrifice there. Myers in the lane, meanwhile, shoots. And Robbie Wallace has the block, and Casey's able to recover. They just have all the answers for Minneapolis' shots right now.
Absolutely.
Now Hopton's looking to run. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. It's going to need to be a hit. Goes over to Bitsy Archibald, and Max Myers shuts the door. There are Mutombo finger wags all over the stands right now after that block.
I think that I don't know. I think that Kansas City might be using a little bit too much energy. Just trying to run on every single play is what it feels like. They did get a couple good fast breaks in a row, and I think that because of that, they're trying to just run it. But they need to slow it down.
Ball goes out on the wing here to Brady Charles. Minneapolis playing a little deeper into its depth now.
Absolutely. I mean, they got to be tired. Yeah. A lot of games in.
That said, I'm not sure Meyer has subbed out of this game.
No, I don't imagine that they will.
Yeah.
Maybe later, but
definitely
not right now.
Former North Division MVP, and like you said, one of the most dynamic players in the sport. But again, McClanahan's beat sends things the other way. This time there's no answer for J.D. Hopton, puts it through. And just like that, it is a 4-1 lead for KC.
Yeah, I don't know. Max Meyer is looking a little tired, but I don't know if they'll sub while they're down.
Yeah.
I think that timeout.
Yeah, it is going to be a timeout. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think Meyer's tiredness is the issue. They've been getting really badly beat by this McClanahan-Duncan pair on the last couple of shifts, and it's just been free fast breaks the other way. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be up to Cody Narveson and his coaching staff to come up with a beating pair that can kind of get them back in parity in that aspect of the game. Because right now, I mean, if Casey can sit on 2 dodgeballs, make these very easy defensive stops in hoop zone, and then get out and transition the other way, it's going to be a long game for Minneapolis.
Absolutely.
So what do you think, besides, the dodgeballs of it all, that Narveson might be saying in that huddle right now to his team?
I think You know, it's kind of like a hard thing to say to your team, right? But telling them get more physical, at least on offense. I think on defense, they've been applying a lot of pressure and getting physical, making those hits. But on offense, they're not willing to get in there and get dirty. You know, they're trying to rip these shots that KC is just all over.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would imagine that Narveson is telling them. Like, hey, we can't just keep ripping shots.
Yes. If KC were to win this game, it would be the first time the South Division ever put both teams out of the play-in bracket. Only the East Division has ever done that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a testament to how well I think the South has progressed. I think a lot of people are saying that Austin may not be in their glory days anymore, and because of that, they think the division is weaker. But I think, you know, top to bottom, overall, it is getting stronger.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about that watching the play in the division. And, you know, seeing, you know, it's a youth movement, too, in the South Division, right? You know, you talk about this KC team. It's all Mizzou and Creighton. You talk about, you know, the League City team. That's all of those Sam Houston players. And even San Antonio, it's all Texas State and UTSA players, you know, with a couple veterans and, you know, Team USA players mixed in. But even so.
But, I mean, that's just – I feel like that should be expected in this league.
For
you
sure.
Have at least somebody that's, you know, been tested.
Yep. There's going to be a foul on the play here. I think the call's going to be against KC, so it might be an opportunity here for Minneapolis. They get the ball behind to Goulet. Good to see him back in the game. Goulet dodges everything, and the windmill slam around the back of the hoop.
It looked like goaltending as well to me.
That's what I was thinking. I think the refs are going to have a lot to sort out because I think the near side AR called for a beater foul earlier, and then there's also what happened on that play. Head coach Cody Narveson's going to come to say his piece. Goal was called good, so Goulet back on the field and back on the scoreboard.
It's those two that we've talked about. The two scorers from Minneapolis are Max Meyer and Goulet.
Yeah, they needed him back. I don't think they were winning this game if he was out the rest of the way, so good to see him back on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. He did walk off, you know, fairly healthy looking, I guess, earlier.
Yeah.
Just needed a sub.
So 4-2 now the score.
I mean, that's a close game.
Yeah.
You know, I think that with it being such a low-scoring game, it kind of seemed like KC was kind of running it on Minneapolis, but 4-2 is that's only a 2-goal difference.
And we've seen this on repeat from KC. They haven't been able to take a lead into 20 minutes in any game. You know, they were up on 6-1 on New Orleans, and it was tied by 20 minutes, and they ended up losing that game. So they haven't necessarily been the deepest team, especially on the offensive end. Yeah. And now with Hopton and Walls out there, we'll see if they can get some goals.
Absolutely. You know, Hopton hasn't been playing a lot of chaser minutes. I mentioned earlier his seeking. I think they've been saving him a lot for that, and because of that, I'd imagine it's going to pay off. You know, somebody who has more fresh legs, that is still experienced.
And very physical. We talked about how physicality is so important in this particular matchup right now. Definitely can bring a truck with his hits.
Absolutely. And his offense. He's willing to get through people.
Yep. Considering doing it now, being marked by Meyer. Gets it. Oh, nice defense, but Robbie Wallace is able to save the possession. It was almost Samantha Shorts forcing a turnover there. Instead, it's still Robbie Wallace's ball. Schluter just threw at, I guess, nobody in particular. So that's going to be an extended no dodge ball. Hopton makes some moves.
Wow.
But tries to get to Bitsy Archibald. Can't quite do it. Goulet has her wrapped up. And the ball's going to go out of bounds. I assume it's going to be Minneapolis ball. So Minneapolis holds after Schluter created an extended no dodge ball situation for his own team.
That was a crazy play right there. I really, truly thought that Kansas City was just going to get through all that and score. The hustle was just incredible.
Yeah, and Meredith McDowell and Ben Schluter came out of the play with control as well. So now they're looking to drive. Oh, the high alley-oop! And it's Joe Goulet coming down hard on the short hoop, putting it through a very good defender in Lauren Smith. And that's a more dynamic way to attack the hoop zone finally here out of Minneapolis.
Goulet is the best alley-ooper in the league, hands down. You cannot fight me on that. Wow, just floating in the air.
Yep.
Floating.
Yeah. Perfectly timing that apex. 4-3 now the score. Like you said, it's KC. It seemed like they were pulling away. They are not. This is going to be a battle to the end, as it was the first time they met. It was just KC getting the catch that led them to the win over Minneapolis.
Absolutely.
Usami has the ball up top. He's subbed in it for the first time since his initial shift. Considers a shot. Doesn't take it. Schluter gets beat from behind by Cleary. Now Usami's looking to go. Oh, Usami just cooks Max Meyer and scores around the low hoop. Really nicely done. Usami opens his account here in this game. 5 different goal scorers for KC. Meyer's looking to respond immediately. Runs right into Herdade. And then there's a ref call, I think.
Off room, maybe? Oh, stoppage.
Yeah, Goulet came flying into the play, I think, to try to save the possession, and I think this might just be Ricky Nelson trying to make sure everything gets into the right hands.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I mean, I think Usami spent too long out of the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Came in and instantly just brought the energy back up. That was a crazy shot. It wasn't even a dunk. He reached over and he shot it through at a crazy angle.
Yeah, it's been interesting because it kind of feels like they stretched their first line in close games, but then we'll sit them longer in a game they started getting ahead of, which just makes the game a close game. So it almost feels like they're playing counterintuitive to themselves. There is going to be a call on the play. Herdade is headed to the box with a yellow card, I assume for illegal contact on that hit.
On Meyer.
Yeah, so Meyer, though they so far they've allowed Riley Usami to keep the ball.
Interesting. Double, maybe? I don't know. I mean, maybe we shouldn't be speculating up here,
No,
right?
for sure. We should let the refs make the calls. That is a good call on your part, and we're lucky we've got some great ref crews this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very good all around.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you expect, right? They come in from all across the country.
Yep.
Best refs in the game.
For sure. I mean, we've seen great job at Chris Lecomte. Mario Nasta has been ARing all day. Obviously, probably the best AR in the game, in my opinion. So it's good to see. A lengthy conversation. Minneapolis must be upset / confused about the quad ball staying with KC, but that is going to be the call. Herdade is in the box, and it is going to be KC ball. So yeah, we'll see if they try to play offense or if they more try to kill this minute of penalty. It's Duncan and Bitsy Archibald in the game now. Lauren Smith taking her first break.
I think that if I'm on this line, I'm killing that penalty for sure.
I think so as well. They do have control.
You have time to do it.
Yeah. Oh, Max Meyer smart there to try to break the play. Kind of forces Riley Usami into the lane. Casey is using its dodgeball control more as a deterrent to people trying to create a turnover than to really create a goal right now, which makes sense.
I think Casey's also doing a good job of allowing themselves to be pressured.
Yes.
So that they can keep this offense alive.
For sure. And Usami tries the shot.
Joe Goulet knows his old teammate.
Yeah, and then can't get the rebound, though, because Cleary was just there. Lauren Curry throws back. Schluter's able to come up with. So it looks like Curry threw back, and then I believe Meredith McDowell made a play on her dodgeball. It's going to be an interesting situation. I believe Cleary's off broom. There's a dodgeball back on their side. Curry and McDowell are on the ground behind the hoops. And it looks like Cleary might be getting a call.
Ooh.
I wonder if the call was interpositional interference. But, yeah, either way, it's now going to be a double power play for Minneapolis and a real opportunity.
Is Cleary being sent to the box?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it was interpositional interference when he was screening Goulet. Yeah.
I'm going to be so honest. You said that. I was looking at the left side for whatever reason.
You're good. It's no dodgeball. Just for Usami to beat. She has help. Oh, she just fakes twice and puts it through. Really nicely done there by Adi Sobachek. Just like that, it is a two-possession game, and I think KC caught a break, and Herdade's penalty must have ended exactly before that goal.
Oh, yep.
So that got Cleary back in the game. Otherwise, it would have been a lengthy beater power play there.
Yeah.
But there might be an immediate kickoff pitch penalty. Meanwhile, Usami trying to bring the ball down. Easy to Lauren Smith, puts it through.
Wow. I mean,
I think there is going to be a conversation about the kickoff pitch, but I think there's going to be no call on the play. So both goals are going to stand. 6-4 now the score on a pair of goals by Sobachek and Smith.
Yeah. There we go. Miami back-to-back. Once again, 2 goals. It's been like this the whole game, right? It was 2-0, then it was 4-2. Now it's 6-4. Hopefully soon one of these teams breaks it up and gets away a little bit.
Yeah, but time running out before the 20-minute mark at this point.
I think that's when we're going to probably have to see that come into play.
Yeah.
But 2 of the fastest people in the game during a flag runner on pitch situation.
And that's if Riley even bothers to run, or if he just has, Mejio just run it down the field, which works as well. Another patient possession here. Goulet and Meyer running the offense. Zimmett and Sobachek in the game as well. Zimmett bringing it down the far side. Cleary gets beat. It's not going to be a change in control. All the dodgeballs are on the ground, at least for now.
Wow.
A long kick all the way back to the hoops for Minneapolis. Curry has the only dodgeball in the play. Curry.
Whoa.
Oh, did that go? No, it was a great volleyball spike attempt there by Joe Goulet, but couldn't get it to go.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah. Curry went all out on Meyer, but Meyer was able to get the ball up to Goulet, and it almost backfired on Curry there.
Absolutely.
Curry does take a sub now, probably trying to get a couple minutes off before flag runner on pitch. Dodgeball control did go to Minneapolis in that extended play. Mejio is in the game. Herdade alongside him. Archibald and Smith now both back in. Nicole Nelson and Nathan Podolsky have the dodgeballs against McClanahan, who had a great first shift.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in seeing if Jackson Herdade is going to be playing any minutes in this flag runner on pitch, or if he's just finishing out the 20 minutes so they can get Usami a break before he has to get back in.
Yep. Herdade with the ball over here. Casey has to be like at least slightly trying to play for control here before 20 minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
McClanahan fakes a beat. Beats out Goulet instead. Nicole Nelson now stepping up. Floater way over Lauren Smith's head. Not the possession you want. Goulet now is going to be able to run. Max Meyer's out in front of the play. Is being tracked by Mejio. But Mejio is eventually going to have to step to Goulet. Goulet floats it behind to Meyer. Meyer. Patience against no dodgeballs. Interesting decisions here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he wants as much space to operate as possible. Just gets it over to Persons.
Well,
But it's going to let McClanahan back into the play. A strange play there by Minneapolis in my estimation.
is Max Meyer waiting for 20 minutes maybe?
Well, it took a shot that floated to nobody and was picked up by Lauren Smith. So not to be. Like you said, there's just that need to kind of avoid contact right now, I feel like, from the Minneapolis side. Because 100%. I think you have to go in on that no dodgeball opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Well, with Ryan Mejio in front of you,
yeah,
you know, such a huge presence.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not worth it, right? You know, because you're also thinking about the next game after this in case you win.
Right.
You know, Max Meyer knows I need to be in this next game.
Goulet, the swat on the Lauren Smith shot there, and I think that's going to be 20 minutes.
There we go.
Just waiting for the call. Yeah, 20 minutes it is. So a 6-4 lead here for Kansas City. They are just 6 points away from going back to the quarterfinals for the first time since 2018.
Wow.
And doing it with basically a completely different squad than they had back then. You know, all this young talent. And, you know, you go down the scoring board, and, you know, it's Archibald and Smith and Mejio and Usami. And then Smith again with a goal from Hopton in there as well. It's just this young core that's just doing so much work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm interested in is seeing who's going to be seeking on each side. I think in this matchup, Kansas City has the deeper seeking core. They've been using 3-4 different people the entire season, and all of them have a catch, I'm fairly certain. I know for a fact Ryan Dickey has at least 2. You've seen J.D. Hopton catch 2 today. That's not even mentioning Ben Engels. And so I'm interested to see how that depth helps them in this situation.
Yeah, and on the other side, you know, we haven't seen from this season the Goulet we've seen in the past with the yellow headband, who's been such a force, you know, one of the best in the league. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, you know, Mike Devine being injured. So, you know, Zeke Majeski's been wearing the yellow. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is here.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate not to see Goulet in the yellow, right? But you also can't blame Minneapolis because he's also one of the best quadball players.
Yeah.
You're not afraid to get physical for the most part. Obviously, this game might be a little bit of a difference in that. But during flag runner on pitch, it might come down to who's being more physical.
For sure, yeah. And you would think that Casey has the edge there just because of the struggles that Minneapolis has had on the physicality side overall. But, I mean, hey, they've hung in this game. They've shut down KC on some of those fast break opportunities. So a lot of game to play. 1 spot in the quarterfinals remaining. Not to rub salt in a wound, but when there was 1 spot left in this tournament, we got an instant classic. And, you know, we could be headed for an instant classic here as well.
For sure, for sure.
In both situations involving KC. Really been the heartbreak kids of this MLQ season.
Young team. I mean, it fits.
Yeah.
J.D. Hopton's back in the yellow over there.
And Zeke Majeski is going to be starting for Minneapolis, but obviously against a very staunch flag runner opponent in Tyra Trudeau. So it is going to be Meyer running it down and then pulling it back out again against no dodgeballs.
Looks like KC is electing to just watch the flag runner for now.
Well, yeah. It's going to be all dodgeballs currently in the flag runner game. Majeski's going to get the first shots. Meyer, once again, not interested in going through Mejio. Goulet is going to set a screen this time. Meyer hits the lane. Meyer tries to shoot. Mejio fell back to the hoop and did a nice job making that swat. Good defense there.
Great rotations once again.
Goulet's chance, though. I think Goulet likes his matchup against Usami. Gets by him and just kind of throws it back up to Meyer. Sorry, that wasn't Goulet. I believe that was Zimmett.
Zimmett, yep.
Meyer now goes around. His chance to do so. Tries to get out to Persons. Mejio closing. Persons, Riley Usami's going to knock it out. It's going to be called purple ball. Hopton is actually having to hobble off the field with an injury in the flag runner game. Meyer looking to drive. Takes a knock from Mejio, and Lawrence Smith's able to make the stop. First stop of the game goes to KC. We'll see what they try on offense.
I mean, there's more KC players at the Monarch hoops than Monarchs.
Yeah. Riley Usami ready to run, working off a screen from Lawrence Smith. Fakes once, fakes twice.
Wow.
Puts it through.
Wow.
Easy pickings here for Usami. The difference between how easy the no dodgeball was there for KC and how hard it was for Minneapolis is really the stark contrast in this game.
Absolutely. I think that KC's going to have to get a catch if they want to get some momentum and get back in this game.
Minneapolis, yes, for sure. Yeah. No,
sorry.
you're good. KC would love a catch too, but that would be all but game over at this point.
Absolutely. Just a couple more goals after that.
Goulet walking it down, trying to work off a screen from Persons, gets in the lane, gets it behind to Zimmett. Zimmett this time, that's a much better offensive possession from Minneapolis. Just set a screen, make it so no one has to run through Mejio, and then make one more pass if the defense collapses. That's all it takes.
They got a lot more creative with that one rather than Meyer having to run around the entire team.
Yep.
Ooh, good catch by Cody Narvison.
Yeah, and they're able to get his team an opportunity. Meanwhile, Mejio just goes right down. They're saying Smith missed the... Yep. Yes, okay. I think that HR got distracted by the action in the beater game, but it was a good goal finally called. Lauren Smith completes her hat trick in this one.
There we go.
Everyone else on that first line had made offensive contributions. This was her turn. Everybody on this team is contributing.
Absolutely.
Meyer's going to try to get past Mejio again to no avail. Mejio is just putting so much effort in and is able to fall on the loose ball.
Paid off.
Yeah. And a real opportunity here. I believe that's it's Engels.
No dodgeballs for Minneapolis right now.
Mejio looking to go by Meyer. Does so with ease. Zips a shot in. Things are going from bad to worse here for Minneapolis. Casey's getting all the time around the flag runner. And everything is so easy on offense for KC. You have to wonder at some point if Minneapolis gives up on the flag runner game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much worth that is.
Yeah.
Though. I mean,
yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Right
absolutely.
now, because if KC catches, the game's over. But also, sorry, that was his own wristband. I apologize. Looked a lot like the flag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, Vincent Reyes with a beat so hard I heard it in here.
Zimmett has the ball behind. Gets it over to Meyer on the wing.
Has Meyer subbed a single time?
Quite possibly not. Zimmett in the lane. Zimmett, good pump fake there on Stout. And I do like that Minneapolis is getting better at this point now of getting the ball away from Mejio on offense. They still, though, need to figure out a way to stop Mejio on defense. And I wonder if Minneapolis needs to at least gamble of playing a beater back on defense and then going to flag runner on offense. That might be the gamble that Minneapolis has to take soon.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think they have to trust Trudeau a little bit to not let Kansas City catch.
No, Mejio misses a shot there. Lawrence Smith gets there first. Can Meyer force a turnover? He can't. Persons now working on Stout working on Persons. Gets it back to Mejio. I think there's a call on the play. It's definitely not a catch. Trudeau still has the sock.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, Trudeau needs some water. Signaling to the sideline asking.
Trudeau is definitely one of the sweatier hustlers out on a quad ball pitch at all times, be it a player or a flag runner.
I respect that.
Yeah. Head coach of KC, Brandon Duncan, asking for clarification. They seem to be walking towards Vincent Reyes right now. Reyes is going to the box with a blue card. This is a huge opportunity for Minneapolis.
And then he throws the dodgeball over to Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Giving it to Ben Schluter, not realizing he had one, I guess.
Yeah. So Nicole Nelson will collect the extra dodgeball. It's currently Sam Schwartz now in at seeker for Minneapolis.
This might be Monarchs' chance right here.
Yeah.
If they can control the flag runner for just a little bit,
Yep.
they have a chance of catching. But on the flip side, it's been a long stoppage. Trudeau's definitely gotten some rest here.
Yeah, I would like to see a press here with the beaters to try to force an offensive turnover, and that is what they're looking at. Nicole Nelson makes the beat. It gets to Bitsy Archibald, but it's Joe Goulet is able to shut the door. Goulet is going to sub out. Goulet is definitely going to put the yellow on in a hurry. This is going to be the gamble they're going to go for. Can Goulet get them back in this game? Tyler Trudeau is not entertained by Zeke Majeski's attempts at catching him.
I mean, it's been none
Yeah.
for a while now.
Yep.
You have to imagine they're just.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there was some sort of want to pause it a little bit, let Joe get that catch instead of letting Casey get another offense.
Yeah, Joe is in, but Vincent Reyes has also served his penalty. We were Myers trying to go through the whole team. Mejio's having none of it. There's a hoop on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Person's going to set a screen, yeah.
He looked like a tornado there. I mean, so many spin moves in a row.
Lauren Smith once again falls on the loose ball. But Goulet has a chance here. Goulet goes. Oh, I thought he had it there. Curry clears. Long pass to Bitsy. She can't control it. Unfortunately, that's going to be a wasted possession here for KC.
I mean, unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for Minneapolis, who is finally getting some looks at the flag runner.
Yeah. And with their best seeking option, getting those looks.
Absolutely. You have Goulet staring down Curry, USQ teammates all through college and club. This is a fun little stare down.
Yeah.
Oof. That was close by angles.
Oh, good. The people are getting closer and closer. Trudeau's been out there a long time. Riley Usami is sub back into the game for the first time since flag runner on pitch. Nobody's stepping to Persons. Persons is going to move it over. I believe that's Sellner on the far side.
A great snipe beat by Ben Schluter to just get the seeker off of the flag runner.
It's behind to Terry Carlson. Carlson fakes once. Usami, though, all over him.
Yeah, Usami does not get fooled by those very easily.
No, Usami's been having a great defensive day overall, I feel like, in this tournament. Over the top to Carlson. Carlson has space to work if he wants it. Carlson just goes right through this time.
Injury on the flag runner, I think.
And then I guess we're waiting for a call on the goal as well. So there's going to be, I think, a conversation about if Goulet charged, and then also if the goal was good. Yep.
I did point out the little rivalry we have between Joe Goulet and Lauren Curry. I didn't even point out Ryan Dickey and Joe Goulet are also USQ teammates, and they're going head-to-head as seekers for opposite teams.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, these teams have a lot of overlap. I'm pretty sure they've scrimmaged each other in preseasons before as well. All those Creighton connections.
It's fun. You know, it brings some fun quad ball. You know, a nice difference, a nice contrast from USQ. We're so used to seeing these teams play each other year after year.
Yep.
Especially in the club scene, right? You know, your core typically stays the same. And so having certain people switch to and from each team is so fun. You know, that's a great part of MLQ.
So I guess they're saying that the stoppage was before he made that dunk. So now he has to try to do it from a standing position. Not the same effect. Ryu Usami makes a big tackle. Mejio here is trying to track down Sobachuk, and Elise is able to force a bad pass and a turnover. Oh, Goulet is getting so close. Oh, I thought he dodged that, Kirby. He did not.
You brought up Riley having a great defensive day, multiple tackles, and I think that's not something we see very often from Usami.
No. I think that's been the one big detraction on his game is Lauren Smith just posterizes Emma Persons there.
A fourth goal for Lauren Smith in this game. Wow.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's what most people have had as the main knock on Riley Usami's game, and he's clearly done a lot of work to clean it up.
Absolutely. I mean, I pointed it out earlier this season. He looks much more athletic, right? It looks like he's been in the gym getting ready so he can fix that part of his game.
Yeah. Chan Ung now in the game, and I'm just noting, we haven't seen Chan Ung in this entire match, I don't think.
Nope, not really. I think that the quickness of Ong is just really needed right here.
Right. Terry Carlson finally gets to finish that dunk he's been trying to finish for 3 minutes now. It is 10-7. Mejio looking to go the other way, but Perowski does see it and makes the stop. I don't think Mejio ever saw that there was a dodgeball coming. That's a wasted possession.
Yeah, I mean, and wasted energy. I mean,
yeah.
JD Hopton back in the game.
Yeah, good to see that after he hobbled off a little bit earlier in the flag runner game. Goulet's going to make a go. It's a 50-50, though, if Hopton gets a chance. Great recognition.
Wow.
Oh, the entire crowd responded to that one.
So close. You can tell what the crowd's watching right now.
Yeah. Sojek has the ball behind, gets it over to Zimmett. Ball goes to Persons. So much space for Minneapolis to work in if they choose to. Trying to push off hoop defenders. Oh, Emma Persons hits the mid-range shot. Catch would now put Minneapolis in front. Oh, Hopton has it. Hopton has it. Has KC gone through to the quarters? We're going to have to wait for an official call. 6 years since they've been there.
The backflip by Hopton after all these games, 3 catches. Wow.
All that's left is a signal to send the Stampede thriving into the quarterfinals and a rematch with the San Antonio Soldados.
That's triple digits.
Catch is good.
Wow.
Kansas City moves on. Minneapolis goes home. The South reigns in the play-in bracket. 4 Southern teams will play in the quarterfinals.
That's amazing. Amazing.
A great effort all around. You mentioned the huge play by Lauren Smith, the 4 goals, the defensive efforts from Usami, and, of course, J.T. Hopton, who's been the hero on repeat today for this KC team, coming back from the injury to make the catch.
I think that last year Mike Devine played a similar role to that, right? Getting catch after catch after catch. J.D. Hopton wasn't a big name before this tournament. I think after this, that's going to have to change.
Yeah. So that is going to do it for our play-in bracket. We're going to throw to a quick break before we get you to the quarterfinals, starting here on pitch 1 with a matchup I think a lot of people have been talking about for weeks, Boston Forge versus Austin Outlaws. We'll be right back. It's been 5 years, a pandemic, a number of quad-ball games since Boston has taken a game off of Austin. They're going to have to try to change that luck here in a quarterfinal. We are off and running. I'm Ethan Sturm along with Teddy Costa. We are going to bring you all the action. Right now, it's Boston kind of trying to deal with a high press from Austin. Gets over to Olazaba and Peter Lawrence playing a little catch. Dodgeballs are all over. It's eventually going to be Boston dodgeball control off that press. Looking for an opportunity to score. Hoop zone here out of Austin. That's something that has flummoxed Boston on this very pitch a few years back. We'll see if they have better answers this time around. This has been a team that's been moving the ball around very effectively. We'll see if they can keep that going. Lawrence tries a pass to Richardson well over the head. That's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, you like to see the patience from Boston early, but you can't have it end like that. Austin on the other side did a good job not overextending in the chaser game, even if they gave up dodgeball control. We'll see if Boston's able to manipulate that and control the pace and get out and run.
All right. Sammy Garza bringing the ball up behind Taylor Tracy. Andrew Axtell's checked in the game at keeper now. Casey Beavers on the wing. The big question for this Austin team is, what is Jackson Johnson going to be doing in this series? Jackson Johnson, arguably the most prolific beater in the game. Max Havlin on the other side of this field might have something to say about that, but has not beat this entire MLQ season.
Yeah, something in my intuition tells me it's like riding a bike to him.
Yeah. Andrew Axtell's able to corral that, but had to dodge a Leanne Dillman beat, so wasn't able to go for a goal. Axtell has been huge for this Austin team so far this season. Really been a steadying presence on both sides of the ball, the former Team USA player. Shot knocked down there by Zach Doyle, and now we're going the other way with pace. This Boston team loves to run. Peter Lawrence taking it all the way, slips by one, slips by another, and just steamrolls through. Question of whether it went through, and the head referee is saying no. Austin gets the stop.
Very interesting in that situation. Peter Lawrence put their entire head through the hoop. We'll see. It looks like a deliberation here. But
the problem is I think they put their head before their hand.
Yeah, I couldn't tell from the box whether or not it went through. In general, you teach, make sure you get your body through, but all that counts is the ball, as we know. But you saw Boston using control to kind of make the Austin offense reactive, and they were able to get out in a pseudo fast break situation. If you're Boston, that's exactly how you'd like to play. Funny enough, if you're Austin, I think that's also how you'd like to play. But the Boston beating crew so far this season has posted a ridiculous 71% control through the regular season, which is just absurd. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on that and keep it rolling here.
The last time this Boston team beat this Austin team, you were part of that Boston team, and that was one of the best beater crews of all time, anchored by the combos of Max Havlin, Louis Shu, and Mario Nasta and Leanne Dillman. This year's team is rivaling with that, with the depth they're playing at through three whole lines. This Kieran Collier, Leanne Dillman line, plus the Max Havlin, Louis Shu line, and also the Tom DeMuth, Aaron McCready line have all been putting in such good efforts throughout the season.
It's absolutely ridiculous. If you look at average dodgeball control on the MLQ stats website, I think you see 6 of the first 7 or 8 names in terms of with control, and that's not because there aren't good beaters everywhere else. It's because no matter who Boston puts in there, they're on a string, they're connected, they're hive mind, whatever you want to call it. They're hot right now, and they've been playing like it.
Yeah, and when I was looking back and watching that San Antonio-Austin series, which Austin won 2-1, but it wasn't enough for them to take the division, what I noticed was when Daniel Williams was having good shifts on the pitch, Austin had very few answers. And if Boston can replicate what Daniel Williams, obviously one of the best beaters in his own right, can do for an extended period of time, it could get huge. Taylor Tracy is getting a blue card. Is Melkite also getting a blue card?
No, I think Melkite was over there trying to make sure it didn't get worse for Taylor Tracy.
Yeah.
Obviously there's going to be no love lost in this series. I still feel it. I'm buzzing right now, and I'm in the booth, so you can never get away from this series.
Pierre Lawrence makes the tackle on Mel Kite, and Kieran Collier is there to clean it up. It has felt like a very Boston-centric first 3 minutes, but hey, the score's still 0-0, so no bloodshed.
Yep. Both teams still kind of feeling each other out.
Carson Olazaba now has the ball in the wing, gets it to Zach Doyle. That was so easy from Boston, and that's something Austin struggled with all year. The defensive shifts, we saw League City tear them apart with passing early in the season, and a nice easy goal there, courtesy of Zach Doyle, one of the leading scorers on this team.
Yeah, Boston did a good job of moving the ball in that situation. You also saw Kieran Collier literally on the center hoop. That's always going to help. Austin, in my opinion, has struggled a little bit compared to Austin teams in the past in terms of their physicality in the hoop area. We'll see if they're able to play physical enough to get some stops today.
Tracy just badly loses another exchange to Collier there. Daleman's going to press. They're trapping. Doyle's in the passing lane, knocking it down. Loose ball. Peter Lawrence is going. There is nobody in front of him. Puts it through. 2-0 Boston. Austin's getting run off this pitch right now.
I mean, it's 2 goals. We got a lot of quad ball left, but yeah, a great shift from Dillman and Collier. Good heads-up play there from Doyle, who's always good for a heads-up play. I say it every time I'm on the broadcast, using the volleyball background to get in the passing lane there, create a loose ball for Boston to run off of. If you're Austin, you're just looking to limit the live ball turnovers here as they bring it down the pitch with Axtell.
And Jackson Johnson, for the first time all season, subs in at beater. Bailey Fields, though, not joining him. Will be subbing in at chaser still. Obviously the number 1 pair for Team USA these days.
Yeah, and, I mean, Bailey does it all. She's been playing great at chaser this season as well.
Oh, and Collier just blew up another play, trying to come back. Axel doesn't see him. Axel's beat. Oh, they're going to say he got off in time.
Collier.
No, they're not.
Absolutely hyped right now.
Collier's playing out of his mind right now.
Oh, Collier just gave Jackson Johnson a little welcome back moment right there. Caught the first exchange, won it cleanly. Not a trade that Jackson was going for, and the catch and beat, and Boston's going the other way.
Yeah, Boston in transition again. Gets it over to Athena. Mayer puts it through. Crowd is going crazy.
Mayer with the hands over there. She's so sure-handed around the hoop, so good out of the air. Great at everything. That's why she's on Team USA.
My humble belief just leveled Kieran Collier, but no change in dodgeball control for her efforts.
Big-time hit from Heimbaugh. We'll have to see that. And I think if you're Austin, that's important. Set the tone with physicality. Come out, punch this team in the mouth, especially with the way that they're buzzing. They got the crowd going right now, too. Seems to be very pro-Boston, which happens when you've been winning every MLQ championship since 2020.
Yeah.
So if you're Austin, go assert yourselves, lean into the bad guy role. And win with grit and physicality.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 things at play here, right? It's obviously Austin is, like you said, they're the evil empire these days with the amount of titles they've won. But Boston's really just become, the melting pot of quad ball. You look at so many of these rosters and the players that have come from Boston programs and are key contributors all over MLQ at this point. So I think that's also why they've got a lot of the crowd on their side right now.
Yeah, that's true. The reach is far and wide, which you love to see as we try to grow this game.
Yep. Jackson Johnson bringing the ball down. Now has to face Havlin and Chu, who have subbed into the game. An incredible first shift from Collier and Leanne Dillman. 3-0 Boston.
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to match Johnson's minutes as close as they can with Havlin's, as those two have had many battles over the years.
But Jackson Johnson's good at sometimes getting Max Havlin and Louis Chu to play a lot of dodgeball when they're playing against him. Sometimes it opens up opportunities for the defense. Collier was very good, and Dillman as well, at staying very much in their zone. There, Jackson Johnson gets beat, but it's a nice pass across to Axtell. Axtell, who was unmarked. Axtell fighting through the contact with Carson Olazaba. Axtell scores, and that's exactly what I'm talking about there. All the dodgeballs ended up on the ground, and Axtell was able to convert.
Yep, and Austin was looking to be physical. Boston wasn't, and a great goal the other way. That ball zoomed up the pitch.
Yeah, that was just a trailing runner that Zach Doyle knew was coming. Doyle has incredible field awareness at all times and just picked Peter Lawrence coming streaming down the field there.
Oh, and that's exactly how you teach it, right? You're involved with college programs. You try to teach the fundamentals. You get the ball, change of possession. Doesn't matter if you gave up a goal or not. Hit somebody on an outlet pass and get out ahead of the play. You can always pull the ball back, and that's just good for being good right there and a solid team play to go get the goal back.
We do have a stoppage here, but if the goal stands, it will be 4-1 at about the 5.5-minute mark here of game 1 of this series. All quarterfinals are best 2 out of 3. Right now on the other pitch, we have the Detroit-New York quarterfinal getting kicked off. I don't have perfect eyes. You can check it out, but I believe it's 4-2 currently in favor of New York.
Yeah, that one should also be a great series. We got a lot of quality teams, a lot of parity through the league this year. We're in for a really fun rest of this weekend.
Yeah. And after this, we have the San Antonio, Kansas City matchup, as well as the New Orleans, Chicago matchup. Some of the favorites getting ready to go in these 2 time slots. Axtell is throwing the ball down there, gets to Garza. It's going to be Luis Sanchez coming into the game for the first time. Just more Team USA talent. These 2 teams are obviously stocked with it. Bailey Fields gets the ball across. I believe that was Adams Tracy. Max Havlin comes zooming out. It's going to be an easy press. Havlin's ready to run. Havlin looking for the 1.5 on Johnson. Havlin giving Johnson a piece of his mind. Pass goes across. I believe that's Hickmott who shoots high.
And I think this one might be coming back. Johnson looked like turned away from contact maybe, and they might have Havlin on a back contact. I like the aggressiveness there. Doyle just didn't read it the same way and pulled up while Havlin went. So this could switch over control and potentially change the momentum a little bit of the early going of this game.
That 1.5 looked like something they had drawn up in preparation for Jackson because Havlin looks so ready to run that. I don't see him 1.5 very often.
You don't see Havlin make a lot of tackles. You don't see him lean into a lot of tackles. He just kind of scoots his way out, keeps his arm free. You know, he has that wide arm angle and kind of keeps his head at a tilt so he can see everybody. But, you know, well done by Jackson there. Survived it. The Chasers were in play. A good defense in a pseudo transition from Austin.
Yeah, Jackson had a smirk when he and Max were talking. Obviously, I think not really a rivalry there. I think a lot of goodwill and respect for each other. But definitely got away with one there in drawing the foul out of Havlin. So now it's a beater power play. Big opportunity. Doyle, Sanchez is going to bounce off Doyle. Sena Morimoto's in the game now. But Jenna Adams-Tracy's just sitting on the hoops. And that's the issue you run into if your point defender doesn't get the job done. You have to start bringing more players into the play and passing lanes start opening up.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you know, your perfect zone that you had set up is completely rotated and twisted, and there's more holes in it than Swiss cheese, and that's what you saw there. Good job by Austin to take advantage.
Yeah, Emily Frollo now running the offense up top. Emily Hickmott on the wing. Ian Skur subs into the game for the first time, former East Division MVP. Frollo tries a shot, knocked down. I believe that was Jay Stewart who got a hand on it, and then Jay Stewart comes running out to get the loose ball. Stewart, the leading scorer, I believe second leading scorer behind Miguel Esparza this season in MLQ.
And both of these teams are on their second lines right now. As you mentioned, you're talking about people that lead the league in scoring, people that are former MVPs, people that have been playing 10-plus years. So both of these teams extremely deep as part of what makes this series, this rivalry so fun.
A nice press there. It's going to force a turnover from Havlin. Balls are on the ground. It's going to be another fast break opportunity. Sena Morimoto leading the charge. Floats one to Frollo. Did Frollo tip that in? It goes!
Great hands from Frollo in transition and great communication, we'll call it, to the head ref to make sure that call went the way she was expecting. Can't imagine an RPI player insisting a call go a certain way. Not I.
You say great hands. I'm not sure she knew the hole of that ball, but she got it through the hoops, and that's what matters.
In my opinion, that's better hands. Anybody can catch the ball. It's really hard to redirect it.
Sanchez has the ball up top. It might be another press opportunity. Casey Beavers is out of the play early. Stewart has the ball behind. Lewis Shoes chasing him. Lewis Shoes is going to take him out of the play. I think that's the right call there. Mel Kite is going to slow things down. 5-2 the score here.
Yeah, and Jay Stewart's been one of the better contributors and one of the more creative offensive pieces on this Austin roster. I wouldn't be surprised if the Boston Beaters make it a point to just get him out of the play as often as possible.
Yeah, Adams Tracy with the ball behind. Gets it back up to Kite. Now Boston's trying to spring a trap. But Luis Sanchez does a really good job with his positioning to keep the play alive. Hits the lane. Not sure if that was a shot or a pass. Adams Tracy's able to keep it alive, bringing it back out. She has only one live quad ball teammate. She does find her. It's Mel Kite. This is a really nice job of holding possession to Austin. This is classic Austin Outlaws quad ball.
Yes, great job of cycling. You're right. This is turning back the clock a little bit.
And did Mel Kite get that to go? A lot of players trying to call their own shots here.
And if that is a goal, I mean, that's a little deja vu for me personally on this same field 3 years ago. I watched a lot of that ball cycling through that back left corner on this historic pitch one, and they're able to keep possessions alive, really do a good job finding their teammates and open up opportunities. If you're Boston, you really got to communicate on the backside and be proactive defensively. Look for a mark. Don't just assume you're in the right situation as people are tagging back in.
But you're right. That was a throwback to Case Irwin and Aaron McBride. And a great goal there from Melkite. The goal was called good. 5-3 now the score. So after that explosive 3-0 start, it's been 3-2 in favor of Austin. Sanchez with a swat there, able to – oh, no, it's not going to save anything because Havlin is back in. There's going to be a call on the play now. Havlin's confused. Austin thinks they're getting another call on Havlin.
That's what it looked like from the assistant ref. We'll see how they get this one sorted out. Obviously, we have a very experienced ref crew, and you need it for games like this with so many heady plays involved, so many people trying to get the leg up. So we trust they'll get it sorted out.
No call on the play. But it is dodgeball control in the hands of the Austin Beaters. I believe it's Kaiser Polson and Casey Beavers who are now in the game. Beavers, one of the most recent crop of call-ups to Team USA.
Beavers, who does it all, has chased this season for this squad, continues to have a good season beating as well. Has done it all since she was in college still at the University of Texas, Austin. She takes a massive hit there.
Frollo has the ball on the far side, gets it behind Hickmott. Hickmott pumps one, pumps twice. Shot goes high. And Luis Sanchez just happened to be there. Comes up with the rebound, looking to run. Dodgeballs are on the ground, might take a hit here. No, Haviland's able to get back in the play. Haviland's chasing on Stewart. I think he's going to have to settle down in this play eventually, though, because he has the only dodgeball, and that's exactly what he does. Morimoto marking Stewart. Ball goes all the way up to Kite. A much more controlled Austin here. Down 5-3. Seeing how they work control against the 2-2 zone from Boston. As Tracy draws out Ian Skur, but then goes right back to Melkite. Trying to move this defense around. A tap there on the hoop defender, but Stewart goes the other way. Oh, now it's no dodgeballs because Max Haviland made a play for control. Stewart rips top hoop and hits. It will be a trade of control, but it will come at the cost of a goal.
How about that? And if you're Austin, you don't hate that. Hanging around, giving yourselves a chance to be in winning position come winning time. Great play from Stewart. The athleticism to get up like that. He doesn't have to throw it up to get to get it through the top hoop. He's basically throwing down on that jump. Great athleticism from Stewart. Good timing.
Yeah, and here comes the third leg of this triumvirate of power in the beater game in DeMuth and McCready. Meanwhile, Anna Louisa Nikolai, fresh off her college championship with Harvard, looks like she just forced one through, but we're going to have to wait for the call from the ref. The Canadians in the house going crazy for one of their own nationals.
And it's just another super talented player on this Boston side here. We'll see Austin with pretty good hoop defense. Looks like it's going to be no good.
It's no good. And I like Austin starting to talk trash back to the crowd that seems anti them. And I kind of like that dynamic that's starting to set up here.
You have to. You got to have thick skin in that situation. As you know, and as I won't stop reminding people as a wash-up, I was on a team that went a long time without losing and racked up some championships. If you're not okay with a crowd booing you or a crowd rooting against you, you're not going to keep stringing wins together. So you love to see that from Austin.
Boston also somehow lost dodgeball control in that interaction. Tom DeMuth's trying to get it back. He is the closest player to claim that. Can't make the catch, though. Meanwhile, the no dodgeball situation, Sanchez is stymied once, stymied twice. Tough defense there from Boston right when they needed it most.
Good job of team rebounding there, too. That ball looked like it wanted to squirt out a little bit, and Boston able to control the ball, go the other way. Good hands at the hoops from Skura on that initial shot attempts.
Very young line here coming out from Boston. Nikolai's going to stay on the field, and Andrew Steinberg, Ethan Dillon, and Sam Megner all joiner. All four played college ball this past season against a very veteran club group on the Austin side. And there's just one of those unforced errors. Steinberg floats one over Nikolai's head for a turnover.
Yeah, Boston calls this their energy line. We got another stoppage in here, but we'll see. The energy lines play pretty well. Coach Harry Greenhouse has shown he's really willing to play into his depth. Obviously busting it out here somewhere around 12 minutes in this first half of action here. We'll see if Austin matches and goes into their depth or if they're looking to get the starters back out there. And we have Austin player going to the box.
Yeah.
Looks like Bailey Fields.
And that's big because it's also going to be dodgeball turnover. Not a quad ball turnover. It must have been an illegal swat would be my best guess at the call. So what can Boston do with some sustained dodgeball control? And my other question is, when do you get back to Collier and Dillman, who were so good in those first few minutes?
Yeah, and a big part of it was the way the Chasers played with them to generate some pace and opportunities in transition.
Oh, McCready just blew up the play. It's going to be a press opportunity. Andrew Steinberg takes out Jay Stewart, and then a hard beat.
That is ridiculous. ridiculous. For those of you that might not have been watching all season, Jay Stewart has cooked everyone with moves like that. That was a humongous jab step, head and shoulders fake. I moved on it, and I'm sitting in a chair in the box, and Steinberg read it like a book and got a huge tackle out of it. Fantastic play from Steinberg on that.
Yeah, the two coming together for the first game since they played each other in the college championship game a few months back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
A lot of storylines in here. You can't even keep track of them all.
McCrady's going to 1.5 this time. Floater in the direction of Megner's picked off. A little bit too aggressive there from Boston. They are able to keep control off the 1.5.
Good on Stewart to get the ball back right there. He's like, you got me on that one. I'll get you back right here. Good play.
Yeah. Sanchez bringing the ball down now. Beat attempt on Demuth. Demuth just throws back. No harm done there. It's going to let McCrady step up. Stewart has the ball in the wing in no man's land. Moves it back up to Sanchez. McCrady considers just taking Sanchez out. Has to throw back, though. Stewart now trying to get by Steinberg again. Steinberg's doing an excellent job right now on Stewart.
Fantastic job. Eyes on Steinberg are doing great right now.
Yep.
Great play.
Bailey Fields has the ball, trying to go around Dylan. Quick player is Fields.
And a rocket arm, too. Fields so smart.
Oh.
Every beater can play chaser. They have that mindset for it.
Adam Tracy's able to keep that one alive. Really nicely done, because she originally thought that Luis Sanchez was still there, but the beaters are just everywhere right now for Boston. Megner now running the field. Megner to Dylan. Dylan goes aerial and puts it through.
Woo! That is a D-I-M-E dime and a great play from Dylan, who's having a fantastic rookie season here. Energy line, bringing the energy right now for Boston. We'll see if they can string some together.
Yeah, both rookie seasons, and Megner is only 20 years old, one of the youngest players that's going to be playing in this series. Comes out of the Purdue program and runs the offense so well for them as well.
I was going to say, she looks like a player, 10 years her senior on that. Great field awareness, great confidence stepping into the throw, and great execution.
Sanchez bringing the ball down. Collier is back in the game, and they are pressing aggressively. Collier and Dillman are having the game of their lives right now, which is saying something because they've played in a lot of big games. Steinberg streaking down the pitch. Steinberg finds Nikolai. No, Nikolai knocked over the hoop.
No, I think that was a absolute one of the longest beats I've ever seen connect before Steinberg could let go of it. I couldn't even see who threw it. It was so far back. And that is a goal-saving. Austin's had a few massive goal-saving plays as Boston.
No, I think that was called a goal.
It was called a goal?
Nothing's been flipped.
Either way, we're seeing Austin do a really good job in the scoring area defensively to keep this game in terms of time and score where they would want it to be, especially as Boston clearly trying to get out for some live ball opportunities to go run on. Where they're obviously more effective than in the half court.
Siam in the game now alongside Sanchez. Sanchez has the ball right now. Leanne Dillman knocks the ball out of his hand. They're going to call an over and back here. Ryan Davis, his AR, is going to talk it over. Ryan Davis, the gameplay director and rules manager of MLQ.
Yep, somebody definitely like having on the field.
Right. And that's a no call because it was a beat that forced that ball over. It was not propelled over by the offense.
Boston back in the 2-2 here.
Siam has it back over to Sanchez. Sanchez going to take his try at Steinberg. Oh, swatted down there by Nikolai, a great hoops defender with that length. Boston always looking to run. I love that look for them. They've been so bogged down by this Austin hoop zone in the past that they are just trying to run in transition every chance they get.
That's right. Remember, kids, best way to beat a zone is to score on it before it's set up.
But now they'll have to deal with it. Oh, it was a good idea, but to beat out the hoop defender and swing it to the far side, the pass just a little high. Nikolai now gets it behind to Dylan. Dylan! Oh, misses it. Rebounded, though, by Steinberg. Steinberg has a shot opportunity. Steinberg hits.
How about that? The energy line showing what they do and really giving the first line a good blow here. Boston firing on all cylinders, but if you're Austin, you grab a couple goals and you're still in a really good spot here, especially with opportunity to pull.
Yes, and I believe that with Kieran Collier and Leanne Dillman on the field, Boston has won the game 5-0, and with them off, Austin has won the game 4-2. It has been absolutely huge minutes from Dillman and Collier.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, another Steinberg's just able to get a strip there. Really nicely done. Bolwig got lost in no man's land. Collier's all the way down the field trying to pressure Tracy. This time the energy line might be running a little low on energy. It's been a bit of a long shift at this point.
Yeah, but hey, when you're playing well, you're getting stops. It's not on the coaching staff to take you out, right?
Yep.
Ain't broke, don't fix it.
Oh, Megner reads the beater well there. Collier's trying to usher in Megner. That one, though, maybe an ill-advised shot out of hoop zone. We've seen a little bit too much of that earlier today. That's going to be a lost possession there for Boston.
Yeah, a little over-aggressive. Good job on Austin to be on their P's and Q's, be tight in their rotations as Boston was trying to make a play on that hoops line and stay active with their hands.
7-4's the score here. We're about 16 and a half minutes into game one of a best 2 out of 3 series here in the quarterfinals. Sammy Garza now on his second shift, trying to work it in. Megner looking to make a hit on Kite. Kite gets around. Kite floats it to nobody in particular. It is going to be defended well by Tracy and picked up by Garza. Her and Castell are both headed back to hoops, so it's going to be a minute before the offense can get run, but now there might be a call on the play.
Interesting. I wonder if they're discussing the timing of that ball cycled back to the top. They're good with it, and we're back playing.
Garza walking the ball in. Dodgeball control still with Collier and Dillman. Dillman's going to swing out to Siam here. A block by Dillman, but Tracy gets a really nice deflection to be able to get the ball back, but still the press works well from Boston behind the hoops, and they force another easy turnover.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll be able, whether or not they'll be able to run as Dillman's behind the play here.
We're starting to see some subs of this line finally. Emily Hickmott's going to sub in for Nikolai, and yeah, now we're going to see more subs. Sena Morimoto is checking back into the game. The newest addition to this team, only joined the team halfway through the season, out of the Creighton program, the former head coach of KC, who just obviously scored a historic win, making the quarterfinals a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and a great addition to this team. Gelled immediately ever since first time playing with this squad, has done really well on this line.
And finds Ethan Dillon, who floating once again puts one through. Dillon has been a menace behind those hoops.
He's throwing everything out of the air. Everything's an alley-oop, even the one that he missed. But that's the vision from Morimoto, which is really, really what that combined with the point defense is really what he brings to the squad and why he can fit in on any team that he plays with, because he's always looking to move the ball and knows how to read a defense so well.
Dillman finally gets caught out of position. I think it's finally going to be a change in control. Kite was looking for Bolwig, but it gets knocked down around the hoops, and Boston gets a stop.
Oh, Kite is so good at that move. She puts people in the rinse cycle. That was great. All at once while catching the ball. The massive little pivot and reverse out of it. Great play by Kite. Couldn't finish, though.
Haviland and Shu checking back into the game. Kieran Collier and Leon Dillman give them the gift of not having control for the first time in a while.
The old, we lost control sub out technique. But
I think it's going to be white ball. I don't know. We'll see.
Feels like it's got to be white ball.
Yeah, because I believe it was kicked off of a beater, not off of a.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Turned it over.
Yeah. If you're Austin here, you got to get one right now. You got to come down and get a goal. You got possession. You got control as Jackson Johnson subs back in here. Cut into this lead a little bit. Put yourself in a position where this is still manageable as you get into winning time.
Last minute of play here in the pre-flag runner on pitch period. Garza in the lane. Garza to Siam. Siam gets checked up by Skura. Good ball movement here. Siam looking to check it to the hoop. Garza can't find him, though. Jackson Johnson is back in the game with control. Seems like maybe Austin's also matching Haviland and Shu with Johnson. Oh, Garza finds an angle. Just a moment of laziness on those hoops from Boston. Garza makes them pay, and it's back to a 30-point game.
Well done. That was, whether it was laziness or being caught unaware, as you saw, Emily Frollo followed the ball around the corner there. It looks like Austin's trying to play with the spacing of where the top two defenders on Boston are helping. They pinch really tight when you drive down the middle. They tried to pitch outside to Ian Skura. That one, they just kind of dragged the defense away from the short hoop. Well done.
Oh, they'd set it up for Sena Morimoto to take a shot there, and it was Jackson Johnson's beat that knocked it out of the air. Now Skura's going to get an opportunity, though. All the dodgeballs are on the ground. Skura falling to the ground, gets the ball to Hickmott, and Hickmott is denied. And that is how the 20 minutes will end, with a great defensive stop from Austin.
How about that? Just what the doctor ordered from Austin to go through, get the goal when you needed it. Great creativity in the offensive end. And then how about that? Surviving the hammer beat on the side hoop right there with just throwing at the quad ball, keeping it out, and then fantastic team defense to not allow, probably 3 attempts from inside of 2 yards. So very well done by Austin to eventually cover up that ball, get into the 20-minute mark with a chance to cut into this lead.
And how about the gamesmanship from 3 of the most veteran, most talented beaters of all time? Everyone else would go back to the sidelines. The 3 of them are all making their cases for who should get the dodgeballs when play restarts.
Absolutely, and where everybody should be. This is a situation where there's a lot of blades of grass to cover, and every single one of them counts. So, and they all know how to use their spacing to influence a game at levels that many on this earth cannot comprehend. So we're in for a fun one here as we get into the flag runner period.
Yeah, and I think if you're Boston here, with how great of a performance you got from, your youngest players, from Collier and Dillman, you have to put this game away. Because I think if you let Austin get back into this one, it's going to be really hard to then build yourself back up to win 2 in a row. This game has felt like it should be Boston's from the first minute. It feels like one they absolutely need to if they're going to win this series.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This could be devastating morally for a Boston side to let go, especially because of the resilience that Austin has shown to keep it tight here. And I'm not trying to talk badly about Austin. I think Boston has done a good job and gotten good chances, and Austin has been absolutely scrapping and clawing and done everything that they could to keep a lot of these good looks out of the hoops to keep the score where it is. And that's, all that they count are goals. So every single goal saved is just as good as a goal scored. So this Austin side has done a really good job defensively so far to keep it where it is. And you're never going to climb out of a hole if you don't keep playing defense. So if Austin's going to make the climb back and really put a death blow in Boston this game, it's going to be on that side of the ball.
Yeah. And, but one thing that has been, Boston's Achilles heel is they've not caught a lot of flag runners this year, especially talented flag runners. And they will be facing a talented one here in Tyler Trudeau. So it's going to be up to, whatever combination of players are coming out. They're starting with Will Richardson. I believe it's John Alvarez getting the start for Austin. Boston, the easiest way they can win this game is to just catch quickly.
Oh, and it's not going to help with this situation. Some beating action here on the sideline about who's eligible, who's not.
Boston makes the stop there. Axtell gets tied up, tries to get over to Adams Tracy, and a good job by Pierre Lawrence and Carson Olazaba combining for that stop.
Alvarez has come up with some big catches for Austin so far this season. We'll see if they're able to do it again.
Lawrence gets stripped around the hoops. Doyle's able to maintain. Jackson Johnson looking for the beat. Did he get it? I believe multiple ARs had that beat.
Yeah, certainly. I think Olazaba wasn't expecting it because he thought Jackson Johnson was in the flag running game. But as you look at Zhu, Havlin, and Johnson, 3 of the best at playing in both places at once, having their head on a swivel, whatever you want to call it. And that was just a veteran play by Johnson in that situation.
Yeah, and it's all Austin right now. They're about to get the quad ball. They have 2 dodgeballs. The third dodgeball is back behind their hoops. The only thing that would really, throw an issue in their plans if this goal is called good.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And that would definitely be an issue. Certainly a missed opportunity again from Boston in the finishing area. You have Lawrence, Doyle, and Olazaba all touch the ball within 3 yards of the hoops. In a situation where you have no dodgeballs back on defense, that has to be a goal. And if you want to play deep into Sunday, those need to be goals because if you give away opportunities like that, the good teams aren't going to let you have them back. So good job of Austin there to capitalize.
Yeah, we just got kind of like 15 minutes of finesse and passing from these 2 teams, and as soon as we got to flag runner on pitch, all the big hitters came in. Axtell came in, Olazaba came in, Lawrence came in. It's going to be a very different kind of next few minutes in the quad ball game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, chips on the table, the lights are shining bright. You can either be the hammer or the nail, and when it comes to that, I'd rather be the hammer. We'll see which one of these teams comes out of that situation.
So it looks like Siam is going into the box for an illegal tackle. Olazaba is going into the box for playing after beat, as we saw that beat that from Jackson Johnson.
Interesting.
So no goal on the play. I think Austin will take that trade every time.
Certainly, especially because they get to keep the ball out of it. Why not? and we'll see. That it's been interesting because the Boston Seeking game eye test hasn't impressed, but they have pulled 6 times, I believe, in the regular season. But a lot of that speaks to their bludger dominance, their dodgeball dominance.
Axel drives through, finishes past Mayer, 8-6.
Axel definitely can be an X factor in this period. A lot of experience, really hard to stop in the open field, a really good tackler.
And Alvarez is getting so much time. Haviland and Chu are really struggling right now in that aspect of the game. Lawrence over the top to Doyle. Doyle, some of the smoothest hands in the sport, and comes away with the goal.
Doyle's so good out of the air around the hoops, too. Makes it look easier than it is. All the players that are great around the hoops make it look easy. It's so hard because you're getting everybody's attention down there.
Haviland, I think, is finally going to get a good passage of play here. Give Richardson a chance. Alvarez is out of the play.
If you're Richardson, you got to go. You can't wait.
Different look now from Austin with Jay Stewart checking in. Fields, Adams Tracy, and Axtell around him. Richardson not really able to do anything with that opportunity. Austin is switched out of Alvarez now. I believe it's Castell who's checked in.
Boston trying to utilize the beating in the 2-2, and they get an opportunity to run off of it. Well done.
Yeah, really recognizing that, Austin wasn't necessarily aggressive.
And a pull. Eli Fighter, the Brandeis product, has the crowd going crazy.
Eli Fighter has tried to fight back all season from injury. Every time we've checked in with his coaching staff, it's he's not ready yet. He's not ready yet. Well, he just showed up and possibly sealed a Game 1 win for Boston.
I'll tell you what, are you ready now? How about that? As you had said, Tyler Trudeau, a very experienced flag runner, has given people problems all day. That was the first look, maybe the second look. Fantastic job and an absolute fantastic finish there from Fighter. A microwave, getting hot quick here off the bench for Boston.
Olazaba also scored a goal, so it would be 13-6 if this catch is good. Boston would have all but won the game. They would need 1 goal to Austin's 8.
And listen, strange things have happened, especially in this series, but if you're Boston and apparently most of this crowd, you're holding your breath here because you want this one to go your way.
Yeah, the Boston sideline and the entire crowd are calling for it. They give it to him. Eli Fighter steps onto the pitch as a member of the Boston Forge and delivers the catch that might get them their first win over Austin since 2019.
How about that? And I'm close with the Brandeis head coach Tyler Beckman, who has always said great things about Fighter's work ethic. How much he wants to watch film. He's always asking people to come over and watch film, get into the books, work on new things. Kid that works hard in the gym. Great to see it pay off on the big stage here.
So Boston needs 1. As we said, Austin now needs 8. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Haviland and Chu get out of this game pretty quickly at this point. I mean, obviously, flag runner pitch minutes are tough, and you need to reserve some legs. There's a lot of series left to play.
And they did the hard work, too. Had to come in with somewhat of a scrum, mostly Austin with control at the beginning, and really had to fight back to even get the Boston Seekers some looks, which is why that quick pull was fantastic, because Alvarez had a lot of looks to try to swing this game the exact opposite direction here for Austin. Wouldn't be surprised if we see, hey, let's either go to DeMuth and McCready to try to finish this off while they're rested, or, Collier and Dillman have been, hotter than fish grease so far. Put them back in and close this one up quick.
Yeah, absolutely lights out play from them. Definitely something worth highlight. The energy lines you talked about, a huge shift from them as well.
Yes.
Ethan Dillon, another young player out of the BU program, and then obviously Eli Fighter kind of being the hero at the end with the catch.
Yeah, and something we talked about off air before going live here was how the youth of this Boston team has exceeded expectations, certainly my expectations, and has been a big part of why this team has looked like such a contender to this point in the season.
Yep. Axtell bringing the ball down. Austin doesn't only need a goal. They also need to make sure they're keeping control and keeping away any kind of fast break opportunities for Boston. Jay Stewart, a lot. Peter Lawrence got a lot of jersey there, but the tackle's going to be called clean. Pass goes behind. Bailey Fields is now controlling it. Bounce pass across to Adams Tracy. Olzaba closing in, strips it off Adams Tracy, but there's going to be a call on the play.
Yeah, I wonder if the far side HR saw the jersey pull. I've always been a proponent of letting the kids play, but there are some rules, so we'll see. What you do like to see is a defense being aggressive, right? There are times to be patient defensively, and there are times to force the issue. And when you're ahead like this, the risk of forcing the issue is a lot less to you because either way you're getting the ball back.
Yeah.
So you don't hate to see it. Well done from Austin to hold possession and hopefully chip away.
Yeah, you're in trouble for a jersey pull penalty when we can see it from the press booth.
Yeah.
Stewart finishes easily out of the power play there. 13-7 now the score. Boston still needs 1.
And Stewart with that massive jab step like I was talking about, there might as well not be a defender when he pulls that one out. And again, elevating over the defense to finish on the top hoop. Great move from Stewart there.
Mayer bringing the ball down. Lawrence and Olazawa on her sides. Doyle behind. 1 goal to clinch a victory here for Boston.
And McCready without a ball. Look for her to bring some physicality to the beating game alongside
it's Will Andrews
behind her.
We haven't seen him since Broom's up. Mayer in the lane. Mayer hits the shot. Just like that. She made it look so easy.
How about that? And we're going to have a little discussion on the timing.
Yeah, for sure.
I know, obviously, Mayer thinks she made it. A little celebratory run back, soaking in the moment. The Boston side signaling they got it. The Austin side signaling they got it. This is like a scrum in football at the bottom of a pile. We'll see how it comes out.
I don't think it's an argument about whether it went through the hoop. I think it's a beat before question. Yes, they were called beat before.
Yeah. So they'll say beat before. Good job of Mayer to get as far back towards her hoops as possible. She'll be in the play sooner. Something that I can appreciate.
Yeah, that's a Teddy Costa special right there.
Yep, that's a veteran move right there. And you got to make a hit here if you're Boston.
Jay Stewart just went end to end. No beaters back. Slips by Olazawa. Slips it under to Axtell. Axtell puts it through.
Oof. Stewart's tough. It's like trying to catch a shadow, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
He is quick. And a good finish there from Axtell.
And especially if you don't get to see him very often, like a lot of this Boston team doesn't. Yeah. Steinberg's actually the exception there. He actually does see Stewart more.
Yeah. And film can only show you so much.
Right.
You can know an elite talent like that. You can know a move's coming. It can still cook you. Yeah. I think it's what's happening a little bit right now.
Mayer looking to make it up for it this time. Gets behind to Doyle and just eats another beat. And Stewart gets to the rebound first. A nice beat there by Beavers. I think Doyle made the mistake that Ethan Dillon never mistake of landing before shooting.
Yeah, it looked like Doyle was trying to read a beat or block it and got caught in no man's land as Austin continues to chip away here. This is a team that's never going to say die, especially in a series with no love lost like this one.
Yeah. And for Boston, you do have to start thinking at some point about like how long you want your fourth string beater in the game.
Right. Well, that's always the trade-off is, we only need one more goal. Do we rest everybody or do we just put in who we think is our best option? And that's nothing against the beaters they have in right now, but it's just you got some top-level talent that's building lactic acid right now on the sideline.
It's an advantage call right now, probably for that hoop that got knocked over. Fields tries to get over to Adams Tracy. Still going to be advantage being played. Now the advantage is going to stop. Adams Tracy wasn't really making an offensive move at that point.
Interesting, because the ball was way, way off the field. So if you're Austin, I don't know that you even really want to take the advantage call there, but it is what it is. You couldn't pick the ball up. Because now Andrews is going to be possessing the ball on the boundary instead of chasing it rolling away into the corner. No AR was going to be able to help with that after the missed beat.
At this point, head coaches Harry Greenhouse and Jackson Johnson are just talking to each other instead of heckling the refs themselves.
Well, an experienced ref crew will do a pretty good job of getting you out of there, no matter what you want to say to them. So sure they took care of it.
Yeah, no call on the play in the end. Ball's just going to go back up to Axtell here.
Well, worst case scenario for Austin. We'll see if they're able to capitalize here.
Well, at least they didn't lose possession on the the advantage.
Absolutely.
Oh, they tried to set it up for the beat on Mayer, and Doyle just came flying across, but they ran transition too fast. Carson Olazawa gets beat. Stewart just floats it. And Zach Doyle, I don't think he ever saw it, but he still blocked it. Axtell gets the rebound. Will Andrews makes the beat, makes another beat. I do think Peter Lawrence got beat, and we've got a player down.
Wow, incredible instincts from Doyle there. wild sequence that ends up with the ball on the ground. Boston doing a little bit of what hurt them in Game 3 in the Washington series, where they're getting antsy. They had success in transition, and they're trying to, like, just keep hitting that button again, hit the transition button again and again and again, and you're missing a dodgeball that's, like, 5 yards in front of you, dead center in the middle of the hash mark. So, let the play come to you. You don't have to score everything all at once here.
But here it is, streaming through in transition. It's only purple shirts. There were no white shirts. Colson Olazaba deals the death blow, and Boston has defeated Austin.
Yeah, well done. Well earned. Austin didn't make it easy on them, but Boston clearly the better team all the way through all three of their lines. The beaters played well. They played well together. Austin did a lot of things well. I expect them to keep their physicality up and their scrapping around the hoops. And we'll see if they're able to get some of that creativity, dragging the zone out of place as we get into Game 2.
Yeah, well, I want to definitely get our analyst desk in to talk about this one. So we're going to throw to commercial. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Boston takes Game 1, 145-80 over Austin. They are one win away from the semifinals.
Hello, everyone. I am sure that you guys were very excited with that finish between Austin and Boston. Boston finishes the game 145-80, and that was absolutely electric. Brandon, first things first, I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you thought Boston did this.
I mean, there was a few moments where I was a little bit surprised that Boston wasn't beating them worse, to be honest. They just looked like an overall better team, and they looked amazing out there. I mean, they came here ready to play, and they came here specifically ready to play Austin.
Ashton, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I think going into this game, they both knew that this series isn't going to be the easy one. This is the tough one that they have to get through. And going into this series, even when New York chose to go on the other side of the bracket, they knew how hard this series was going to be. And I think Boston just got their offense clicking a little bit faster. And that's kind of what decided the game from there. They just kind of kept going with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go into that slightly further. We obviously saw this team putting together multiple good offensive possessions. What helps that? Like, what made it click for Boston? Like, what were things that you noticed that said, hey, this is why Austin was getting picked apart?
I think the big thing for me, Boston was getting stops on defense, and that was starting to create their momentum, right? They were willing to get those stops, get out and run, and score on an offense team an Austin team that maybe wasn't a fast break, but they weren't completely set, not letting their beaters get comfortable in that zone, and they were able to go out there and score. And I think the best thing for this Boston team is their teamwork. They have great chemistry with each other. They trust everyone out there, and their passing was great, and they were always able to find the open person for the easy score.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the easy score, I saw multiple times where you had transition runs, the third-person run, where someone was always trailing and finishing at the far hoop. But once you gotten all the pressure to one side, just kick the ball out to the opposite side, now you're going in for the easy score. I think something that Boston did really well was the play of Kieran Collier and Leanne Dillman. Brandon, I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you thought they played.
I mean, there's not really much I can say. It was good quad ball. You and I were up there talking. Kieran Collier has, started making a name for themselves as always kind of being the best beater on the pitch whenever they're out there. And so I think that you kind of saw it out there in that game just now. That's really all I can say about it.
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, we saw Kieran go out there and absolutely dominate in their opening shift, immediately going into up 3-0 for Boston. And then we saw Jackson Johnson come in, and then you saw Max and Lulu come in for the Boston side. And we all thought, hey, if they're up 3-0 with Kieran and Leanne, if they're up 3-0 with Kieran and Leanne, as soon as Max and Lulu come in, this is going to explode. Oh, yeah. However, that didn't happen. Right, and we didn't happen. You saw Jackson come in, and slowly that immediate momentum that Boston looked like it had almost flipped the script, where it went from a 3-0 game to a 5-3 game. It looked like Austin was outscoring them once Jackson came on. What adjustments, having said all that though, what adjustments does Austin need to make the next game more competitive?
I think my thing is the Austin team we're used to seeing in past years is a team that's always willing to make the extra pass. They're a team that's really good at finding the open person, drawing the defense and kicking, drawing a beat. And I don't think we've really seen that out of this team this year. I don't know if they have quite the chemistry this season that they have in years past. And I think they just need to work on really pushing the tempo in terms of being willing to make that extra pass, trusting the people that are out there. And from there, I think their goals are going to come a lot easier because, they got 4 chasers out there, and if only 2 of them are doing all the work, then it makes it a lot harder for your team to score.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon?
There were certain moments in that game where we saw Austin beaters just kind of stand off to the side while they were waiting for their chasers to work. I think that while Austin had control, they were afraid to use it because that meant they would lose it to Boston, who was not afraid to lose it. And a lot of time Boston, after they lose it, they're willing to run and get it right back. And so I think that's what it was for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really important point that I'm glad that you brought up. I really think that Austin's beaters, when they had control, were not putting themselves in positions where they can take advantage of the fact that they had control. And that exact play we talked about was Jackson Johnson and Cameron Castle just standing at the top left of the field, and they just stood there. And you're letting your other chasers cook, probably because you're providing as much pressure as you are on the left side, but you're relying on the individual brilliance of your chasers to try and score, and I think that becomes very difficult. And when you start throwing a team of four-person as a cohesive unit versus 1 or 2 people, as Ashton was saying, it gets very difficult. And I think before I answer, I want to hear your takes on when you think this entire game changed. Brandon.
I think in the later shifts when Kieran Collier came back in, you brought it up, Kieran went out there and immediately they were on a 3-1 run. Once they got them back out there, that beater pair again, I think that it kind of flipped back over to Boston being able to just command the field, right? It was no longer Jay just running in and shooting, and they were able to stop him because of that.
Got you.
Yeah, for me, I think it comes with the substitutions on Austin's sideline. Their team is very centered on a couple people to go out there and make plays, and when those certain people, Jay Stewart, Luis Sanchez, are not on the pitch, they struggle to to be efficient both on defense and offense.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought up the fact that there was some substitution issues, or just the sheer fact that the same number of players were playing the same amount of minutes, or like high level minutes, versus on the opposite side with Boston. Their first line went out there and did not see the field again until practically flag runner on pitch. Their second line went out there and did not see minutes until after flag runner on pitch. Their third line, for me, if I were to answer this question, their third line of the pretty much collegiate aged players of Sammy Magner, the Ethan Dillons, that line absolutely changed the entire complexion of this game. The fact that Boston was able to trust that third line, the youngest line that they had, as well as they could, and you saw them immediately getting rewarded for it. You saw Ethan Dillon being set up for multiple alley-oops, who, with extremely athletic finishes at the medium hoop and tall hoop, really changed the game. And that's easy offense for them, because they were able to just find spaces, drive into that space, kick it out to someone who was cutting. And I think that's the key, right? We saw Minneapolis during their offenses, and some of the Minneapolis games ended up being absolute marathon games. Why? Because they couldn't score if they weren't getting wide open shots. And my concern with them was always, why are you not moving with a bit more urgency? Play with a bit more speed, versus a Boston team. They were getting extra looks just because, even though they were playing fast, even if they missed a shot, they got extra looks just because of the fact that their other teammates were there. The positioning was great. I thought the fact that everyone was moving into spaces was great. And this Boston team really, I think, did themselves a service by the sheer fact that going into a semifinals potentially, or a finals run, they're playing through their entire depth. And I think they're one of the few teams in this entire tournament, or this entire championship weekend, that can legitimately do that. And that's only going to help this team go better. Any final thoughts about Austin and Boston, about how game 2 might go? Brandon?
It was a fun game. I think that Austin's going to come in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, but if we know anything about Boston, that urgency doesn't go away. So I don't really know how it's going to go yet.
Ashton?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard-fought game one way or another. And honestly, it'll be just fun to get to see a third game of that, because I would definitely love to see one more. But at the end of the day, the better team is going to take it. The team that wants it more is going to take it. And I think preparation is going to show really hard on the second game.
So I don't want to read between the lines, but it really sounds like both of y'all feel like it's a Boston sweep. Or am I just putting words into your mouth?
Yes. It could be.
That does not answer the question.
I think so.
You Ashton thinks you think it's sweep, Brandon?
Yes.
You also think it's sweep, and I agree with you. I think Boston sweeps this in 2 games. I just think their offense looks better, and I think the emergence of Eli Fighter as a lockdown seeker is absolutely fantastic addition for this team, because one of their weaknesses going into the last series against Admirals was the sheer fact that if they didn't catch early, they might have trouble scoring during flag runner on pitch. But the fact that Eli Fighter caught Tyler Trudeau practically immediately is a massive boon for what this Boston side has, because then they can throw in Eli Fighter and they'll still have Will Richardson, they'll still have Carson Olazaba, they'll still have like pretty much anyone else that they don't need to sub in, just with the sheer fact that they have Eli Fighter, who can immediately go in and provide those valuable minutes. But other than that, I think we are all in agreement. We are expecting Boston to finish this off in 2 games. We will see how it goes, and thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back to MLQ Championships. We're starting this game early here. We'll get you the starting lineup shortly. San Antonio Soldados versus the Kansas City Stampede. Already moving quickly is Luke Langlanay, and we already have a stoppage. My name is Jackson Vaughn. I will be your play-by-play commentator for this series. My partner today, color commentator, is Keegan Remy Miller. Keegan, how are we feeling? Game one of this quarterfinal matchup.
Game one of this quarterfinal matchup, I personally am feeling great. San Antonio, I think, is feeling well rested, and Kansas City is coming off the high of qualifying for this quarterfinal. So good moods all around.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see how this series shapes out. These two teams, of course, South Division rivals, faced each other earlier in the season, and even though it was a sweep for San Antonio, Kansas City played them really close in all three games. Your starters for UTSA, it's Miguel Esparza, Luke Langlanay, Milena Sosa, Alyssa Villalba, Kyle Bryant, and Javi Tiarina.
Speaking of Kyle Bryant, it is going to be a yellow card early. I believe it was contact from behind.
Still with the quad ball is Langlanay. Now we'll drop it. We saw a kick to just get it away from Sosa, and Kansas City will get the quad ball back. Their starters for Kansas City, it's Lauren Smith, Bitsy Archibald, Riley Usami at Chaser, Ryan Mejio wearing the keeper headband, and Shannon Ong and Lauren Curry wearing the black beater headbands. Mejio bringing the quad ball up the pitch now. See Ong and Tiarina trading beats. Mejio dodges one, gets a pass up to Archibald, but a big block from Esparza. Archibald normally good to get those away, but now Esparza wants to take this one the other way. One dodgeball, and now it goes down, pass to Langlanay. Pass, can't reel it in. Nearly a good goal there, but Alyssa Villalba unable to make the catch and make the play.
Yeah, I think right out of the gate there from San Antonio, we see two clear things. They have not played yet today. They have all the energy in the world, but it looks like they also might have some of that first game of the day rust. Not the cleanest pass there at the end. Ultimately, they're not able to come away with that transition goal attempt.
Kansas City, now with the quad ball, it's Mejio with it in hand. Control, though, belongs to Soldados as Kyle Bryant's going to wrestle one away. Another pass to Lauren Smith on the far side hoop, but the beat's going to come in long range. Tiarina making the play.
So two possessions for Kansas City. Twice they go to Smith on that right side, near side hoop. Twice it has not worked. I think they need to start looking at a different play.
Yeah, they went to Archibald the first time, Smith the second time. Either way, it's the same play they drew up. Esparza blocked it the first time and a good beat from Tiarina the second. Either way, both teams have come up scoreless thus far. Alyssa Villalba with the quad ball behind, and now over to Miguel Esparza. Driving in, top hoop, gets the goal. Miguel Esparza, second most goals in the league, but with that goal, ties Hayden Boys for the most this season. Mejio sends the pass. Usami's going to have to send a long one to Smith. Smith drops the quad ball.
Yeah, no dodgeballs there from Kansas City. Big press out of Daniel Williams and the Soldados.
Esparza playing some soccer a little bit, but Luke Langlanay now trying to drive through stiff arm, but it's broken up by Mejio.
Went for the football running back play, but could not quite tuck that quad ball under the left arm. Usami's going to get the stop. Or Mejio's going to get the stop, rather.
Yeah, and Kansas City, they're playing a lot slower right now. Kansas City, a team that we saw them score a lot from fast break transition offenses, but they're really trying to set up here. San Antonio also likes to play fast, so maybe slowing down, trying to make them play a different style is what you need to try and beat the Soldados team. Now moving forward is Usami. A couple pump fakes, just bounces off the low side of that hoop.
Does not get the shooter's roll there. And as we talk about Kansas City, maybe wanting to pick up the pace, we do have to remember, while this is San Antonio's first game of the day, it is Kansas City's fifth.
Yeah, always the classic rust versus rest debate. We'll see which one pays off in game number one of this quarterfinal series. See the pass over, number 12. That's Milena Sosa with the quad ball now, who gives it back to Langlanay. Daniel Williams has checked into the game at beater. Pass to the back. Esparza with the quad ball now. Looking to drive, gives it back to Langlanay. Langlanay fakes a shot. Now will drive, takes a shot. It's going to be blocked by Mejio, and Mejio, thought was able to stiff arm him away, but Soldados will get another try at this offense. Esparza running, trying to get around Mejio now. Esparza ducks under, pass to Langlanay, under Mejio again, drive and dunk, not going to go. Villalba picks it up, top hoop also doesn't go. Sosa will pick this one up, and we'll slow it down, and we're going to see a stoppage here.
Yep, just confirming all the refs on the pitch all simultaneously made the no goal call there. So I think the head referee stopped the game just to make sure it was no goal. Well, kind of there was no action going on near the quad ball.
So San Antonio having a very extended offense here. It feels like they've gotten 2 or 3 breaks now on this one drive, really staying on the left side of the field. Langlanais, pass to Esparza. Back to Langlanais. Now charging forward. Can't get through Mejio. Villalba, top hoop. There's the goal. San Antonio with the score. It'll make it 2-0 to the Soldados.
So the first half of that possession, San Antonio really attacked by doing a lot of passing around the Kansas City side of the pitch. In a 1-3, Kansas City wasn't biting. They weren't really getting good looks. Second chance opportunity there for San Antonio. They really focused on getting dodgeballs on the ground, just moving through with power. That did work out for them. We'll see if they go to that as a first option over their next few possessions.
Usami has the quad ball now. Back to Mejio. Kansas City playing really slow here. Archibald's going to get beat out. Has to go back to hoops. Shot from Mejio does not go. And it looks like it'll be saved by Lauren Smith before it rolls out. Oh, big hit from Mejio onto Langlanais. Looks like it's going to be a... No, or is it Kansas City inbound?
Yeah, it ran out of bounds. There was no foul there. I think it was just 2 players both sprinting for the ball, kind of knocked into each other. So no call on the play, just an out of bounds and a Kansas City inbound here.
Yeah, so Stampede catch a break there. They're going to be able to get another shot at this offense. It's Usami behind the hoops with Langlanais right there in the area. Long beat attempt, not going to go. Usami top hoop, alley-oop. Oh, but it gets caught on the side of the hoop, but it's picked up by Archibald. Goal doesn't go. Esparza wants to take this one the other way. There's one dodgeball back, a couple defenders back. Crossfield pass. Waiting right there. The ball does not roll in. Unfortunate break there from Elena Sosa.
Great defense there from Lauren Smith. Sosa tried to go for the stiff arm and over the top, but Smith's defense was just too strong. Meanwhile, back on the other side of the pitch, once again, Kansas City goes for the shot, but it rims out. So far, they're 0 for 2, getting the shooter's roll here early.
Seeing some new players come in, Amy Gouveia and Matt Blackwood for the Soldados have checked into the game. J.D. Hopton also in. He's got the quad ball now wearing the keeper headband. Vincent Reyes and Lauren Curry, the beater pair in for Kansas City. They have dodgeball control. Pass up to Smith. Back to Hopton. Hopton going to walk this one back, gives the handoff to Usami, mishandled a little bit. David Avila also in the game, providing the defense. Missed beat there from Daniel Williams. Usami taking this one all the way back. Avila with the contact. Blackwood now trying to get some contact. Avila makes the wrap. It'll come out. J.D. Hopton now driving. Gets the pass out, and the score is made. Brenna Duncan gets the goal.
Brenna Duncan and the Kansas City Stampede finally open up their bank account in this game just about 7 minutes in. Definitely feels good getting that first goal. Maybe it can be a portend of things to come.
Yeah, 2-1. Very low scoring thus far, but it is early in the series. Blackwood sends the pass over to Villalba. Back to Avila. Sends a crossfield pass across the hoops. Blackwood gives it to Gouveia, who's unable to get it in. J.D. Hopton going to pick this one up. And now they want to go fast.
Ray is going at Blackwood there, force that pass. Fantastic defense from Villalba there.
Ball's going to come out. Blackwood just trying to wait for the rest of the Soldados to get in the area. Blackwood gives it to Avila just off the bottom side of the hoop again. Both teams are having some really unfortunate rolls here.
Yeah, David Avila off the crossbar and low. Neither teams look too comfortable here early. Both seem like they have an identity on offense. They both seem like they have a plan they are trying to execute, but so far not too much luck. And right there, just a mental error there from Lauren Smith, who carries the ball over half before passing it back to a teammate. I believe that's Robbie Wallace. And that's going to be an unforced error and a turnover for Kansas City.
Yeah, tough break for them. Soldados can look to capitalize on this. David Avila has the quad ball now. Soldados going to play slow, though. Daniel Williams trying to turn over dodgeball control. Blackwood's trying to get through. Gets the pass to Avila. Big slam from Avila. And it's 3-1 Soldados.
Good finish there and a good team play. It was I think Tara Robinson running a screen across. No, Emma Guevea. Govea really opened up that hoop, allowed Avila to go high and get that goal.
Smith with the quad ball now. Going to send the pass over to Ingles. Ingles sends it back to Wallace behind the hoops. All the way back up top to Ingles wearing the keeper headband. Ben Ingles driving, gives it back to Wallace. Once again, it'll come back up top. Lauren Smith now driving. On the medium hoop, just bounces out, and Blackwood's going to be able to retain that one for San Antonio.
At some point, you have to say just shots aren't going to work for you if you're the Stampede. Now 3 different times off the rim and 3 different times the roll did not go their way.
See Christopher Taylor Fuente take the field for the first time for San Antonio. Gonna lose the dodgeball early though, so none available for San Antonio, and they take a pass to the back. Avila is gonna get beat out by Duncan. It's an easy turnover. Kansas City, just a textbook defense.
Yeah, Blackwood just floats that pass, goes over the head of everybody, gives time for the beater to get behind, and Kansas City get an easy inbound after that stop.
So Kansas City gonna play slow again. They have 2 dodgeballs. They belong to Duncan and McClanahan, who's on the field now. Ingles, Wallace, Archibald, and Smith, the chasers available for Stampede. Ingles has the quad ball now. Back to Wallace. Everything quiet thus far. Wallace gives it back to Ingles, who have now flipped the field. Ingles looking to get around Avila. Avila making big contact, goes up and over, but now misses the contact. Ingles going to drive, gets the pass to Archibald, and there's the dunk. 3-2, San Antonio in the lead, but Kansas City cutting back.
Yep, 3-2. As you say, Kansas City with a good, patient offense, and I think crucially showing that they are not afraid of physical contact. They just getting hit isn't going to be enough to cause them to do a panicked pass. You're really going to need to strip that ball out or put them on the ground.
2 dodgeballs for Soldados here. De La Fuente and Sosa. The third in the hands of McClanahan for Stampede. Blackwood just beyond the keeper line. Blackwood takes a shot at the tall hoop, calling it beat before it looks like. Avila was able to get there though, gives it back to Emi Govea. Big hit, now picked up by Villalba, who's going to make the shot. Villalba with the hustle play to get the goal for San Antonio.
Second chance opportunities could be the key to this game, if not this series. Both teams here have shown that they're willing to put in the effort to get those second chances. It's really a matter of whether or not you capitalize. San Antonio has 4 goals. 2 of them have been on those second chances.
That's a moment where I think the multiple goes for Kansas City is going to come back at them, because normally they had a lot more hustle than that. Meanwhile, though, David Avila, one defender back, takes the shot, and it goes. David Avila with a nice play, gets the pass after the steal, and makes the score. 5-2 now. San Antonio with a 3-goal advantage.
Kansas City, I think, content to keep it slow, as we keep saying. They have a lot of games in their legs so far. I think San Antonio would probably have the advantage if this game sped up just a little bit.
Billy Quach has taken the field now for Stampede. Jackson Herdade with the green. Gives it back to Quach. Lauren Curry wants to open things up with a beat. Quach has walked it all the way behind the hoops. Archibald gives it back to Quach with the backhand. Not going to go, calling it beat before. McClanahan able to save it before it goes over the midline. Jackson Herdade running the other way. Long shot. That one will go. So 2 nice mid-ranges from Avila and Herdade, I think.
Second chance opportunities like we were just talking about. Huge IQ play there from McClanahan. Gets Stampede a second chance and ultimately gets them the goal.
Big catch in the mid-game there from Lauren Curry. All the dodgeballs are on the ground, so it's a big drive, and Luke Langlanay goes showtime with the dunk. We are going to have a foul in the beater game, it looks like. We have a player down.
Not sure what happened in the beater game. It does look like there's an injured player, so we'll get you news there as soon as we can. Meanwhile, Luke Languine, proving, as we talked kind of at the start of the game, shots might not be working against Kansas City, goes for the dunk, full poster there. That's a good goal. Meanwhile, back on that last offensive possession for Kansas City, we talked about how the second chance opportunity worked. The first chance opportunity did result in the ball going through the hoop. It was a beat before, which is why it was called off. But there's a great give-and-go play by that medium-sized hoop near side to the camera. It's something I hope we see again from Kansas City. The beat's not always going to get there in time, and that seems like a really well-designed play.
So I think there are two things being discussed here. They're discussing, is there a foul concerning the injured player? But also, I have not seen a confirmation yet that that dunk by Langlene was good. So that might also be being discussed. I think it went through the hoop, but I'm wondering if maybe there was a foul beforehand that negates the goal. We'll get some confirmation here once the referees break their huddle.
Yep, and it looks like the referees have made their decisions.
Going to see a yellow card. Can't quite tell who it's against just yet. Goal's no good, though, for Langlene. Looks like Christopher De La Fuente is going to head to the penalty box.
Yeah, so that was for anybody at home who's not sure why that goal wouldn't count. So De La Fuente of the Soldados in a beater game committed a yellow card foul, which before the goal went through. That means that the goal is not going to count as it happened after that penalty, but before the head referee was kind of notified and able to stop play.
Yeah, so here comes Kansas City off the turnover. They've now got a 6-on-5. You want to make the most of it. Gets the pass to Archibald. That has been the textbook play for Kansas City all day, and it's now 5-4 as the Stampede trying to get back into this game.
Great play there from Kansas City. You always want to take advantage of a beater power play, and that's exactly what they did in quick fashion. The quick little pass to Bitsy Archibald. She's not going to miss from point-blank range. Good finish there for the Stampede.
Seeing the San Antonio players head back to their benches. I'm not sure if there was a timeout or maybe a foul. I think it has to be a timeout because both teams are heading back to the benches.
Yeah, we're going to call this a timeout, although it does look like we have an official coming up here to perhaps let us know what is going on. Okay, so we are getting word that there's actually an appeal happening down on the pitch. We're not sure what the appeal is for. We'll get you that news as soon as we can. I would imagine, Jackson, just based on the most recent stoppage, potentially has to do with the yellow card, although I was under the impression you have to get the appeal off before play restarts again, although I definitely want to clarify that I don't know that for sure.
Well, we do see the captains standing over by the official stand, so they might be waiting for someone to come sort out and see if the appeal can go through. Yeah, that's the only thing that I think it might be against on that beater foul from earlier.
So, San Antonio is appealing the game because they're asking if the penalty happened before or after the goal.
Okay, so San Antonio is appealing the game to... We're going to need clarification on what that means, but essentially whether or not the foul happened before or after the goal, so whether or not that goal should count as good.
So they're saying the penalty happened after the goal, so they want the goal to be scored. That's what they're appealing.
San Antonio is appealing the play because they believe that the foul happened after the goal, and so they think the goal should stand, whereas it was called in Kansas City's favor where the goal did not stand. So we'll see where that takes us. In the meantime, on pitch 2, Chicago Prowl are up 130-60 against the New Orleans Curse, the set score being 160. Chicago looking to close out game number 1. Also in the quarterfinals, the Boston Forge took down the Austin Outlaws in game number 1 of that series. And for the final quarterfinal, the New York Titans, a 195-70 victory over the Detroit Innovators. Keegan, do any of these results surprise you so far?
So far, I don't think I am super surprised. I will say, though, that New York and Chicago, I think, are a lot of teams, maybe top 2 or 2 of the top 3 coming into this tournament. They are both heavily favored in their quarterfinals. And while they're both winning convincingly, I think they're both giving up a lot of goals. And I don't know if that is good play on their opponents or if maybe these teams' defenses are a little bit more leaky than you'd typically see in a championship team. We'll definitely have to see. That's the story I personally would follow moving forward, are kind of New York and Chicago's defenses, particularly if they both do win these series, if they are able to advance to the semis. Both of those teams certainly know how to score goals, so maybe they're content to win in high-scoring games, but it's potentially something to watch for both of those teams.
I will say, yeah, I've been impressed with New Orleans this tournament thus far. The team that came out of the initial play-in bracket, earned themselves the top seed of the play-in teams, and they looked good while doing it. They really, they struggled. I wouldn't say they struggled. They had kind of a tough time defeating the other teams on the way up here, and they're playing well against Chicago. It's a 6-goal game, which it's not exactly close. The flag runner is still available in that series right now, so if they are able to get a pull, there's a chance they could come back in that game. Either way, New Orleans Curse, definitely a team to watch out for. Chicago now 1 goal away from the victory, though, so it might not happen in game number 1. An interesting series to watch for sure. As you mentioned, though, yeah, like New York, Chicago, and I think people would have Boston as the top 3, probably championship favorites right now. And if things go the way we think they will, we're on a collision course for a Chicago and Boston match in the semifinals. What are your thoughts on that potential matchup?
I think it could be an exciting matchup. I think that Boston would end up playing very quickly. I think Chicago wants to play quickly. I think Boston is comfortable playing quickly. And I think because they're comfortable playing quickly, that game could turn into a track meet. That game could turn into absolute beater chaos with huge beats coming all over the pitch. I'd be very excited to see that matchup if those two teams could pull off the series wins here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see for certain. I think the other thing that's interesting to talk about is Boston, as well as New York. They are very comfortable playing that quick style, but they are also, I think, very content to play to their opponent's style just because they think they're better than their opponent. Try and beat their opponent at their own game and not let them try and get a mismatch on you. Also, we are receiving word Prowl did defeat New Orleans Curse 160-90, so they're going up 1-0 in that series.
So if anybody is joining us now, either coming from that Chicago game or just joining us because this is when you turn on the video, we are currently in a game stoppage in this quarterfinal matchup between San Antonio and Kansas City. San Antonio has appealed a call that happened on the field to MLQ's gameplay department. Essentially what happened is there was a yellow card in the beater game. It was determined that that play happened before San Antonio scored, although the whistle did not occur until after the goal. That did result in San Antonio's goal being wiped out, and they basically appealed to say, no, the foul happened after that goal should stand.
Now, players are returning to their brooms, and all the referees have broken the huddle, and the score is the same, so it appears the appeal did not go through.
It appears that San Antonio lost their appeal, so the score does remain 5-4.
Either way, Soldados do hold the lead, and they hold the quad ball right now. So even though the appeal doesn't go their way, they might still be able to keep control and keep their lead heading into flag runner on pitch, which is only about 6 minutes away. Langlanais sends the pass to Govea. Esparza is going to come get the handoff. Long beat attempt from Chris De La Fuente. Bryant's going to have to go get that one. Esparza is going to get beat out by McClanahan, and now Kansas City wants to press. Trying to put the pressure on Langlanais here, and Langlanais will get beat. Herdade's going to pick that one up. Kansas City wants to move quickly here. It's no dodgeballs back for the Soldados. Trying to move around the defense. Herdade gets blocked by Esparza, and now here comes the beaters, but De La Fuente is going to miss a beat there. And so it's just a chaser scrum in the middle, all the dodgeballs on the far corners of the pitch. Now here comes De La Fuente, who's finally able to tap out the last vestiges of Kansas City.
Yeah, Miguel Esparza really bailing out Chris De La Fuente there, who missed 2 beats in that sequence. It led to a no dodgeball look, a press from Stampede. But when they sprinted up the pitch, Esparza was able to get the stop, bail out the beater.
Langlanais sends a pass over to Esparza. Looking for a shot. Oh, I think it just barely didn't go. It looked like it fell alongside the hoop all the way down, but didn't make it quite the way fully through.
Esparza hit the part of the hoop, the hula hoop, if you will, exactly square. And like you said, Jackson, it with such force, it just knocked the hoop over, and it just fell right on that same bit. It did not roll in or out. It just stayed dead even. So no bounce going that way for San Antonio.
The ball does have to go fully through for the goal to count. So it's a no-goal situation. Ball's going to come back to San Antonio. Long beat attempt not going to be made. Langlanais, there's the dunk he wanted earlier. And Langlanais will give the Soldados a 6-4 lead.
Yep, definitely a callback to his goal that was taken off the board after the beater foul earlier. But he's able to do it again. This time it's going to count.
Kansas City up on the offense now. Herdade has the quad ball. Pass over to Archibald. Gouveia trying to strip it free. Will be able to, but it's picked back up by Archibald. Now back in the hands of Herdade. Pass tried, intended for, it looks like Smith. Smith now going to pick it up. It was originally stolen by Esparza. Kansas City's able to get it back, though. Jackson Herdade has the quad ball, gets it out to Smith. Trying to get around Langlanais. Langlanais has the stiff arm. Smith over to Archibald. Now dashing through and gets the shot on the small hoop. 6-5. Kansas City makes it a 1-goal game.
Both of these teams are showing incredible efforts, and both of these teams are coming out better from their efforts on offense, both scoring a lot on second chance opportunities. Kansas City did not panic there. A few of their passes were knocked down, but they were able to be the first ones to the loose balls, ultimately getting that goal.
4 minutes left remain before we hit flag runner on pitch. Control in the hands of Cleary and Curry rather of Kansas City. We see a pass to the back. That's Sosa who gives it to Avila now, who's able to find the behind the back, well rather just backwards shot, but able to get the score nonetheless.
One of my favorite ways to score a goal in this sport, it's when you basically are running directly at the hoop, and then you just move your arm out, come all the way, score from the other side, and basically throw it back from where you came from. Always fun to see that kind of goal. Really, and it's really a great way to attack a defender. Chasers, of course, and white headbands are not allowed to block through a hoop, so it's a great way to get around that part of the defense.
Long pass to Ryan Dickey in the backfield. Archibald going to pick it up. Archibald will be beat, though. Esparza helping the contact, though, so the beat lands. Now Esparza wants to take this one coast to coast. No dodgeballs in the area. Has to get around basically all the defenders. Is able to do so. I think Esparza passed all 6 Kansas City players en route to the goal. And it looks like it's 8-5 now. All of a sudden, it was a 6-5 game. Soldados have made it a 3-goal advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of a run here for San Antonio. Miguel Esparza, a tough player to tackle, and certainly no one from Kansas City was able to manage it there.
Long pass from Stout to Dickey. Dickey now to Archibald. Able to save it before it goes out of bounds. Big tackle made by Sosa, and now the ball will roll out of bounds. So it's an inbound for San Antonio. So big hit and a big play there from Milena Sosa.
And I think a lot of this swing can be accredited to the fact that San Antonio is running largely its starting lineup and Kansas City is running largely some depth. And I think that's a mismatch right now in how the two teams are approaching this.
Yeah, San Antonio rather, though. This is their first game of the day. You're very rested. I think you can afford to play your starters a little bit longer, especially if you anticipate this to be, only a 2 or 3 games on the day. Avila gives the pass out to Esparza. Top hoop, Esparza with the goal. It's now 9-5. San Antonio with a 4-goal lead now.
You'd think after losing an appeal where you were trying to get a single goal back, your team might come out a little bit deflated, but that is nothing close to true here as San Antonio is coming out of that appeal on absolute fire, going on a 4-1 run here since that stoppage.
It's quite the opposite. They're just using it as fuel to fuel the fire, as you said, and they're just using that as energy to fuel this run. Smith, blocked by Avila on the pass. And now Avila able to stiff arm, gets the quad ball. No one is back. Avila's going to get the easy dunk to send Soldados past the century mark. 100-50 the scoreline now. 1 minute left in the first half.
David Avila is turning defense into offense, and I can say from very limited personal experience, when you get that stop, you knock the ball down, pick it up, look up, and there is nothing in front of you.
You just dash.
It's a great feeling. Avila, a veteran player, looked over his shoulder 2-3 times to make sure no beat was coming in, but that's an easy goal. Gets rewarded for his good defense.
See some new substitutions come in for Kansas City. A lot of the starters back on the field. Ryan Mejio is one of them. He has the quad ball now, wearing the keeper headband. Mejio trying to get around Avila. Ball comes out. Will be picked up by Esparza. There's about 20 seconds left. No, that's going to be 20 minutes, actually.
So that is the stoppage, essentially there with the loose ball on the ground as we hit 20. There is no final play. It's just a dead ball on the ground. So Kansas City is up or down 5 here. Obviously you'd like to be down 3, down 4. Down 5 is kind of, though, at the cusp of, like, if you get a catch early, if you get a goal and a catch, you're only down 1, momentum's on your side. The game's not over.
It's not really an if, it's more of a must. If you don't catch or let San Antonio catch, this game is as good as over for Kansas City. Of course, that wouldn't be the end of the series, would not be the end of their run yet. But if you're the Stampede, you're here, you're the play-in bracket team, you're going up against the number 1 seed. You want to be able to come out and make a statement early, right here at the end of day number 1 of champs. Meanwhile, San Antonio, it's exactly the team that I expected from them, a team that, leans on Miguel Esparza as the focal point of their offense, but also you see great plays coming out from the likes of Milena Sosa with great defense, David Avila with great defense. You've seen a lot of things coming in from the San Antonio team that you like to see as a team that's maybe outside the bubble of those top 3 of our championship favorites, but they're trying to prove that they belong in that conversation.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern with San Antonio right now has basically nothing to do with what's happening on the field. My biggest concern for them is that they are only playing, particularly in the quad ball game, 6 or 8 players. You're up 5. Maybe that's not enough comfort to go up to some of your depth. But the last thing you want is for a player in a semifinal or a final who's been playing huge minutes to get an injury, to get a red card. Now someone's coming in, it's their first minutes the whole weekend. That can be a really tough thing for that player. I'm surprised they haven't tried to mix in a little bit more of their depth in these chaser lines. Obviously, this has been working for them, and they might be able to run this all the way through to the championship. But it's something that if I'm on the coaching staff, especially if we get 1 or 2 quick goals here, if we get a flag runner catch, I'd like to work everybody in the game. We'll open up their accounts for the weekend. It's not the first time they're seeing the game in an important spot if they have to come in an unlikely situation later today or tomorrow.
San Antonio has a tendency to rely on their starters a lot. We saw that a lot throughout the regular season. I'm theorizing they're only playing such a short list right now because Kansas City played them so close all the way back in the beginning of the season. But coming out of the break, Miguel Esparza sends a pass over to Avila, but it was intercepted by Usami. And there's a scuffle for the ball in the middle of the field. Looks like it's going to get picked up in the hands of David Avila. Trying to pass, doesn't need the chaser there, though. Avila just gets the shot himself.
Yeah, Usami with a good interception, but Daniel Williams right there to clean it up, make the beat. San Antonio, again, we're talking about second chances, gets a quick transition goal there.
J.D. Hopton and Trevor Smith, the starting seekers for Kansas City and San Antonio, respectively. We'll see which of them is able to get some good time on this flag runner early. See a pass from Mejio, but it's going to be tipped out of the hands of Smith. Now it's behind the hoops for Usami. Looks like it's actually going to be a turnover as it goes back into the hands of David Avila, who's going to give it to Miguel Esparza.
Meanwhile, Shannon on great catch and dodgeball control to Kansas City.
Esparza walking this one up to the keeper's own line. Back to Avila behind the hoops, who's going to get the score. Now it's 12-5. Only 4 away from the win are the Soldados.
J.D. Hopton getting a lot of time here for Kansas City on the flag runner. I think San Antonio at this point is basically content to let that happen, although Williams makes a good play to win control back.
Oh, a nice pass and goal. Archibald gets another goal. Feels like we've been saying her name all weekend. Had 5 goals in the opening game for Kansas City, and has had, I think, 2 or 3 of them this game as well.
And that was a fantastic catch and release. That's a very hard thing to do. She makes it look very easy.
So it's 12-6. Still a good lead for San Antonio. Kansas City trying to cut into it. Blackwood is back in the game for the Soldados, though. Gets a pass out. Usami is able to handle it. No, not before it rolls out of bounds. Trevor Smith has some time with the flag runner now. All the dodgeballs are away from the area, though. Actually, there was one, and we do see a goal for San Antonio come through. So that's 13-6, and you're now in flagpole range if you are the Soldados.
Yeah, Avila again with the goal there. He's had a great game so far.
Mejio taking this one the other way, driving around, and gets the dunk over Blackwood. So Mejio gets one right back for Kansas City, 13-7. You can't just keep taking these trades if you're Kansas City, though. You've got to find ways to make stops on the Soldados.
A catch will win it for San Antonio.
Blackwood driving.
I also
stopped by Mejio.
Kansas City with the catch there hopped in. I think that one's going to be clean. The flag runner was going up against both seekers at the same time. What I was going to say right before the catch is I actually think Kansas City was sticking with the strategy of leaving your beaters on the flag runner to give your seeker a little bit more looks today in general, particularly if you see this flag runner again in Game 2, and to give their beaters a chance to go up against San Antonio beaters in a flag runner on pitch situation. One of those things where maybe you're punting this game a little bit, but it's to gain the experience that you might be able to use to win in a Game 2.
That catch by Ben Ingles was good, so Kansas City is going to add 35 points to their total, making it 130-105. So now it's just straight quad ball for the rest of the game. It's not impossible. They're down 3, but the South has been a pretty crazy division this year. We can see runs develop for either side.
They're down 3. They have the quad ball. Give me a transition goal here to go down 2, and we can talk about making it a game.
Looks like the quad ball is going to be in the hands of Mejio to restart this drive. So you get the flagpole, and now you might get a 4-point play here as Usami's going to pick it up on the other end. Usami, the spin move, does not get it to go.
The beat came out of nowhere. An unbelievable desperation beat there to prevent the goal and prevent that momentum swing we were just talking about.
David Avila with the quad ball here has 7 goals this game so far. 130-105 the scoreline since the pass over to Sosa.
Lauren Curry completely taking herself out behind the play. San Antonio does not capitalize, though, and she's back.
Blackwood back to Sosa. Now over to Avila. See the trades come through. No, it's a catch, actually, from Vincent Reyes. So he's going to engage now. Pass all the way back to Blackwood. Good block from Blackwood to defend the beat from Curry. Blackwood driving. Another beat came through, and they're going to call it a good goal. Looks like the beat did not actually connect with Blackwood, and he's able to find the score.
Yeah, Blackwood just can't get hit with that dodgeball. First the block and then the missed beat.
We are seeing a foul by one of the ARs on the field, pointing towards Kansas City's sideline. We'll see what the call is as the referees are discussing this one.
Looks like 2 fouls on the play.
Yeah, we're going to see a yellow card against, it looks like Vincent Reyes is going to the penalty box. And we see a blue card as well. I believe it was against Daniel Williams. Well, I'm not sure which card was against which player. Either way, it looks like a card for both sides. I think there was a potentially a second card for Kansas City.
So yellow card, I think that's just a coach talking to a player in the penalty box over there rather than a second player in the box.
Yes, you're correct.
So it sounds like Vincent Reyes was the yellow card. Of course, that matters, although potentially not so late in a game because those stack can eventually be turned into a red card. Daniel Williams, the San Antonio player, is the one who received the blue card.
See the head coach of San Antonio, or one of their coaches, is trying to argue the call with the referee to no avail.
This is about dodgeball placement, I think. So with both teams having a beater in the box, both beaters still on the field already having a dodgeball. I believe it basically comes down to like what foul happened second or potentially which foul was more serious. The opponent of that gets the dodgeball at their hoops.
So it's only one dodgeball for either team. San Antonio's going to play without them, though, for now. So it's just one dodgeball back for Kansas City. Blackwood's content to play slow here. Avila with the quad ball now. Sends it back to Blackwood. Mejio trying to engage the contact. Avila gets it back. Going to rip a shot. Looks like no good, but Blackwood picks it back up, takes another shot, bounces off the low side of the hoop, and it's picked up by Archibald, who gives it back to Mejio.
Good defensive stand there from Kansas City. They didn't try to do too much with it. They gave San Antonio some tough-to-hit shots, and San Antonio ultimately wasn't able to convert.
San Antonio back to full strength after Daniel Williams comes out of the box after the blue card. We see Blackwood able to keep that ball in bounds. And now Blackwood's going to look to take this one the other way. No dodgeballs back for the Stampede. Blackwood running. Can't get it to go. Avila behind the hoops. Shot around Mejio. Top hoop. What a shot from Avila. 7-8 yards out, it looked like. Avila has had a great game so far. 8 goals.
Yeah, David Avila is putting the team on his back, it feels like, right now. Whenever they need a bucket, he's able to convert.
Yeah, and it puts San Antonio one away from the victory. Kansas City's going to have to fight to get this one. Mejio looking to do just that, but will you beat out by Kyle Bryant? David Avila looking to take this one the other way. Only one dodgeball belongs to Vincent Reyes, who is going to make the beat, but Esparza is going to get the quad ball. I think they're calling a foul towards San Antonio's sideline. Might end up being a turnover. Esparza is just playing soccer at this point with the quad ball around Mejio. We'd love to see him having some fun, but Vincent Reyes is going to take the beat, not having any of that.
Yeah, and it looks like all the AR hands went down, so no call ultimately on that play either. Big press from Williams, though.
Yeah, Williams trying to press early. Now we're going to see a foul go against Kansas City. So advantage will be played. The pass off to Archibald. No, they're going to stop this play.
So I think it's going to be a foul potentially on Lauren Curry. Some big contact with Daniel Williams. Looks like the referees didn't like it. Not sure if it was on a player without a ball. I think it was might be that. Might just be contact above the neck as Williams was a little bit bent over as Curry came in. But definitely could be a big swing. I mean, obviously, when you need 6 and your opponent needs 1, it's a tall task no matter what. But if you have a beater in the penalty box, it could be just about game over.
Yeah, it's going to be a yellow card against Lauren Curry. I mean, even if you had a chaser in the penalty box, a 6-on-5 is not an easy thing to defend. San Antonio's staring just at that right now. They've got a quad ball. Langlene's got an open field to run through. One defender back. This might be the icing on the cake if Langlene can get it to go. Gets through. Langlene with the dunk and the score. San Antonio will take game number 1. 160 to 105. The Soldados take game 1.
Soldados take game 1. I think they're happy with their performance. I think they have some stuff they can talk about on the sidelines, but ultimately, pretty clean game from them on both sides of the pitch. Meanwhile, Kansas City, I think, chalked that one up to we got a lot of legs, or a lot of games so far today in our legs. We hung tough for a while, and really, Kansas City's starters were able to play San Antonio starters pretty close to even. Maybe they can work in 1 or 2 subs here and there, give their starters a little bit more time on the pitch for game 2. But ultimately, I think that they're going into game 2 thinking they have a realistic shot to win. I know the final score might say otherwise, particularly in terms of the number of goals scored. But I think they have a lot of positives they can take away from this. And I think some of the negatives are actually actionable. They're not just like, oh, how are we going to overcome? It's like, okay, we need to make these adjustments and come out a little bit differently for game 2.
Stay tuned. We're going to have the New York Titans versus Detroit Innovators game number 2 coming up on Pitch 1 by Diaza.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the analyst desk at MLQ Championship at day one. On pitch one, sponsored by Diaza. We actually just finished the San Antonio Soldados beating the Kansas City Stampede 160-105. And immediate thoughts, Brandon.
Honestly, a lot closer than I thought it would be. There were moments in the game where Kansas City looked less tired than San Antonio. That's my take on it.
Absolutely. Ashton.
Yeah, it looked like the Kansas City was ready to come out here and play. It took San Antonio a little bit of time to get their legs under them. But once they were able to, they were just running on all cylinders, and both teams looked pretty good out there, especially considering Kansas City has played so many games already today.
Yeah, I completely 100% agree. I think all morning I've been very critical about Kansas City's expectations or the outcomes and how they've played. But they're on their 5th game of the day, and I think I'm very much in agreement with both of y'all that they looked at points, they looked like the more energized team. They played with a lot more heart, it felt like. Towards the end, it really just felt like they just ran out of gas, and that's when you saw the San Antonio Soldados just ramp it up and start pressuring them up higher, and they got a lot more easy transition attempts off of it. However, it's not a good look if the team that's playing there in their 5th game is able to hold you as close as they were for as long as they were. For game 2, what are immediate adjustments that y'all could think of for either team?
I think that San Antonio was just kind of being kind of lazy. It's your first game. You should be more willing to take those hits if you really need to and get through contact and make dunks. There was so many times where they're behind and they're close enough to where they can push shot it in, and maybe hit a little floater, but they're ripping it right in the middle of the hoop. Or not even the hoop, the pole, sorry.
Ashton.
Yeah, adjustments for San Antonio. They just need to find that energy a little bit sooner. Their spark plug came in the game. David Avila played a masterful performance, had most of their scores, played really, really well. They need to find that spark with someone else, though. It can't just be him. Somebody else has to come in and bring it. On the Kansas City side, it just comes down to you need to be able to convert on offense. There's too many times where one person is trying to score on the whole team, and that just doesn't really work on a defense that's as high level as San Antonio.
Yeah, I am in agreement with y'all again. I really think with San Antonio, yes, you can do this against Kansas City right now because they're exhausted. But I think, I don't want to say lazy. I do think that there is a better effort in terms of how crisp that y'all are moving. And one play I really wanted to highlight specifically, just because I absolutely adore this, it's the fact that David Avila swatted the ball out of the air, picked it up, and took off, but that's not the play. I'm talking about the fact that Melena Sosa, even though it was a complete no dodgeball, no chasers in front of David, you saw Melena Sosa absolutely sprint 110% all the way to support a teammate, and that is what that sort of effort that entire roster needs to provide for San Antonio. And more than just that, I do think that the commentary, we're calling it out as well, this San Antonio Soldados team is 12 deep at this point. They're willing to run out 12 players, and that will get them decently far. They've gotten them the 1 seed. It's gotten them a win in the quarterfinals. However, once you get to the semifinals and you're needing to play a game 1, game 2, game 3, is it fair for your underutilized players to come in? Let's just say, hopefully, obviously, we hope there's no injuries, but let's just say someone gets hurt. And now the player that hasn't played all weekend has to come in and replace those minutes. Is that fair to them because they haven't gotten minutes all weekend? It's something to think about, and it's definitely something that I think we need to be cognizant of, and San Antonio definitely needs to pay attention to with how they're operating their subs going forward, because they have all the talent, and that's great, but I think Miguel Esparza maybe took like a 1 or 2 shifts off and immediately come back in. And David Avila was in there for a large swath of that game. And that's the sort of thing where if you're only relying on a certain set of people, your margin of error becomes so much smaller, because if one of those people are gone, now the game is much harder on your end. And with that, we're going to call it. We are going to go live with the New York Titans and Detroit Innovators Game 2 in about 15-ish minutes. So stay tuned on the MLQ Network, and thank you so much.
Bye.